chose not to find. In my view, it was a foregone conclusion that the U.S. would find a way to give Israel a pass on the summary execution of the legendary Palestinian-American journalist, I should add, Shireen Abu Akleh. And what this report has basically done is say, it's likely that it was this, but the only definitive conclusion that we can reach was that this was not an intentional act and the result of tragic circumstances. In other words, what the U.S. has done is attempt to throw sufficient doubt on the facts of the case and thereby ensure that Israel will not be held accountable for its actions with respect to the murder of Shireen Abu Akleh. And I think that's the long and short of it. And I think I would also add that anyone who expected a serious investigation of this case has an at best limited understanding of U.S.-Israeli relations, because again, in my view, it was always a foregone conclusion that the U.S. government would put Israel's political interests ahead of justice and accountability for a murdered U.S. citizen who is also a Palestinian journalist.
On Tuesday, AP reporter Matthew Lee questioned State Department spokesperson Ned Price. This begins with the State Department spokesperson, Price.
Given the totality of circumstances, given the totality of facts that became available and that were made available to the U.S. Security Coordinator and his team, they found no reason to believe that it was an intentional killing, but rather the result of tragic circumstances in the course of a raid.
Okay, and then how did they come to a determination that they could not conclude that there was intent or a lack of intent? And how did they come to a conclusion that it was? I mean, they basically didn't come to any conclusion.
What they did,
and so can you explain how it is that you're able to say that there's no evidence of intent, no matter who did the shooting?
Right. Well, that's exactly what they found, or precisely what they didn't find.
That's finding nothing.
Well, they found no reason to believe this was intentional. But again,
they didn't find any reason that it wasn't intentional.
Again, the totality of the circumstances, based on the two investigations to which they were granted access, based on the site visit to the site of Ms. Abu Akleh's death, led them to the conclusion that this was the result of tragic circumstances during this IDF-led operation.
So, Mouin Rabbani, if you can respond to this. And also, I mean, you also had the funeral for Shireen attacked by the Israeli military, where the casket almost fell to the ground as the pallbearers were attacked.
Pallbearers were physically assaulted by Israeli police and security forces during the funeral of Shireen Abu Akleh in East Jerusalem. It was just one of a number of incidents by the Israeli forces on the day of her funeral. I should add, Matthew Lee has been on the State Department's case and its prevarications when it comes to matters Israeli-Palestinian for years, so all credit to him for following this one as well. But, I mean, can one imagine Ned Price responding similarly if a Ukrainian-American journalist had been shot by a Russian military sniper in eastern Ukraine? It's just inconceivable. And again, what is happening here is the U.S. is making very clear that the only definitive conclusion they can reach is that Israel is essentially innocent of the murder of a U.S. citizen. And you know, that's the outrage, but that's also the nature of U.S.-Israeli and U.S.-Palestinian relations and U.S. Middle East policy.
So talk about the upcoming visit of President Biden to Israel and to the occupied territories and the significance of this, what they're saying about Shireen Abu Akleh plays into this.
Well, as the political analyst and writer Trita Parsi recently wrote, when it comes to the Middle East, Biden's first term is, for all intents and purposes, identical to Trump's second term. And certainly when it comes to this issue, the Biden administration's policy has been to maintain the status quo, to deepen the initiatives that were undertaken by Trump and the sorcerer's apprentice, Jared Kushner, during the last administration. The emphasis of the Biden administration is very much one of furthering the normalization of diplomatic and economic and security relations between Israel and conservative Arab monarchies, with Saudi Arabia being considered the big prize. And with specific reference to Shireen Abu Akleh, it seems to me fairly self-evident that what Anthony Blinken and other U.S. officials told the Palestinian leadership is that unless you hand over the bullet that killed Shireen Abu Akleh and allow us to put this matter to rest by essentially saying that no conclusion can be reached, we're not going to throw you the bone of a presidential visit to the Palestinian Authority leadership. And that's essentially what happened.
Mouin, I wanted to get your response to what's happening now. On Wednesday, the Israeli military conducted large-scale raids across occupied West Bank, detaining at least 42 Palestinians, shooting dead a 20-year-old man named Rafiq Riyad Ghanem during a raid in the village of Jabba near Jenin. This coming just 3 days after the Israeli military shot dead 18-year-old Palestinian Kamel Awana in the same village. These are the areas that Shireen covered for so long in these kinds of actions.
Yes, I mean, you know, it's par for the course. You cannot have a military occupation without consistent, violent repression to maintain that occupation. It's, you know, history over the past few thousand years demonstrates that conclusively. And what you have here is the Israelis focusing in particular on the northern West Bank and Jenin and its environs, because that is an area that is under somewhat less firm control of the Palestinian Authority and its security forces, who have been working very hard to ensure peace and quiet for the maintenance of the Israeli occupation. And it's in that context that you're seeing these constant raids. And it's quite likely also that the murder of Shireen Abu Akleh was in part to scare off the media from that area so that Israel could have a freer hand in conducting the kinds of activities that you just mentioned.
Well, Mouin Rabbani, we want to thank you for being with us. Of course, we'll continue to cover this issue. Dutch-Palestinian analyst, co-editor of Jadaliyya. He's also hosts the Connections podcast. That does it for our show. Democracy Now! Produced with Renee Faust, Mike Burke, Messiah Rhodes, Nermeen Sheikh, Maria Tarasena, Tammy Warnoff, Tarina Nadura, Sam
Experts say a fish rots from the head first.
That a fish has shallow memory, but I remember how depression made an easy catch of me.
bait in throat, hook in mouth. I was saltwater wild before depression dragged me out of the ocean, before my lungs collapsed beneath the weight of silence.
As I told my mother I wanted to kill myself, her eyes pinned on my persistent pulse.
Depression is the theory I can't prove.
And if I can't prove I'm hurting, experts say I'm not hurting.
Call it hallucination.
Call it asking for attention. Experts think they experts on my body, even though I'm the one on my knees. Sometimes to die, sometimes to pray. Sometimes I think if I lie close enough to the devil, God will try harder to rescue me. Depression is the devil, leaving the body.
It's Cousin Ray Ray's alcoholism at Thanksgiving.
An apple tempting the eve of my hunger.
Auntie saying she walked into a cabinet again.
A Sunday gospel sang to a greedy God.
A black boy discovering the taste of his own tears. Depression is the truth we fight to prove. To give a name despite the shame and telling black boys
and black girls and survivors
to man up.
Stop being a baby. It's not that bad.
Other people have it worse.
So when a fish rots from the head first,
when the brain rots from the inside out,
the body can't help but to live a stalemate. There's no returning to my body after depression took it from me. A stupid fish slapped down on the kitchen table, praying the knife cuts me clean and quick. Depression is to die a decadent death. So I carried the blade to the bathroom.
Feel it scaling me slow.
A murderer in my own home, breaking into me the way every person I ever loved felt entitled to.
Breaking the self is a delicate science.
I'm an illness turned experiment.
How do I charge my mental illness for murder?
When it washes my guts from a stainless hand.
When my mind is the weapon left behind at the scene of the crime.
And the scene of the crime.
That's why every time I think I'm okay, I go under.
Every time I say this poem, my life splits into before and after. Every time I say I'm alive because of the constant rise of my chest,
I feel like I'm trading in a lie to be alive. I feel like I'm trading in being alive to get a 10 at a poetry slam. We're a school of fish learning what it means to live.
But it's hunting season.
No good will come of this.
It's better to just drown.
No God will come of this.
They say drowning is fashionable. So when experts say a fish has shallow memory, I say memory is a body of water where I wash myself of everything that happened to me. Everything I did to myself.
Everything I allowed them to do to me.
Every gag keeping me quiet. I carry all the bodies and water I survived inside me. I know my mind is the scene of the crime, but never the crime. I'm the expert of my life, and I say it's okay to be scared.
It's okay to drown.
To be ripped apart.
To mourn.
To rot. It's okay to live, even if it hurts.
That was the 2017 Brooklyn Slam team. Let's hear it for them again. Phenomenal, right? So let me welcome you to this Be Heard Town Hall, Mental Health as a Civil Right. We're presenting this evening in conjunction with our fine partners at Brooklyn Community Services, celebrating 50 years now, and the folks at the Marshall Project. So thank them for being great partners in this endeavor. So right from the outset, I'm going to say that access to health care is a universal human right. And any health care that doesn't include a mental wellness component is simply negligent. Because no matter what your age, where you're from, your income, or your ethnicity, mental health touches us all. In fact, we could do a whole year's worth of town halls just on mental health. But tonight, we are going to hone in on the place we live. We're talking about Brooklyn, and we're talking about how mental health impacts specifically communities of color here and throughout the boroughs. But we're really looking at you, Brooklyn. We're going to talk tonight with friends, neighbors, people in the community, our community assembled here, and we encourage you for the next 90 minutes to keep an open mind, to think that things could be different while examining all of the discrepancies that are there now when we look at the way the mental health impacts the way that we treat people and their civil rights. So we hope that you'll be inspired, and to that end, we got 5 of the smartest people that we knew in a room, and 1 is stuck on the bridge. She'll be here momentarily. But we hope that you'll join us when we open this up with some great questions and comments for our panelists. And just so you know who they are, I'm going to help to acquaint you right now. So the man sitting right to my left is Jonah Boswich. He's an educator, a technologist, and an activist who's been organizing around the concept of radical mental health issues for more than a decade now. Thanks for being here, Jonah. We're also happy to have Beth Rulis, who is a civil rights attorney with the New York Civil Liberties Union. She's led to landmark civil rights cases around mental health and is also very concerned with psychiatric care in that intersection. Thanks for being here, Beth. Orlando Mendoza is the Health and Housing Division. He helps run it at Brooklyn Community Services, Brooklyn's longest running and probably best known nonprofit dealing with mental health. Thank you for being here. And across from him is Dr. Maisa Akbar, who used her own life as a catalyst for a clinical practice now that she's running. She's a Yale-educated psychologist, and she's done pioneering work around the concept of trauma. And finally, I want to introduce you to Akeem Browder, who after losing his brother Khalif to incarceration and then suicide in 2015, has been fighting to reform the criminal justice and mental health systems. So please welcome these folks that we've assembled here tonight. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, our friend and BRIC colleague Ashley Ford will be joining us just a little bit later. But of course, the most important part of this town hall is our community. And again, we'd never talk about you without you. So get ready, get your questions in order. But before we do that, we think you should know just what we're dealing with. So I'm going to start with you, Jonah. We're talking about mental health and we're talking about civil rights. And those things aren't often seen by the general public as going together. You get a grainy picture of MLK talking about civil rights. Why should we change that?
I think a good place to start is considering a central paradox of the movement of folks working on mental health issues, and that has to do with where and how can folks involved with mental health conditions ever claim a voice. You know, people with mental conditions are categorically rendered irrational and considered outside of any conversation. And so a lot of the work that I've been doing over the past decade has been with a new wave of psychiatric resistance that takes up the disability rights mantra of nothing about us without us. And so the central contention and consideration of doing all this work, starting from the perspective of people with lived experience, is essential to making sense of these issues.
So you're the lawyer here. Yeah. Can you give us a layperson's idea of what it really means to have mental health as a civil right?
Well, mental health implicates so many personal autonomy and dignity issues. You have personal privacy rights. You have the right to be protected from harm. You have the right to refuse treatment. You have the right not to be chemically restrained, physically restrained, institutionalized, removed from the community, reduced to a non-entity, have all of your personhood stripped away. And so your individuality is fundamentally linked to your civil rights and civil liberties.
Akeem, I see you shaking your head down there. Jump in. Mental health as a civil right.
So mental health, it's exactly in the wording. I mean, you're looking at a person's mental well-being, and how we do that needs to be considered in a more descriptive term. There's a lot of people that suffer with mental health, but how many are we losing behind the cause of just giving that title to, and how many are we losing their lives to the thought that they're just mentally ill, we're going to medicinally give them some treatment and not really look at the trauma that it came from. So Department of Corrections has its realm in playing in that mental illness, and the thought is correction.
Yeah. Well, doctor, I heard trauma. I think he opened a door for you, but we don't often think about a clinical practice and the intersection with civil rights.
Yeah. You know, I think that it's important for us to understand the distinction, right? Because if we don't address the usage of semantics, then we use words loosely and interchangeably and don't understand the impact. So there's quite a bit of difference between a person who has a mental illness, someone that is struggling with an emotional, chemical, mental dysregulation, and the right for everyone to have access to mental health. Every single person should be emotionally and mentally healthy. There is not one person here that should be denied that access. And above and beyond all things, it is our right to claim access to our mental and emotional stability. And for that to be in question in 2017 is quite disheartening for me.
Orlando, finish us off.
Well, I think that we first have to examine how did we get here to the state that we're in now, and you have to sort of take a historical perspective in terms of some of the policies back in the late 1950s and sort of early 1960s with regard to deinstitutionalization. At the time, you know, there was a crisis in which we had over 500,000 people in inpatient institutions where horrific things happen. You hear all these horrific stories of these frontal lobotomies, anything from electric shock therapy, and sort of policies were meant to reintegrate mental health individuals in hospitals back into the community. Although seemed theoretically like a great idea, the execution and the funding wasn't there. And I think that's where we lost the ball. I think by, was it 1970s, there was only about 650 actual outpatient facilities available for people that are exiting these inpatient psychiatric facilities. And that wasn't even half of what was needed. And what started happening was more, more inpatient psychiatric institutions started closing. In turn, those communities had to reintegrate, and they were not in a position to reintegrate into the type of setting that was available at the time. In turn, today, I think, it's represented in our street homelessness, the amount of individuals that are mentally ill, that are street homeless, overpopulated shelter system, and unfortunately, the criminal justice system. I think there was an article in the New York Times not too long ago that it specified that at minimum 40% of the population in Rikers Island has been diagnosed with a mental illness.
So looking at those numbers and the fullness of what you just said, talking about street homelessness and all of the effects that we see of that negligence, how do we include folks who are in the community who've been essentially just cast aside? No group has ever won their civil rights because someone decided we're going to stop being jerks to you. Everyone's had to fight for their civil rights. So how do we include folks in the fight for civil rights when they've already been deemed irrational at best and just useless at worst?
Yeah, I'll take that. I think it's important for us to understand, especially mental health practitioners and the world, the culture of mental health. We tend to take a very powerful stance in terms of dictating what is appropriate or not appropriate for folks.
Hold on one second. Do we have
Come back?
There you go.
What's appropriate and not appropriate? What are the right courses of treatment? And what we do much less is become inclusive of the folks that are suffering from mental illness as a partner in the journey, right? We become the experts in their lives rather than acknowledging and embracing them as the experts in their own specific, situation. And when you partner with someone, it makes a huge difference in the outcomes of the treatment versus when you're dictating to someone how they should or should not live their lives or what normal means versus abnormal. Those are all different ways that we can manage mental illness and be more inclusive of people that are struggling in a lot of different ways.
I see you leaning in again.
Oh man, I mean, she's absolutely 100% on point. And then there's the other half of it that we as a community, our society, lives with each other. And so instead of estranging an entire population of people, particularly black and brown in a poor communities, what I think we really need to start doing is understanding how we can be inclusive. We don't have the ability for everyone to get inclusive. I doubt that. There's 600,000 people in New York City that are homeless. And so
it's coming.
And so
it's coming. We got you.
The last thing I'm just going to say is when you start to institute the public realm in what's going on when it comes to the Department of Corrections or homelessness or the mentally ill, then you start having a whole community that want to change policies. I had an interesting conversation yesterday with you can't blame everything on one sect. You have to start doing something on your own. Become civically engaged. Learn how to change policy. Learn how to implement these kind of laws so that laws that are broken are laws that you accepted.
I mean, there is the stigma issue. I mean, because what you have is a clinical approach that labels people and stigmatizes them. And that makes it very easy for everyone in society to set those people aside or not even see them. That's why, we litigate. I'm all about civic engagement, trying to engage with policymakers, legislators. But unless and until they actually have their own experience in their own circle of friends or families, they do not see people who have been stigmatized and labeled. You see it with children in the school setting. You see it with people who are homeless. You see it with the elderly who have Alzheimer's. I mean, across the board.
Hold on, we got some public comment later. You're the public, we hear you commenting. No, in the same vein, I want to talk to you, Jonah, talking about the idea of changing our mindset. While you're legislating, you're also working to try to change the culture on this idea of what mental wellness is, just as a concept.
Yeah, and if I can, I really want to circle back to the question of
intern, not without you,
completely
intern.
Inclusive. I really did want to circle back to the civil and human rights issues that are at stake and raise the stakes, I think, because it is important that folks understand that forced electroshock happens today, forced outpatient treatment happens today, and it's happening. It's made its way into policy. They've been nationalizing that.
Protect that those laws are not enforced.
And I think that most people in the audience probably have a vague sense that the population is over-diagnosed and over-medicated, but the situation is not static. It's actually gotten much, much, much worse in the last 10, 15 years. And doing a lot of the work that I've been doing in the movement, I see kids at younger and younger ages that are 12, 8, 4. They don't even remember a time in their lives that they were not on a psychiatric medication. And so when it comes to freedom and autonomy, and we can talk more about how the crackdown with predictive and preventative diagnosis is further encroaching, on that freedom. I think that it's really important to establish that baseline that goes beyond deinstitutionalization. So that was circling back. As far as the larger movement, we can come back to that too.
Well, speaking about beyond deinstitutionalization, we actually recently had an opportunity to spend some time with some folks who are doing something that I think is going way beyond. To be specific, we met a man named Toro, who, despite living with chronic schizophrenia and acute paranoia, has found support with a friend named Lene. They are living they have lived mental health experience, and they're part of a movement that is growing, and it's going to transform mental health treatment by training those who actually have lived experience to help those be providers. So here's a look at what's happening peer-to-peer.
Perception of weakness and the perception of the loss of someone's mind. It's a very scary thing for people. I think people want to believe that that's not going to happen to them. The basis of peer work is based in social justice. The social justice aspect comes from the 70s, where people who were abused by the system, whether forced treatment, forced to be in a hospital, tied down, people who were really abused by the system, came together for a political movement to say, we're human beings. We have the right to decide on our treatment. We have the right to decide how we're treated. The very people affected by their problem are the very people who can solve the problem. And everyone on staff identifies as a peer, including me.
Did I meant to tell you though? I meant to tell you though, when you were first applying for the program, when you first walked in, you had all those tattoos. I was like,
oh, yeah,
okay,
you know.
Okay.
You
I was like,
told me.
okay.
Like, you're intense. I was like, word. I love that about you. I'm just glad that I'm here. Now I'm doing something for myself, and I'm trying to better myself and become a provider, have a family. Baby and a lady. I told you guys that's all I'm aiming for.
You did say that.
Elmhurst Hospital, born and raised, 1975. And I've been with the hospital ever since. I started the treatment plan 16 years ago. So it's almost like I was born there and I can't get out of there. I hope to get a job there. And for my commute, it's not that complicated. I just walking distance, back and forth. able to provide, and that's it. Start normal life all over again. That's what I'm trying to do, is bridge that gap, like I said before.
So a little birdie told me that Toro's here this evening. Where are you? Lene is here. Where's Lene? She's here. There she is. Hi, Lene. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. So, yes, she's up here. Part of the solution. Now, I have the good fortune of hanging out with some folks from BCS who are also peers, so I know that you guys are in the stream.
Yes, absolutely. We run several evidence-based programs which incorporate peers, and we see that the model is very effective with getting people to start thinking about change, making some changes, and actually enhancing their overall quality of life. We think that it's critical to incorporate peers in the entire process, realistically, because I think when you encounter people that are, either exiting psychiatric institutions, prison, or coming out of the shelter system, they need a support system. They need to engage with people that have been there, that can give them that real perspective in terms of how do they start transitioning to better roads in life. So I think it's excellent. We really invest in it, and I hope we, as a community, continue to invest in sort of the peer model and incorporating with regard to incorporating the mental health aspects.
So, Dr. Akbar, is this a practice that we see more and more, or are they really pushing the envelope here?
No, I mean, I think that's the wave of the new psychology, honestly. And anybody who is ignoring that as the new generation of how to treat mental illness is really in the old school of doing things. Yeah. It is no longer a situation where you expect people to come into your office for an hour and sit on your couch facing, the wall and tell you about childhood 5 days a week. We have to be more dynamic now in our understanding of mental health, and we have to get up with the times in terms of technology. And I tell you, related to all the other types of treatment, in terms of physical health, mental health lags behind significantly. So this is the way to do it. In New Haven, in my particular area, we have what we call a veterans program. It's a vet mentor program where we match veterans with, what they would consider the most disenfranchised youth in our community from 16 to 23. And so who better to service, kids that feel like they live in a war zone in their own communities than veterans who have decided, by choice to sacrifice their lives for our freedom and face war zones in other countries. And that match has been absolutely amazing. There's no therapist doing the work, but it changes the life of kids that would otherwise, fall into the trap of incarceration, which is like a vortex. It's a gravitational force, and we know what recidivism looks like. The minute that you are caught into the system, you have a 50, 60, 70% chance of of the recidivism rate. And these vets are applying an opportunity for hope, for a different way of life. And the reality is that for Black and brown kids, the way that mental health is treated is through incarceration, and for white kids is mental health institutions. And that's a reality, that's a statistic. Right. So we have to acknowledge that, and we have to acknowledge that there are now alternative ways that have to be implemented to fight a system that has been pulling our Black and brown babies in far too long.
Okay, and I just want to do a bit of housekeeping and let you guys know that we are open for questions now. So if you'd like to have a question addressed to the panel, you can make your way to either of these aisles right now. But just going off of the speed of what you said, Doctor, knowing about that horrible thing of the recidivism, and once someone gets in that trap, how hard it is to get out. I have a statistic here about African American and Afro-Caribbean folks and Hispanic Americans using mental health services at about half the rate of whites. Now, that's a number from the NIH there, but our friend Ashley Jackson, the writer, speaker, one of Forbes 30 Under 30, is joining us right now. Yeah, wear that.
I'll be 31 in like a week. Don't worry about it.
Just squeaked in there. But I just want to talk to you from the cultural standpoint and the writings that you share and being so open about your own personal struggles, about just the numbers of us who aren't in treatment.
Yeah, I mean, well, there are two things I would say to that. One of them is that I am the child of an incarcerated man. My dad actually went to prison 3 months after I was born, and he did not get out until November of 2016, when right before I turned 30, actually. And one of the things that I think contributed to my personal experience with mental health issues, I struggle with generalized anxiety and depression. What really contributed to that was a sense of shame. And some of that shame came from being the child of an incarcerated parent, which everybody tells you not to talk about when you're a kid. Don't tell anybody that about your dad. They'll label you. Don't talk about it because it's embarrassing for the family. Don't talk about, don't talk about, don't talk about. And you get the idea in your head that there are things you experience that not only you can't talk about them, but that you shouldn't. And I think shouldn't is a really key word there, because, you know, can and can't are about ability. I can talk about whatever I want to talk about. I'm very capable, obviously. It's coming out of my mouth right now, you know, I can say whatever. But the idea that there are things you shouldn't talk about, that there are things about you that are so wrong, that there are thoughts that you have that are so bad and that are so separate from polite and normal society, it feeds the idea that there is nowhere to go. I think a lot of anxiety and depression, especially in young people, because it's something I've dealt with from a very young age. I was having panic attacks at around 9, and they were diagnosed as asthma. They said I had asthma. And it's like, well, no, I don't have asthma. I can't breathe because of all of my feelings that I can't get out. But for kids especially, it's this feeling of being trapped. You are trapped in your feelings. You are trapped in your emotions. And it's not just that there's nowhere to go, it's there's also no one to talk to. And not having someone to talk to about what's going on with you, and having you not talking about it being encouraged is a recipe for disaster. I feel like there was a really high chance for me to end up in situations that would have altered the course of my life in a way that would have been more statistically consistent. And the reason that that didn't happen to me is because I was a kid who decided I wasn't gonna listen to my mom anymore. I needed to talk. I needed to say something to somebody. And I was lucky enough that when I said something to somebody, they talked back to me and they helped me. So that doesn't happen to everybody.
Just a question for all of you guys. What does a community of care look like? If we are looking at these things and Ashley needed an outlet, like many of us do, what could have helped your brother? Like where are the safety nets or the avenues that we're to go down?
You know, I think it's more than just telling stories.
No, I'm listening to.
I think it's more than just telling stories, because in the community that's listening, the people that are hearing this, it then becomes desensitized. I think what had to have happened for progression and rehabilitation for my brother and many other kids and adults comes afterwards. We have to start putting more thought into what happens now, instead of just right now, let's get the most views and audience that we can get to attract an audience. But when you talk about a traumatizing story like what someone goes through in solitary confinement, like when they were talking to Khalif, they should have then said after, well, one, or even beforehand, the work should have been done beforehand, like, we know we're going to transport his mental status to solitary again because we're going to relive by him talking about that. So let's have some preparations in place. Let's not give him the hard questions because it's drawing and rearing, but have something in place that catches him when he needs to fall. Allow him to cry. You know, a lot of things in a black community is just not typically, and this is where the social accepted norms doesn't allow you to cry as a black man, doesn't allow you to talk about if you were sexually abused, doesn't allow for a lot of the necessary healing to take place. And so we have to change the thought process and how we even approach.
I think this goes back to sort of underserved communities. Yeah. I mean, in New York City, you got 59 community districts. Here in Brooklyn, Bedford-Stuyvesant, East New York, Crown Heights, and are all, the hospitalization rates are higher in those community districts in the entire city, top 10.
Right, and
out of 59.
Services. There just aren't services available for anybody. Right. I mean, you look at, social and emotional learning methodologies for children that teach them resilience, teach them to reach out, ask for help. There has to be a recipient at the other side. Right. And, the city needs to put resources into that. The state needs to put resources into that. When you have people who are hospitalized, say at Kings County, where we litigated, that was a disaster. That was a holding pen. It was so dehumanizing. People didn't even believe the complaint that we had filed. We ended up bringing in a peer system, which was so critical to turning around the staff's perception of the people that they were providing healthcare services to. I mean, at every point where you turn around, there are such deficits, there's so much emptiness. And society as a whole is not valuing people as individuals, and they're not looking to help people succeed, to have access to mental health.
Well, they still think of it as a moral failure.
Exactly.
They think of mental health and mental health issues as moral failings, the same way they think of poverty as a moral failing. One of the things that I tell people all the time is, class transition will make you radical. I know what it feels like to be very poor, and I know what it feels like to be very okay. And the difference in those statuses are not how hard I worked. They're not how good I was. It's just a matter of circumstances. It's a matter of opportunity. It's a matter of luck and preparation, but it was not a matter of hard work, and it was not a matter of moral upstanding.
We are, this week marked the 2-year anniversary of the Thrive NYC program, championed by New York City's First Lady. And it's important that we have access, but access to what is also important. And I know that you have ideas about what treatment should be available when, in fact, that community that suffered the benign neglect actually gets attention.
Yeah, so one of the activist projects that I've spent a lot of time working with is called the Icarus Project, and we have a lot of material on how friends can make the best medicine, for example. And I think people have talked about thought processes and services, but a lot of what's missing right now is the language. We don't really have language to talk about our feelings that in ways that are non-clinical, non-diagnostic, and go beyond the biomedical model, of mainstream psychiatry. And I think one of the reasons that's the case is that, the folks at the moment who are deciding what a normal range of human experience is are mostly, male, white, cisgendered men with degrees in Western medicine. So there's not even psychologists or social workers or humanists or patients or activists or their families, in the room developing the language that we use to talk about our own experience and how we feel. And
well, to tack on to that, I think that when we talk about access, right, how do you support people to navigate a system that they don't understand? It is so complex. I mean, as a psychologist, sometimes I'm like, okay, wait, where am I sending this patient? Which way? I mean, there's inpatient, there's outpatient, there's a host of different types of treatments that you can provide people. And so you go in as an uneducated consumer, and sometimes people think oh, well, I ended up with this therapist, and now I have to sit here and divulge the most intimate things about my life, and I don't even think I like that person. You don't have to do that.
Nope,
as an educated consumer, you can fire that therapist and be like, later for you, see you, Felicia, and then I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go and find somebody else who is a better, has a personality like mine, is more matched to who I am. but folks are not being educated on how to navigate these very complex systems. And I think that that's what creates another additional level of barrier. So, I mean, I completely agree with that. We need to open up education about it without sensationalizing it, you know, without calling it the sexy names of, you know, re-entry or, you know, everyone's using trauma now, trauma. What does that mean to people when they hear that? You know,
actually, you're absolutely right. We're focused on titles all the time, which doesn't actually give you that thought process of when someone says they're homeless, as I was explaining before, homeless doesn't give you the realm, like whoever's never been homeless before just hears it as a title. Yet there's things that comes with that title. Let's stop being generalized. When you're talking about incarceration, incarceration is a lot more than just you were alleged of a crime, and no, there's lifestyle habits that has to change. You're now sleeping next to people who you've never slept next to before. But then there's the danger aspect. There's a lot that goes into this, and yet none of this is thought of.
So before it gets to the point of incarceration, we have a question here about those communities of care.
Yes, my name is Samuel Williams. I'm a therapist by profession. But the conversation that we need to really address is the prison of shame that is associated with mental illness. And the conversation needs to start at the kitchen table. It is said that if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So we need to start educating our women, our families, and having this conversation at the kitchen table and normalize the conversation.
Yes. Absolutely.
We saw that it worked last night in Alabama, but how do we scale that looking at the city and our nation to impact these communities and make it something that goes beyond lip service? It's nice to talk at the kitchen, but we've got elected officials, we've got systems in place that have to run that ball further than the kitchen table talk.
Yeah, but the kitchen table is still incredibly important. You know, I've watched it even in my family. When I openly talked about being in therapy, when I openly talked about how things affected me growing up, and I was always mouthy, like it's not like they're super surprised by that, but they were surprised by me having those conversations, and not just having those conversations with them, but also having those conversations publicly. And now I have cousins and aunts and all kinds of things who have reached out to me like, so that therapy thing, how did that go? You know,
Ashley, I read a piece that you wrote about that back in 2015 where you said you waited until you were 18 when you didn't have to get your mom's permission to go and see a therapist.
On my birthday. I turned 18 and I went to therapy. I mean,
it's the happiest, saddest thing I've ever heard.
I mean, I knew something was wrong. I knew something was wrong.
Exactly.
I knew that I wasn't okay. I knew that I needed help.
And we have to take those stigmas away. Therapy is not wrong. In our black community, we need to encourage more. You need to talk, because what we do is we act out our emotions instead of thinking about it concretely.
But listen, you're sitting next to the woman who wrote the book on trauma and how it manifests through the generations in communities of color in particular. So just open the door on that for us.
Well, you know, what I write about in urban trauma is the idea that specifically for the Black community, you know, trauma is not a new phenomenon. We just didn't discover this in 2017. In fact, you know, trauma started for us in 1619 in Jamestown, Virginia, if you want to be real about it, right? When the first slave was brought. So that's when trauma, you know, and even beyond that, because I didn't even talk about the Atlantic and the Ma'afa. So, I mean, and beyond that, right? So, but the idea for this country, trauma for us has been a narrative that we've been fighting for a very, very long time. And we know that it has affected us physically, it has affected us emotionally, it has affected the way that we manage ourselves within our village, within our broken families sometimes. And most of all, what I really emphasize in the book is the idea that now genetically, there are genetic underpinnings at the molecular level where we understand that there are mutations of a gene called the FKBP5 that has been mutated as a result of trauma related all the way back to slavery. Right? So there are epigenetic studies that help us understand that there is an inheritance that has been passed down in terms of our ancestry, just like when you go to the doctor and they say, what kind of physical issues, medical issues exist in your family? High blood pressure, diabetes. There's a reason why we ask that, right? But nobody asks, well, let's talk about what kind of trauma or mental health issues are occurring in your family. That is also passed down, right? And I'm sure that we can all look, and there's an auntie, you know, or uncle, somebody in them who, you know, you're like, you know, that was always not quite right, right? And right, and it's because something was going on, but we just didn't diagnose it. We didn't support that person to get the treatment that they needed in order for them to get better.
So I agree that. Oh.
Jonah, just 1 second. This sparks something. We know about that historical and collective trauma, but in 2010 there was a devastating earthquake in Haiti. There was a young man named Laurent who was just 10 years old when that earthquake hit. And he and his family are now in Brooklyn, young boy even. No. He and his family are in Brooklyn, and he carried a secret for a very long time. And he shared it with us, and we're going to share it with you.
First thing that was in my mind is, how is everybody else doing? How are my friends doing? That was the last day I saw any of them. I don't know if they're alive. I don't know if they're dead. I have no idea. I'm kind of angry that everything just changed so quickly, so suddenly, without any warning. I live with my brother right now and my mom.
The experience, the trauma, it probably would never go away.
How come all these people are gone and I'm still here? I never told my mom or my dad. I probably just tried to deal with it on my own. There was a time I was barely eating, barely slept, always thinking about it. Black masculinity, it's kind of toxic. It's very toxic. There's a lot of black kids out there that are going through something every single day and are afraid to talk about it because they're told to man up.
I give God a call, but he don't answer me. I was always told that he would shield me like a canopy. Don't answer my voicemail, shit is such a bummer. It makes me wonder sometimes, should I delete his number?
And I'm just hoping someone else that's listening, that's going through something, and they're like, wow, I have someone that's sharing my pain.
Yo, I'm feeling upset, wondering what's up next, feeling like I dropped the...
It's not a good thing. There are too many people that have taken their own lives that seemed just fine. They were smiling, but there's a lot that can hide behind a smile.
And I know that I gotta stay positive, but sometimes I wonder what's the reason that I gotta live.
So we thank Laurent for sharing his story and being brave enough to stand up and be counted and to get himself into a community of care. So Ashley, you broke a chain. I'm gonna ask each of you how we can all be the change in our families, how we can start to change on the cellular level in the tradition of Laurent and move forward. Bueller? Go, John.
You know, on as far as like what we can do to change, I mean, I had that, the last conversation was what was on my mind in terms of power of language. Yeah, I think it's essential that we are, you know, listening to the people that are, you know, with the lived experience, you know, for their perspectives, for sure. The point that I had in my mind had a lot to do, of course, with recognizing the intergenerational trauma, but also just, you know, as a really important example of, you know, ways in which the school to prison pipeline is greased with psychiatric diagnoses and drugs, and even prior to the incarceration versus institutionalization divide. You know, if you take, for example, You know, the difference between attention deficit disorder and oppositional defiance disorder, like clinically they're almost indistinguishable, but ADD gets you more time on the SATs and ODD is a fast track to juvie, and you know who's getting which diagnosis. So, you know, the motives go beyond greed on the pharma side, and the power of language is the power to tag you because everybody's getting antipsychotics, right? The Upper East Side, the projects, the foster homes, and the question, the provocative question I want to ask here may have a lot to do with whether or not we ought to stigmatize anything. And, you know, by way of example, like, you know, pharma themselves run an ad campaign with Glenn Close in it that's all about, you know, removing stigma from diagnoses. But what they're packaging and framing into that campaign is that you're sick, there is no cure, and you need to be on drugs the rest of your life. And so, in my mind, like, infants on antipsychotics, of which there were over 80,000 last year under 1 year old, maybe ought to carry a stigma. And so, I mean, I keep coming back to Ryan's questions with like some of these negative critiques, but I'm trying to get them to like the positive, you know, compliment, which is like what we can do with this. And I strongly feel that it begins with language and it begins with pushing back on, you know, the diagnoses or the single narrative like that comes from the biomedical model. It doesn't deny the existence of mental illness or that people struggle, but that it really insists that people actually have, you know, the right to define their own identities and to narrate their own lives in ways that are meaningful to them.
And I can totally relate to all of you guys. I have a question about altruism. We're doing an exhibition as Creative Arts Therapy of Color with my friend here and the founders, and we're doing an exhibition about altruism and community and using art and not just like the diagnosis and medical and all that stuff, because you said these 2 points. What do you guys think about the different types of therapy rather than just, here's your medication, here's your 5 minutes with your psychiatrist, and you're good to go? So what do you guys think about that?
I think one of the problems that we have a lot of the time with therapy and with people avoiding it is time. I think that's a big part of it. I think there are a lot of people who are like, you know what, I'm a mom, I'm trying to take care of my kids, I work all day, I want to spend a little time with my partner. Also, I like to read a book, you know, I don't have time to go to therapy, or I don't have time to engage in therapy. And I think one of the things that's going to have to happen eventually is that in a lot of cases, companies that people work for are going to have to get a lot more realistic about what a person can actually stand psychically and psychologically, and they need to provide resources for people who need to take time.
Yeah.
Personally, I think and I know some people, there'll be some pushback because people are always like, well, my mama did it or my grandpa did it or whatever, so it's fine. But the amount of time that people spend at a desk or in an office or on the way to work, all of those things are, in most cases, wholly unnecessary. People want you there because they pay you to be there, not because it's actually necessary for you to be there at that time. And I think companies are going to have to make room for what is, to be perfectly honest, an evolution. We didn't always have a lot of time to think about how we were doing inside and who we were inside. That is changing rapidly. We spend a lot of time alone now. We spend a lot of time with our headphones in. We spend a lot of time in our own head. We aren't running from cheetahs. We aren't worried about mastodons killing us in the night or whatever. Like, it's not that, those aren't things we're worried about physiologically anymore. And so what is taking the place of that anxiety in a lot of cases, that kind of physical anxiety, is the mental and emotional anxiety. We need to be able to address it, and to be perfectly honest, companies need to understand that when you have workers who are in a better place mentally and emotionally, you have better workers, period.
And that's even if you have a job.
Yes, that's if you have a job.
The lifestyle change.
If I can combine sort of both of the questions that were asked, you know, I think that the promise of appropriations, you know, I never got my 40 acres and a mule. So I think that what needs to happen today is that the ask needs to be that mental health is something that should be appropriated. It should be the right of every single person to have access. And of course, coming along with that, or what comes along with that, is individuality. So what I may find as therapeutic for me is going to be very different for someone else. You know, I may be able to engage in, you know, I mean, for me, it's mindfulness and meditation. That's what calms my spirit and my soul. And when I need it, I hop into some therapy. You know, I get a coach, I talk about what's going on with me, and et cetera. So, but that journey looks very different. I would encourage you to continue your work. There is so many people that are going to be able to benefit from that would not benefit from traditional talking therapy because it will not work for them. So there are other expressions of therapy that are absolutely necessary.
So what are the bars to access then? If we're talking about the prevailing picture of the person who is going through a mental health issue as being a street homeless person who you see just talking when you pass them. And it's not me because I have a job. I'm going around. I have friends. I talk to people knowing that there is some suffering that's happening in silence. So what are the barriers to entry and even realizing in ourselves when it's time to step forward and say, I need some help?
So actually, life is the barrier.
Right.
We consume ourselves. We're told 8 hours a day of sleep. And then studies show that no, you need 1.5 hours every REM cycle to sleep. It doesn't even equate to 8 hours. Then you are told you can work for 8 hours and then plus that because we need to afford life as we know it. So we're making ourselves become workers instead of livers. We can't be parents first. We can't be students first. We have to be able to afford to be a student. And so life is becoming the barrier. And before we know it, as you said, if things don't change, either one, we as a people need to stick together and say, you know what? F this system, we need to start fighting back and take this back. Because if we don't, our future or our kids' future won't be there.
Absolutely.
We're going to run them down and run ourselves to the ground where we're not maclimating, where we're not producing anymore. And then on top of that, everyone's focused on money. And money isn't going to be the center of life when you're on that deathbed or when you're hospitalized.
Yeah.
Although we have to understand that realistically, when it comes to mental health, the medical pharmacokinetic companies, this is what they did to Khalif. They prescribed medication because the Risperdal was the antidote, and yet counseling, therapy, psychiatric care, these are alternatives, but it's not financially incremental for them.
Because they don't want to get you healthy, they want you to be functional. Right. They want you to be functional.
Independent.
Addicted.
Yes, that's what they want, but they don't want you to be healthy.
Or sedated. Right. Because there's more money and there's more money to be made off a person that we can continuously give that dosage to.
Okay, I hear the truth in what you're saying, but let me push back a little because we know the big pharma and the way that that wheel keeps turning and keeping people on the hook and medicated. But also, how about we expand our definition of what the healthy mind is? There is no one definition, and I know that you've done a lot of work around this idea of neurodiversity.
Right, and so the idea that it's important that people start to recognize and acknowledge the diverse range of human experiences and accept people without necessarily telling them that they're broken is central to individual care. I mean, you're just talking about this. I think when it comes to access, though, like it's really important to look outside the U.S. In place. I mean, it's our political climate at the moment that is perverse. I mean, countries where there's universal care, people can have conversations about the nature of care, like which ones are working, which ones aren't. Here, we're stuck in this binary of access. And to me, a great tragedy is that folks that have no access who are struggling, it's really hard to tell them that some of the care might be worse than none. Some of the treatment that exists out there are actually really rough, but it's just not fair to tell someone who's struggling that that's the case. And I mean, it's a huge challenge to kind of piece together, like how to, you know, have a conversation that's actually compassionate, you know, with folks who have zero access.
Right.
So, Beth, while you are fighting in the courts, there's also this other scary intersection of mental health awareness, and politics, something that Jonah just touched on a little while ago.
Oh, yeah. No, I think, you know, the politics, the entire political climate, the lack of altruism in the community, to go back to the prior question, you know, it's not there anymore, and it's expensive. It's expensive to look at a person individually and say, what's working for you? How can we make this work? You're a human being. It's much easier, you know, going back to the medication issue, medicate somebody, put them to the side. Everyone today is suffering, I think, from a high degree of stress. Everyone's mental health is in question, and people are just pushing it to the side and not acknowledging it. And it's a very dangerous situation, I think, that we're in right now, you know, and you don't have the legislative will to look at people. You're seeing legislatures say, these are expensive things to take care of and we're not going to do it. And if you can't work, we aren't going to treat you. And if you don't perform and produce and you don't stay compliant, there's no place for you in this society. And I think that's something people need to stand up and say they will not accept.
Here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hosniara Begum, and my question is, what and how can we do everything possible to find out what is the reason behind what causing the mental health, beside treating the symptom? Also, we need to move ourselves. What I feel like that we're we're too busy with ourselves. We need to move ourselves from me and myself, from we and us as a community. Yeah. This is the only way I think we can show and fix the gap in between. What I also see we need to work on, but I don't know how to work on, is cultural communication gap in the community. Mm-hmm. That causing big problem, especially we are too busy with our reputation in the family. We care about the society, what we're gonna say. We forget and put the blanket. It's time to realize blanket will not, you know, the cover is not gonna solve the problem. We need to come out of the box and treat with the love and respect.
Yes, absolutely. One of the many things that Oprah has given me, not personally, but just like to the world, is the work of Brené Brown. And one of the things that Brené Brown writes about quite a bit is shame, and that hiding that you're talking about. And reading a book by Brené Brown called The Gifts of Imperfection actually changed, to be perfectly honest, my entire life. But reading that book, the thing that I walked away with was this idea that shame that is brought into the light cannot grow. Shame is like mold. It grows in dark, damp places. All that stuff that you're hiding and that you're so ashamed of, and you think that you're the only one and you're scared and you don't know what to do, it's growing because it's hidden. The light kills it. The air, the fresh air, kills it when you bring it out. So I think that you're absolutely right in that people need to be, you know, within culture, within family, within the society, we need to be more open and we need to be talking to each other, and we need to put our hearts on our sleeves a little bit and not have that dark blanket around ourselves where that mold can grow. We need to expose it to the light. And to be perfectly honest, not everybody has earned the right to be exposed to your dark places. Mm-hmm. But there are people in your life, for most people, I believe this, who love you and care about you and who want to be there for you, and they might not have all the right answers right away, and they might not have a place to point you to right away, but they'll walk with you to go figure it out. And it's hard to trust that. It's so hard to trust that. But the alternative is living with that mold until it slowly kills you in one way after another.
I think Orlando knows a place where there's a continuous ray of sunshine.
So I think we need to make a stronger investment in psychoeducation with regard to our communities, because I think what often happens is if we don't quite know sort of the things that are involved in sort of symptoms and illness, we might isolate some people close to us, and then that could turn into something very deadly for the actual individual. You know, repeated hospitalization, suicide. It could really go. It could really be detrimental. So I think we really need to invest in educating people and being more forthcoming with actually having these conversations. Because these conversations are very difficult to have, particularly with our older generation that may or may not be from this country. So having these conversations are a big step in the right direction, but we really need to ingrain sort of like some of the things that happen and actually get people to understand that this is a serious issue that is not going anywhere.
And if I can add to that,
a conversation that I'm so sorry. I talk so much. I'll stop right after that. But when you said that, one of the things that I thought of immediately is that we do a lot of talking to people who are living with mental health issues about mental health, but we're not talking to the people around them, and we're not talking to the people in the world who are generally, they want to be there for people. They want to know how to help a friend, but no one's really talking to them about how to do that and how to be good allies to people who are dealing with mental health issues or struggling with mental health issues. Because the truth is, some of us are just living with them, and like, we're generally okay. I'm a very functional person in general. But some of us are struggling, and some of us at different points in our lives, like we're struggling or we're living with or we're dealing with or whatever. And it would be lovely if the people around you had a way to figure out how to help you that didn't rely on you in your time of struggle.
I think to add to that is being careful about, the social media trend, right? Because what social media allows us to do is to live our alter ego in our alter lives. It's so funny. The other day, somebody said to me, a friend of mine it's a couple, and he says, "Oh, how is so-and-so doing?" And he said, "And don't give me the Facebook story." Right? But what I found interesting about that, and that kind of took me a minute, and I was like, I chuckled, but the idea was like, we can tell an entire narrative on social media that is not anything like what's really happening in our lives. And a lot of times we fall trapped to that because we see that so-and-so is so super happy all over the place every single time, and we want to experience that. And so understanding that there is a kind of like a duplicity that's happening. There is the outside self that we show everyone, the way we show up in spaces, and then there's this inside self that we're really trying to figure out. How are we going to manage that inside person? Do we like that inside person? Is that inside person creepy? Do we think that other people are not going to like us? And how do we reconcile that duplicity so that we can find authenticity? You know what I'm saying? I mean, and that's where we have to go.
Yeah.
Right, to you.
Hi. You can hold it then, I guess. Hi, my name is Nika May. I use they, them pronouns. I organize with NYC Icarus Project and the Institute for Development of Human Arts and my own initiative, Free the Arts Festival. And one of the things that we're coming together to do is people with lived experiences are coming together to creating a process of creating the people's DSM and creating new language around inner experience.
Wait, DSM.
DSM, and we also want to change.
No alphabet soup. Explain what.
Diagnostic.
The DSM is the Diagnostic Statistic of Manual Disorders, but we would change it to something like different states of mind or something like that. We're working on it. We're working on the title. But
that's nice.
One of the things that at the heart of the project and that I would love to hear you guys further talk about is the intersection of what we in the radical mental health field call madness, or the gift curse of what is labeled mental illness, and I definitely say mental illness like this, and the intersection of the neurodiversity model of there's a neurotypical, there's a normal, which I don't agree with, and trauma that we experience in the world, and the intersection of these things. So I'm especially asking Jonah because I know he knows a little bit of my perspective.
She's a plant. Okay.
There.
So one second.
Yes, we've been working together, and we are tabling outside. The Institute for the Development of Human Arts is actually a relatively new organization that's trying to engage in training around how to bring this kind of material back into the system, and taking lived experience and applying it in practice. I'll say that I got involved in this work the hard way. If you shake any family tree, then surely a nut will fall. That's all I'll say about this on live television. But in my experience, it's there's a fascinating interplay between peer support and activism. In particular, for me at least, the activist work has been a therapeutic substrate that's kind of opened up a space that's very integrative. In other words, it's much more common for us to kind of talk and engage with each other around kind of the issues that we're dealing with, and sometimes it's a little bit at a distance when we're talking about policy or things happening in the world out there, like in this space. But there's a lot of reasons that I might be talking about medication or institutionalization. Just, opening up that space is essential. The flip side that I do want to come back to at some point tonight is that, it's getting harder and harder to talk openly about this. And, there's powers out there that are actively monitoring, our conversation spaces and threatening to chill, our variability to share and express, our deepest needs. And
to what end, Jonah? What's behind that?
I guess, well, let me put it this way. If you didn't think that drugging toddlers, seniors, vets, and prisoners was bad enough, what's happening now is predictive and preventative diagnoses. Yes. They're further expanding the diagnostic net, and more folks are getting prescribed medication for a lot of the reasons we already outlined. There's the greed motives in the psychiatric pharmaceutical complex. There's oppression and exploitation, which kind of show up as structural racism across the board. I mean, whatever kind of analysis of power and control you want to bring to it, it's there. It's there, and there's definitely folks in crisis. There's definitely folks who are struggling, but the crucial takeaway is we need to figure out how to do this safely, and safely may involve anonymously.
There's also something to say about those that have the lived experience as you guys work with, as well as I'm in the reentry phase. So we started the Khalid Browder Foundation for the sole purpose of what you just brought up. Sorry, I don't remember your name, but the Diagnostical Statistical Manual is a very deviant tool, in my opinion, because it comes out very biased when it has the PTSD. If we want to speak on PTSD, 88% of the population in America that is prescribed the PTSD diagnosis are usually whites, because there's more money drawn into those that have PTSD, and they have the more programmatic programs, they have the more help. However, when you get someone that has a mental diagnosis for paranoid schizophrenia, well, then they don't have those kind of access. So medicinally, we can give them the medication, which doesn't actually give the preventative help or the thought process into different alternatives. So with the Khalid Browder Foundation, what we are struggling to do, because the DSM is a hard tool to breach, but we're doing the research and the study behind it because it's not unknown to us. We got to start putting away the thought that we got to do another research study, or we got to focus. We have hundreds of years, so far a century and a half of doing incarceration. So why do we need any more research? We have enough. Let's start implementing. It's great that we're talking about this. The kitchen talk right now that we're having is great because it's getting people in Brooklyn and people in New York that's watching this, whoever is, to get that conversation, but we need to start taking it from conversation to action. When are we going to do that?
So, from conversation to action, we actually have the story of a possible good outcome if everything aligns for a young transgender woman who's a model. Her name happens to be Mercy, and she finds herself staring down a very long time in prison if she does not have her case adjourned to the mental health court. Have a look.
Ever since the train incident, I haven't been on a train. And I only feel safe in a cab.
I'm
going to reach out to the higher up at the DA's office, who I've been in touch with, to see where they're at with mental health court.
It was horrible coming out. My parents kicked me out. It was a really hard time, and I was homeless.
On Monday, the DA was not ready for trial. The only offer that the district attorney's office has made for Mercy is for her to plead guilty to assault in the second degree and then receive a sentence of 5 years in prison. We've been pushing the DA to consider mental health court for her.
The Center for Court Innovation started this court in collaboration with the Office of Court Administration to deal with the huge numbers of people who are languishing in city jails with serious and persistent mental illness. Mental illness, it's not clear-cut. There's no perfect answer.
Number 87.
The DA's office vets who gets referred to the mental health court.
Anybody can refer a case to the mental health court. Numerous occasions, the first contact a family member, somebody who calls up and basically says, my son's been arrested, he's mentally ill, what can you do to help? One of the main features of the mental health court is that the complaining witness, whoever the victim is, has to approve of treatment in the mental health court.
Really hoping that they will consider mental health court for Mercy. She's been out for almost 2 years now. She's stable, she has an apartment, she's modeling, she has a very supportive community. I'm just very hopeful that the Brooklyn DA's office will see that Mercy's case is perfect for mental health court and will give her the opportunity to go there and get much needed treatment.
So we have a question here.
Hi, it's more of a comment. First of all, thank you for having this event. This is my favorite subject. I've studied it most of my life. And I just wanted to make the point of saying that I consider mental, emotional health to go hand in hand with climate change, and they go together. What we are doing to the planet, we're also doing to ourselves, and it's all for, I mean, I can go on, I'm sorry, like I won't, but money, it has to end. Health, the environment, family, relationships, that's the real economics. And the people, who they say benefit, but I don't think they benefit either, have disconnected money from the real economy, and people are so busy chasing after money and neglecting health, the environment, and cultivating healthy. I've been trying for decades to get people to sorry if my voice shakes, to cultivate healthy relationship skills, because if you don't cultivate, it's not going to be there, just like the planet. If you don't farm, if you don't take care of the planet, it ain't going to be there. If you don't interact, be there for people, people have the worst relationship skills. They've let it deteriorate over decades. And if we don't learn to cultivate healthy relationships, I mean...
So the point is, nothing is happening in a vacuum, yeah? It's all on a continuum. So how do you find time to just press pause for a second?
With regard to healthy relationships, one thing that is happening that we haven't talked about is emotional, sort of the police response to emotionally disturbed persons.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And how that relationship goes south. I think this year we had at least 3 fatalities. Well, within the last few years, had 3 fatalities. And we really need to do better there, because I think what's happening is that, the police is just, unfortunately, don't have the sort of the capacity at this moment to really interact effectively with the community, with the mental health community, and it's leading to deaths. So I think we really need to, and I know they started to do some things around that, but we need to be more aggressive around that initiative, because it's going to lead to further fatalities.
Yeah.
Actually, whether the number is 3, which I strongly disagree, but whatever the number is, officers don't have the capacity. They don't have the training to deal with someone that's mentally ill.
Exactly.
But then on top of that, like I said, I just had a conversation yesterday with someone who's high up there, and yet he blames it on the fact that we are looking at police when they're acting out, even though we have rogue police, plenty, to blame and point fingers at, but they're acting out what they are told because the law says don't smoke weed. And so he says, if you want to smoke weed, change the law so that you can smoke weed. If you want to hop the turnstile because you don't have the money, change the law so that you can have a payable fee or no pay. You pay it in your taxes anyway. So a part of the problem, or a large portion of the problem, is because we don't get active in changing the law that benefits our communities. If you can afford $3 for the train, fine. There's a lot of people that can't afford it. And so we have to hop the turnstiles. Does that make me a criminal? Well, in the eyes of the law, if an officer sees you, they will then stop you and harass or do their job. However, we still have to understand that they are told to do this. This is their job.
Right. So if we take the 10,000 square foot view of that and just bring it up a little higher, I recently met with the Deputy Commissioner for Training, Tracy Kazee, and she was expressing this idea that first responders should be your last resort. And I think there's a lot of head nods there, yeah? So if first responders are our last resort, then who's on our squad that we are in touch with before it gets to the point where you're making the decision between whether I call the police because something's going on or I lose my loved one because something might pop off?
Well, actually, I'm sorry. In Brooklyn, we have already enacted that. Actually, it's in Queens. It's the 696. 696 is 6 projects, 96 buildings, 2 years, no crime. How we did that is through community policing. When the police get there, they don't even know what happened. Because usually you know what happens in your community. That's right. You know of the fights, you know of the drugs, you know of the prostitute, you know of the whatever it is. And so we need to have more community policing of our own communities. When grandma's looking out the window saying, I'm going to tell your mother what's going on, or you have a neighbor that wants to talk to your mother and pull her to the side like, listen, we want to help you because we see you're not raising your kids, whatever. But before you ask those police to come into your neighborhood, understand what you're doing. You're asking them who have guns on their sides to come in there because your out-of-control teen is talking back?
Well, that's not community policing. That's just community.
Honestly, the other piece that ends up happening, and many times police officers and folks who they're interacting with don't realize, right? And I always like to bring it back to the biology because I think that it's important for us to understand the phenomenon that happens. We look at behavior and we make judgment around behavior, but we don't understand what the biological symptoms are behind that. When police officers are faced with people whom they fear because they don't know or understand, right? What ends up happening, just like it does biologically to anybody who fears something, is that your cortisol levels shoot up the roof, and that is your fight, flight, or freeze response. Period, right? And if you have a weapon and your response is to fight, you are going to discharge that weapon because you are faced with something that you fear, right? And at the end of the day, that's what we're not understanding, that there is a very simple algorithm to deal with this issue if we can help people understand that that is just a biological mechanism when they are in positions like that. And in order for them not to abuse power, they have to understand how to de-escalate not just themselves, but the situation, which is what the purpose of them serving a community is all about.
Beth, I see you.
Well, that's the focus. You know, NYPD has been implementing a crisis intervention training program, but it doesn't.
7,000 officers so far have gone through.
But I'll tell you, and I've seen the training, and it's all fine and well, but it doesn't go far enough. It's not practiced. You cannot get through a 911 call a trained officer to respond to a situation where there may be a person in, quote, emotional distress.
Thank you.
You end up with officers who come to the scene and who, fight or flight, deploy a weapon.
And I just came across some of the numbers here. From what I've read, it's 1 in 4 police fatalities involve somebody with a diagnosis, and if you have a diagnosis, you're 16 times more likely to be killed by an officer. Unfortunately, that research was done by a right-wing think tank that thinks the solution is more forced outpatient treatment and hospitalization for folks. So, but the numbers are there.
The numbers are there.
And I do want to say that as a community, we need to be critically engaging with these trainings. So the mental health first aid training is, a step in the right direction, arguably, but its ideology is based on the notion that more people need professional care and is not based on a peer-based methodology. So there was an amazing program in the city called the Parachute Program, which was a 3-year SAMHSA-funded project that did not have sustainability or research built in, where the mobile crisis teams were trained in open dialogue, which comes out of Scandinavia, and looks to locate the pathology in relationships instead of like on any one person's shoulder. And like coming into a situation and recognizing that the problems are relational and, you know, part of the dynamics between folks, and they would follow up over the course of a year.
Right.
You know, so they'd be dispatched within 48 hours, try to diffuse the situation immediately, but then follow up.
Right.
And models like that we need to know about and experiment with are the alternatives
because, you know, the current mobile crisis protocol is 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Yes.
I don't know anyone who has a crisis.
During business hours
Doesn't
as well.
happen.
I'm going to reserve my crime.
Depends on your office.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. And the city
Right.
needs, they have been faced with this since the 80s. Eleanor Bumpers, I mean, you could recite the name of every single person who has had a mental health issue and has been executed by police.
Similarly, Parachute-funded respite centers, which were meant to keep people out of the hospital by creating a really safe space that was no locked doors, no syringes, no doctors, you know, harm reduction. People could do whatever they wanted outside of the system, and they were staffed by peers and incredibly effective. But you know, we're not pushing hard enough on those alternatives.
So we are closing in on our final moments, but I do want to remind you all who are in the room that there are lots of great organizations who are tabling here. We'll be happy to continue the conversation as we move on. We're going to devote a few more minutes to the solutions and maybe a little call to action for everyone here, but we've got a question now.
My name is Leonard Biddle. I'm an advocacy specialist with Community Access and a proud graduate of Lene Brown's Howie the Heart program. I graduated in 2000. So it tells you the program works. I'm also a disabled Vietnam veteran who's blessed with post-traumatic stress disorder. And I also proudly am one of the members, a civilian peer on the crisis intervention team training. I've been on the panel since June of last year. One of the biggest problems with the training is we're training them and they're not using them. We need the public to become aware of the fact. With all of those officers who've been trained, they get trained and they're put right back on their regular assignments. What's the point in training them?
Yes.
You're bragging that you're teaching them, but you're not utilizing them.
Preach.
We keep emphasizing not just the police, they also need to train the paramedics, the EMSs, the 911 operators, everyone connected with emergencies should have training. They should not be calling ESU out for mental health crisis for the simple reason their job is to take you down. It's not to emphasize, it's not to de-escalate, it's to take you down. I'm just hoping people will spread the word and push the city more on the fact that all the officers should be trained in this, not just a handful, and then use them. For a year and a half, I've been helping train them. I haven't seen any of them in the street, and that's a shame.
Yes.
And I'd just like to know what your opinion is.
You know, actually, one of the most important things is what he just said. Enacting that care or that training that you receive, because one of the things is that training is not implemented. When it comes to Eric Garner, one pure and essence fact is they are called to an emergency response, but this was no emergency. But then you have someone that when your body's lifeless on the floor, you can see the training was never implemented because you have a body laying there that couldn't breathe in the first place and then tells you this. You still didn't implement your training, but then the body's lifeless on the floor and there was no care until EMS came. There's the blatant disrespect for human life, although you are a public servant. And so humans are flawed. We have that flaw, but having responsibility to hold these people accountable is what we need. Because when you do it to one, the others is going to say, whoa, they're starting to do it to us. Implement responsibility to hold them accountable, and then you'll see a difference in at least one aspect.
I also think that, one of the reasons why you want to implement this and why you want to see this on the streets, and I know, when we think about violence and we think about people who have died at the hands of the police, you don't want to really think about this, but I think about this all the time. What an unnecessary thing that cop has to live with for the rest of their life as well, that they took someone else's life. And I know that, like, at the end of the day, that's not really the point. The point is that they did take someone else's life. But it seems to me like not only are these police departments going to, without this training and with more and more people expressing this psychic suffering, they're going to see more deaths if they don't implement this training and if they don't get these people out on the street. But you're also going to lose a lot of officers. You're going to lose a lot of people who hopefully did get into this for the right reasons, and then their training failed them, and then they failed the community that they were there to serve.
So we are closing in on our last 2 minutes. We've heard about accountability now, breaking the stigma, all sorts of things that are actionable. So I'm going to ask you guys to be nice to each other and divide those last 2 minutes and sort of give us our marching orders. You have a community here who's galvanized. What are we to do moving forward now?
I think people need to show up with their local elected officials, and they need to make it personal. They need to ask for the accountability measures. They need to ask for the alternative services. They need to ask for a recognition of their humanity. And, with that, maybe things can start to change, but it's not going to happen.
I think that if I can identify a call to action to everyone that is extremely doable right now, is each one grab one. There is no reason why that if you are in a good space and can help someone else, everyone has the capacity to help at least one person. Identify what that passion is for you, what it is that you're invested in, whether it's young people, whether it's old people, whether it's anything in between. And once you do that, make a commitment that is what you're going to change in the trajectory of the lives of people that are suffering right now. Each one grab one. That's it. That's all it takes. It's not hard.
Akeem, how can we help put you out of business?
So, you know what? Actually, I'm going to implement something that I learned from my brother. He every day told my mother, "Ma, are you all right?" So, asking the audience here, are y'all all right? Starting that internal question and learning how to answer that. Are you all right? It's giving that kind of question to someone else so that they can have the chance to open up and ask that, or respond and be an open ear to them. Let's start listening to each other. There's needs.
Ashley, there are two people behind you.
I was just going to say, make yourself a safe space, which is essentially what Akeem is saying. Make yourself a place where you've done the work. Attending this is a great start, to be perfectly honest. Like, you've really already done something here. Just don't let it stop here. Keep looking, keep trying, and
All right,
let people know.
last two, you've got a word left.
So I would say that us as individuals, we need to create stronger advocacy efforts with regard to increasing federal funding for some of these programs.
Okay, you know what?
Underserved communities.
Jonah, funding.
Nothing about us without us. It sounds innocuous.
Gotcha.
It's the most radical assertion you can make. And come outside and support Issa Ibrahim, who's featured in this panel and is facing recommitment to Creedmoor as we speak.
Well, that does us for tonight. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. We'll watch it again. Thank you. Good night.
Hey, yo, I'm chilling on the late night. I ain't even doing much. Probably put a movie on. Maybe hit a couple blunts. Homie, sit back, asking where the hell you at. Pretend the cut is jumping, come and meet me in the back. So I hopped in the D-Ride, whipped it to the bar. Passed the po-po, sitting in his car. Now I'm hoping I ain't got a warrant on my head. Cause then he pulled me over, rolled my window down and said, Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me except this middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. So if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me except this middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. So if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Goes back to the scene, man, I done had enough. 40 minutes in, it's like he's trying to set me up. Thinking to myself like, this is unbelievable. Then he told me, sir, please step out of the vehicle. Look inside my window, asked me, what the hell is this? Started walking to me while he's reaching for his hip. I'm like this. Time to make a decision quick, cause I'm either getting hit or I'ma hit him with the dip. Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me except this middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. So if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me except this middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. So if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Yo, I drove inside the whip, quick slammed the car door. Sped up on the copper, put the pedal to the floor. Car started racing, I ain't even take the wheel. My heart steady racing, but these nerves are made of steel. Now I'm feeling like I'm OJ, pulling out the driveway, doing 120 in a Bronco on the highway. Fuck a pit maneuver, better get up out the way. Fuck the police, it's still all I gotta say.
I have to write a clickbait headline about an 88-year-old nun who washes homeless feet underneath the Brooklyn Bridge.
Do you only cover nuns now?
They're really big, though. It's a good beat.
Clickbait about nuns. What's your clickbait headline so far?
So this is what I have at the moment. 88-year-old nun who washed homeless feet onto Brooklyn Bridge shares incredible life story about washing homeless feet onto the Brooklyn Bridge.
I don't know. It feels quite long. And also, is it homeless feet?
No, it's probably the feet of the homeless. Okay, this nun story of service will inspire you?
Yeah, it's not very clickbaity. And I do think you need to get the feet in there.
Okay, I just don't really know how to get it in. Okay, this woman's service to homeless feet will inspire you.
Yeah, like one woman's service, she cleaned Brooklyn nun, life of service. Now she shares her story. Something like that?
No, Nora. I think I should just leave out the feet.
No, feet are what makes it clickbait.
And he'll find it eventually, right?
Yeah. Wait, we'll find what?
I got Cook a used guitar for his birthday, and I put a little bow on it and wrote a note and hid it in the kitchen. But it's barely hidden.
No, he'll find it. When's his birthday?
It was 2 weeks ago. He hasn't found it yet.
He will. Unbelievable. This woman I'm not even dating just broke up with me via text. She looked like that babysitter I had, Amanda. I gotta stop messing with these young chickadees. I need a mature woman.
Wait, who's Amanda?
Amanda, with the pigtails. She'd be like apple juice or grape juice. She was 14 years old. I was an 8-year-old butch. I knew I wanted grape juice.
Wait, she was offering you apple juice and grape juice from her boobs?
Right.
Why wasn't she just offering you milk?
It was about sucking her titties. Oh. It wasn't about what liquid.
Okay, she was pretending.
Yeah.
Okay, so some people are so imaginative.
Up, no. Back. No. Wait, no.
Done.
Ow. This is good. Inga, how's this? Is this good?
I don't love it.
She doesn't love it.
I'm sorry. It looks wrong. Am I wrong?
It's your diner. Do what you want.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Well, let's just move it back that way.
We already tried that. No, she needs to get up and come help us. I'm already sweating. And where's Cook? Why can't Cook help us?
Look, it's too big for this space. I told her that when she bought it. Can we just put it in the storage room for now?
Hey, the storage room is out of commission until George comes by to fix it. Cook got stuck in there last week for a couple of hours. The door immediately self-locked. You can't get in, you can't get out. It's totally busted. Cook was so embarrassed. He was drenched in sweat by the time I found him. But don't mention it to him, okay?
Got it.
She needs to come put her hands on this table and help us move it.
Oh, hold on.
So, this Brooklyn nun, she served the feet of the homeless. Now she's serving you her story by sharing.
Still long.
Okay, how about...
What about...
Yeah.
Woman shares incredible story about...
Celibate woman.
Celibate woman, that's interesting.
Or just say none. I think start with the feet. So, she spent decades caring for the feet of the homeless people. A Brooklyn nun's untold story will inspire you.
Very funny. I get it. You're doing a pirate bit? That's good. You know, who says men aren't funny? Auga, ooh la la.
Sweet tits, right? She just broke up with me. We weren't even dating. What is this? What?
Scratched cornea.
Interesting. And by that, I mean not interesting at all.
What?
You know, this nun. What?
So slower, go on.
Brooklyn nun, got it? Brooklyn nun washes homeless feet. Read all about it. You're welcome.
No one says read all about it.
Oh my God, when you think about what people do, like, you know, I need to do more for the world. I've never cleaned anybody's feet.
I mean, neither, but you should come with me for my next story. I'm going to interview this group of nuns who belong to the Order of the Brother of the Sisters of Holy Mount Carmel or something. Anyway, they've taken in this Syrian immigrant, Jamal Amari, and you could wash his feet or something.
Or something. Wait, but you're talking to the nuns? You're not going to interview him even though he's the one looking for, what is he looking for, refuge?
It's just nuns. All the time, nuns. That's my beat.
For fuck's sake.
What are they doing?
Missy bought Sheila a $500 VR headset for her first wedding anniversary.
Traditionally, you give paper on the first anniversary.
Well, VR is the new paper.
Kids today, huh?
They look like lunatics.
So, aren't you guys curious?
About what?
Well, I'm wearing an eye patch.
You mean the scarf around your head?
That's not how you wear a scarf.
It is when you have a scratched cornea.
I think I know how to wear a scarf. It's around the neck.
Anyway, don't you want to know how it happened?
It looks like you tied it around your head and made a knot.
No, not the knot.
How what happened?
My injury.
Oh.
No.
A scratch cornea kind of speaks for itself.
And I have a weird thing about eye injuries.
Oh yeah, what is it?
I don't want to hear about them.
Anyway, I'm part of this secret society now.
Then why are you telling us about it?
Not so secret anymore.
It's a secret society marching band.
Okay, and they're gonna kick you out if you keep yapping about it.
And I have a thing about secret societies.
Oh yeah? What is it?
I don't want to hear about them.
Well, this one is super cool, and it's super top secret.
Secrets stress me out, and I'm getting hot just thinking about a secret society.
Hot.
No, I feel uncomfortable in my body.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I need some grape juice. Get it? When I get back, we'll resolve this whole table business.
Anyway, it's really cool. We do impromptu marches.
Oh, God, impromptu.
No, it's fun. It's exhilarating. I carry a baton.
Oh, so you don't really contribute?
Well, you need someone to carry the baton.
Do you?
I don't think I've ever needed anyone in my life, ever, not once, to carry a baton.
I could have used a baton this one time.
So, do you twirl the baton?
No, I just carry it. I don't know how to twirl it.
Oh, so like I said, you don't really contribute.
Anyway, it's very fun. We play music and we march around.
Sounds like a public society.
Very cute.
Thank you.
Oh, God, Jack, what happened to you?
I scratched my cornea because I'm in a secret society marching band.
And what's the punishment? You need to dress like some kind of archaic pirate?
It's not a punishment. Does it look that bad?
Just own it. I'm glad you found a community to be a part of, even if it is a super nerdy community.
They're not that nerdy. Actually, they're pretty cool.
Sure, for sure.
Anyway, I was at this girl's house the other day. Woman's. I feel like I can't say girl anymore. I was at her house the other day and...
She's dead.
do you do this?
Just kneel down. Like this, look. Oh. It's kind of tough on your knees.
I know.
But that's part of it. Now make
I don't know if you can lean.
You can lean on it, it's fine. Just do like a sad face and look at the dead body for a while.
I am sad. I don't need to do a sad face.
Okay, well...
I'm always scared of her.
Shh. Shh.
She actually does look peaceful.
Yeah.
Nora.
What?
I dropped my ring in there.
What?
It was when you told me to do the prayer hands. I'd been playing with it. I put it in my hand.
Don't blame me for it. Get it, Lucy.
It's bad luck or something.
No, just fish around inside. It's fine.
Can you do it?
I'm not going to do it.
Please.
No. Lucille, just say a prayer and under cover of the prayer, reach in for the ring.
I only know Islamic prayers.
Do not say an Islamic prayer.
Okay, I think I know one. Our Father who art in heaven, thank you for this bread that we are about to eat.
It's crooked.
No, it's not. Stop touching it.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. You gotta invest in a quality clip-on so I don't have to go through this every single time.
Clip-on, please. I wish this was a sex party instead of a wake.
You and me both.
I'll take one blowjob, please.
I can't believe she's gone. Yeah, I could just count on Inga to just be Inga. She was obsessed with baking soda. Why?
She thought it was a cure-all.
At least once a day, she'd be on me to clean my nose out with baking soda.
She had me make a paste out of baking soda and lime juice when I had that bout with dandruff.
Did it work?
No, it made my scalp burn.
She thought it'd cure indigestion, clean your teeth, clean out your tub.
Maybe it was the baking soda that killed her. You know, I've only been to one other funeral for my Grammy.
Your Grammy? What are you, Anna Green Gables?
Oh, here, look under here.
Don't move her.
Oh, sorry.
There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Put it back down.
Are you sure?
It's awful. Just put it back down.
Check in there.
I'm not going to check in her crotch. Oh, God. Making a shout next to a dead body.
Okay, underneath. Okay. Just feel around on her little hand, Inga. She's frozen, cold. She's supposed to be, though.
Oh, you girls.
Hey, Lucille dropped her ring and it's underneath Inga somewhere. We can't find it.
Oh, God. It was an accident.
Are you kidding me?
I said it was an accident.
No, look, that's my sweater.
Oh, no.
I lent it to her last week.
Well, who dressed her?
I don't know, but that's my sweater. I wasn't giving it to her. It was a loaner.
I don't think you're going to be getting it back now.
We wore it once.
It's a lovely sweater as well.
Yeah, I like the pattern. It kind of looks like vaginas, right?
Yeah, it's unique. That's why I bought it. I mean, she can have it. She looks great in it. First Inga. Now my sweater.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, it's just a sweater, right? Like, she can have it.
All right, ladies, let me try. I'm actually really good at finding small things.
Thank you.
I'm like one of those truffle pigs, you know, but instead of truffles, I find small things.
We look good. We look like James Bond and, well, James Bond.
I've always enjoyed studying a new tongue.
What is that?
It's a Bond quote.
If you're gonna do a Bond quote, shouldn't you do Bond? James Bond.
That's a little obvious, no?
Well, I never saw a Bond film.
What?
I don't bother with that masculine bullshit.
Look, let's just forget about it.
No, just 1 minute.
Hey, ladies. What's all the fuss?
Lucille's lost her ring. It's somewhere in this coffin. And this is Dee's sweater, which she only lent to Inga, but now it looks like Inga's gonna be buried in it.
Oh, my bad.
Wait, this is your fault?
Well, the coroner asked me to provide an outfit, and that was the first thing I saw. I didn't know.
It's a lovely pattern.
That's what I said.
Looks great on her.
She'll be buried with your ring and my sweater.
Last minute gifts, yeah.
Hey, while we're here, why don't we take a selfie?
Okay.
Hold up, are you guys taking a selfie? I want to be in it.
Oh, you can see her kind of little double chin. She won't care.
I keep on expecting her to smile.
R.I.P.
Hey, take one with my phone too, guys. Okay. Say Inga!
Inga!
Louisa.
Hey, Mick.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, too.
I'm sorry it isn't under happier circumstances.
Me too.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I'm sorry for yours. I like the bow tie. So what is this place? It's so weird.
It's a funeral home pop-up shop.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, I read about it in the New York Times.
Oh, okay. Well, it's perfect for her, you know? No frills, not too fancy. And I'm pretty sure there's like a cat that lives here.
Yeah, I smell that too.
Lucille, you shouldn't have your phone out at a funeral.
I know, but my nun article is trending.
Is it?
Yeah.
That must have been that clickbait headline that we worked on.
I actually think it was. Now the editor's given me the beat, but he's calling it None the Wiser.
That's brilliant.
Oh, it's awful.
I think it's good.
Really?
Yes.
Before we get into this, I'd like to see everyone up on their feet. Yes, come on. I think we need to get into our bodies. Inga was always in her body. She had 2 left feet, but she was always in her body. Let's do some hip swivels. You can sit down. Look, I don't mean to preach, but how many funerals have you been at where everyone talks in platitudes? She was a good person. She had a big heart. She had big ears. Who was Inga to you?
I don't know a lot of you, but we all share this extraordinary human. There's always been parts of myself that I have kept hidden. And she always made me feel like so loved. And when she asked me to invest in the diner so she could get a bigger space, I said yes, because I felt like if she could make me feel like that, she could make anybody feel welcome. She challenged me to be more me. I guess she's challenging me again, because technically I now own a diner and I will be taking over. So you did it again, my friend, growing me even beyond the grave. I love you, Inga.
Put your hand in your pocket like you have a gun.
What?
You know, that scene from The Godfather.
No, I don't know.
When the Godfather's in the hospital?
No.
And Michael Corleone, that's the Godfather's son, he's there, and he sees Enzo coming down the hallway. And he's like, who are you? Who are you? And Enzo's like, I am Enzo the baker. I come to see your father. He's in the hospital.
It's not ringing a bell.
No? And Michael tells Enzo to wait downstairs, and he comes outside, and he pops the collar on Enzo's jacket, and he tells him to put his hand in his pocket like he's got a gun. And then the bad guys drive by, and they see Enzo, who's really just a dopey baker, standing there with Michael. And they just keep driving. It's a great scene. So, you want to try it?
Sure.
Put your hand in your pocket like you have a gun. You'll be all right.
I'm Enzo? I don't know about that.
You did good.
What are you guys doing? Come on, it's freezing up there. We're hanging out.
I'm keeping them. They fit perfectly.
I can tell, but that's still stealing.
Look who I found.
Oh, what were y'all doing? The Godfather? How'd you know? Oh my God, really?
We're doing The
I was
Godfather.
kidding.
This one's never seen it. Ow.
You know who's cute? Marlon Brando.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love a strong jaw. Just like, ugh. Plus he has big juicy lips, which is a good thing because most white guys have thin lips.
Thin lips don't bother me, though. It's a thin dick I got a problem with.
No, I wouldn't know about that.
I was just gonna say the same thing. I've never had that problem.
Y'all never had a thin dick, or you don't have thin dicks?
I mean, neither.
Well, if my dick was too thin, I'd just go out and buy another one.
Okay,
Hey now.
talk about it.
Tough on the wallet, though.
Crazy.
God, I can't believe Inga's dead.
I know, I keep thinking like I need to call her and be like, Inga, the craziest thing happened. You're dead.
It's surreal.
So, Mick, what's gonna happen with the diner?
I don't know. I got an email from Luisa's lawyer. They're
Wow.
gonna have a meeting.
A lawyer? Okay. She's not playing any games.
Is Luisa gonna sell the place? Mick, should we be worried?
No.
Oh my God, she's gonna sell the diner. We're gonna be out of jobs.
All right, everybody, just chill out. I know how to play Luisa. I can play her like a trumpet. I have before anyway.
What about the lawyer?
I know how to handle a lawyer.
You do?
You get a lawyer?
What do you know about lawyers?
Plenty.
Okay, well, that makes you feel better.
I would like to know what the name of this freestyle group is you've got going on.
Is that the vibe we're giving right now?
Maybe you could call yourselves gentrification?
Not me.
Okay, grown-up Destiny's Child. So like, you know, Destiny's...
This is Destiny's mistake.
Yeah, Destiny's mistake. Yeah, Destiny's mistake. What about new shoes? Just like simple, new shoes.
There's actually a group called New Shoes.
I didn't know that.
New shoes.
New? Like new? Like what's going on? No?
You know, I can't freestyle per se, but I can actually rap.
No. Oh.
And I can break dance.
Now that I believe and I actually want to see.
Wait, can you actually rap or?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to invite me to do it. I wrote two of them while I was in the 4th grade. Okay, so the first one is like, my name is LL Cool F and I'm here to say that I'm very special in a very special way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh my God.
She's talented.
I know it isn't the best, but by the time I got through 4th grade, I was so much better. And the next one that I wrote was actually good.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, I just need a second to remember it because it's, you know, it's
Me time.
sophisticated.
What? No, I can't handle this. I can't handle this.
Are you okay? Should we help her?
Okay, it's me. Now I know you're sweating. Put your hand under the blanket. Let's get to ping. But I ain't got no patience, so don't go slow. I'll be like chop chop, lollipop, hit the flow. I know.
She said hit the blow.
Wait, you wrote that when you were in 4th grade.
It was the 90s. I was highly sexualized. Wait, I got more. I got
now.
more.
We all know.
Yeah, wait. Give me a beat. Okay.
Yeah.
Now before things fickle, let's hit the switch. I'ma make things sizzle. I'ma do it like this, and then I grab my crotch. Thank you, yeah. You're wet as well, don't deny it.
You know, when I was little, I always thought the Beastie Boys were saying, "Listen, all of y'all, this is Santa Claus."
I can't believe they haven't made a Christmas parody out of that song.
Well, not yet.
Listen, I need to head away before this turns into a whole, secret marching band incident. So I'll see you later, okay?
I'm gonna come with you.
Okay, good. Yeah. Bye, love you guys. That was awesome. Bye.
Wow, looks like the party is over, ladies. Should we?
Shall we continue? Is that taking this party on the road?
Yes, it's saying
It's a trumpet. Like,
But y'all good?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
All good.
Okay. All right. Love you.
Listen up, y'all. This is Santa Claus.
Farewell, ladies. So how you getting home? You want to split a car?
No, I'm taking a motorbike.
Oh, you do that?
Yeah, quite a bit actually.
Cool. So you're not worried about the diner?
No, I mean, I'm gonna talk to Louisa.
Okay. Just talk to her?
No, I'll do more if I have to,
Nice.
but I'll handle it. You gonna be all right getting home?
Oh yeah, I'll just take the subway.
Okay.
Look at this. Very cool.
Yep.
You know, I once rode a motorbike in Italy.
Ooh la la.
All right, so I'll see you tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to come? There's 2 helmets.
You kidding?
No.
Yeah. What do I do?
Well, you put the helmet on.
Hey, safety first. Is this gonna mess up my hair?
You'll live.
Do they sanitize these things?
What am I, the health department? Put your hand in your pocket like you got a gun. You'll be all right.
Whoa.
Are you okay?
I'm calling.
Come sit.
Are you hurt?
How?
Hi, I'm reporting a robbery.
What happened?
Crescent Street and 31st
You okay?
Ave. Yeah, a young lady.
Check your bag.
She lost her purse. Two kids just grabbed
I
her
lost
purse.
them, but I got what they looked like though.
Yeah.
Did anybody call the cops?
Yeah, this guy called the cops over
They're on
here.
their way. They're on their way.
2 white adults, one with a black hoodie, one with a beard.
Shaved head guy.
With a shaved head, yeah.
Well, the police are on their way, so.
Did you have something important in that bag?
Yeah, my phone, my wallet, all my money.
Oh
I
my
had a lot of
gosh.
cash
I'm
on
so
me, my
sorry.
credit
Anybody we
cards.
can we call somebody?
Don't worry, don't
You're
worry.
gonna be
don't worry.
okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay.
Are you
Thank
sure?
You.
Are the
yeah,
cops
I'm
coming?
really,
Yeah, the
thank
police
you
should
so
be here
much.
soon.
Okay.
All right.
You have to cancel your cards.
Yes.
Good luck.
Yeah.
And we have the
Yes.
police coming. So.
We need to. When did you call them?
I just called them right after.
You
They
cancel.
said they're going to be right here.
You cancel your cards.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So
I just.
We'll wait here and.
I think you know what. Do you want to go to the station?
Yeah.
We can all go.
No, we have to stay here. We have to stay here.
I think
when
he's
the police
right.
Come. You take her to the station.
Yeah.
Are you okay? Like take, and he'll help identify the people.
Okay. Is that
and
cool?
then we'll
Thank
stay
you.
here for the police.
Okay.
All right.
We'll wait for the police.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
I'll
you.
help ID.
Sure.
And
It's
you
just
guys can be
things.
here, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't believe this. It's kids.
Poor girl.
It's a good thing we were here.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So. Are you in a rush?
Oh no. I'm just going home.
Oh, okay, because I have a doctor's appointment and I think I can still make it. It's just that my foot really hurts. And yeah, so I mean, if you could wait for the police to get here, if you don't mind.
No, I
I
no,
just would
go.
hate to
Oh
come
my
back
God,
out here
no.
again because it's really hard to get this appointment.
Yeah,
with this
no, I'm
doctor.
so sorry. Go. I wait.
You don't mind? Okay. Thank you. If you're okay with that. Yeah. What a world.
is a we the people problem. We re-elected 90% of incumbents back into office. So
Democrats and Republicans alike are not into solving this problem in a serious way.
And if I can finish what I was going to say, and as we know, there's 750,000 cases right now in backlog of asylum seekers.
Tom, that has been a problem that has been building for
The bottom line is your last speaker is just wrong. I mean, the data speaks for itself. Yeah, a lot of them are fleeing poverty. I get it. So we feel bad for white people. But 89 to 90% of Central Americans claim asylum in either case in front of the judge. That is just
Hi.
Can I call you back? Hold on. Dave's dad died.
Oh my God.
I know.
Honey, I'm so sorry. You want me to come?
No. He's gonna be home soon. I have to go.
Okay. Call me back.
Yeah, okay. Bye.
brzmi jak dzięcioł. Twój ulubieniec mówi cześć. Tęskni za tobą. A teraz? Wiesława i Beata Szkarda zabrały mnie ze sobą do Gdyni. Czy pamiętasz, jak skakałaś do morza w ubraniu? Czy pływasz w Ameryce? Czy może brzmi tak samo? Koniec roku. Dzieci będą biegały wokoło tak jak te dawniej. Nie zapominaj tych odgłosów, moje dziecko. Przypominają twój dom. Zawsze będą przypominać ci twój dom.
Okay. Yeah, okay, bye.
You tired? I can stir. I can help. I can. No? Maybe.
I like doing it. My specialty.
How's your day? Baby. You okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes when an animal's sick, you know, we have to help them when they can't help themselves.
But if an animal can put us to sleep, why should we?
That's a good question. What's wrong?
Let's go out.
What do you want to do?
Can we get ice cream?
No. No, just mom and dad this time. We need alone time too, okay?
Fine.
Am I in trouble?
No. No. I know. Next time.
You got so good.
I don't know.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, baby. What's wrong? Maddie. Baby.
Your dad died. The hospital called and I'm so sorry. There was, they said there was a car accident and he was driving and then another car hit him and then he died. That's what they said. And
what?
I'm so sorry.
Why? What are we doing here, Maddie?
I don't know.
You didn't call me. Why?
I don't know.
You had no right.
I know.
Not to say anything.
I'm so sorry. Let's go to the hospital. We can go to the hospital now. Where are the keys? Wait. It's okay. Please.
Dad? Dad?
Way back at a stranger, but it's so random, it's so loud. I wonder if they feel like this as well. I hate getting pushed around, hate getting pushed around, hate getting pushed around. Still I'm having a good time.
Rishi? We don't lock the door. We don't do that.
Go away.
What's wrong? I'm not leaving until you talk to me. Hey, you can close it, but we don't lock it. Hi, what's wrong? No, why? What happened? Okay. Oh, God, you have to say that. I thought it was... I'm sorry, can I call you back? It's just, I'm in the... Oh, I know, and I'm so happy for you. I'll call you back.
Is everything okay? What's going on?
Rishi's locked himself in the room. So you ran up quickly and he locked the door.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
No, now. Please.
Okay.
Finn.
Calm down. Come on.
Hi, Rishi, it's Papa. You want to talk? Hey, Mama's not mad at you. We just want to talk to you, beta. Rishi?
That's enough, Rishi. He's been in there for 10 minutes.
Beta, listen, we're not mad at you, okay, beta?
Oh, he knows we're not mad at him.
I think he's fine. You're just freaking out again.
I'm not freaking out.
He gets nervous when you do this. You know
Well, what do you want me to do? Shut myself in the kitchen and let someone else take over?
Gagan, I just got here. I'm just...
I just want you to be here.
I am here. Okay?
Do you even know what he's feeling?
I'm trying to help.
Rishi! Rishi! Please come out, boo!
Rishi, beta, listen, I just want to talk to you. Let's make a deal, okay? Mama's gonna leave, and just let me in, and we'll talk, and then we'll get some ice cream. Okay, beta?
Are you okay?
Stop yelling
I'm
at
not
him.
yelling at him.
Yes, you are.
You think everything is my fault?
No, that's not true.
I'm here. I'm actually here with him. Rishi, open this door.
Calm down.
Open this door.
Calm down.
Open the
Gagan,
door, Rishi.
Stop. Gagan. Gagan, stop it! I'm sorry.
Rishi. Rishi. Boo boo. I'm sorry. Rish.
Let me try this.
Lemonade, crunchy ice. Sip it once, sip it twice. Lemonade, crunchy ice. Sip it once, sip it Turn twice. Turn around, touch the ground, kick your boyfriend out of town. Turn around, touch the ground, kick your boyfriend out of town. Lemonade, crunchy ice. Sip it once, sip it so lemonade, crunchy ice. Sip it once, sip it Did you know when you die, you pee yourself? What? Yeah. You can't hold it because you're dead. I'm ticklish. You lost. No, I wasn't ready. Okay. Pretend you're dead. Close your eyes. If you move, you lose. I don't want to play this. Come on, it's fine. Close your eyes. Don't move. Relax. Ava. Are you crying? You're gonna give me fun if you cry all the time. I'm not crying. I'm just trying to help. When I'm sad, I pinch myself. Have you tried that? It helps. Stop. Try it. You gotta do it harder than that. Ow. See? It helps. Let's play dead. You didn't move.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Knock on the door.
Hi. Can I help you?
I'm Cameron Pierre. Alexandra Pierre is my mother. You know the woman you bought the house from?
Oh, yes. Of course. Hi. Hi.
Me and Lil Man, we were in the neighborhood, and I wanted to show him the house I grew up in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like nostalgia.
Nostalgia.
You think it would come in?
Come in. To the house. You know, it's messy. I've been...
You really used to live here? Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, sure. Cool. Come on in. Yeah. So it's probably a little different than when you were here last. When was that?
Well, it's been a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we made a I have a lot of plans for it, but just really starting out.
Yeah, I bet.
I remember your mom. She is a tough lady. She brokered that deal all on her own. That woman is tough as nails.
Yeah, she passed away 4 months ago.
And very sweet. She's very sweet, very kind woman.
Look, you don't gotta sugarcoat it, man. My mom's was no joke. She raised 2 boys in this neighborhood all by herself. She never touched a thing in here before either. But this looks like you getting ready for a magazine. You restored and cleaned everything up bright.
I'm pretty much starting it all over.
How about the backyard?
The backyard? No. You know, my wife was the gardener. I never had a green thumb, more like a black thumb. Meaning we actually just started talking about what to do with the backyard right about the time I walked in on her fucking her high school boyfriend.
Damn, that's cold.
Yo, mind your manners. It's Love. She live here when you moved in?
Miss Love?
Yeah. Love. Love Parker, woman who lived downstairs?
Miss Love Parker. Yeah, she did. She lived downstairs. She moved. How about that tour? How you wanna? We could start with the upstairs.
Cool. Why don't we start in the backyard, though?
Oh, there's really nothing to see in the backyard. It's probably exactly the same as you left it.
Excuse me? Can I use your bathroom?
Yeah, sure, little man. It's right up the stairs, and you're gonna want to make a right. So do you still live in the hood, neighborhood?
Truth is, I was away for a little while.
School?
Upstate.
Work?
Nope.
Oh, traveling, like, I know that. Like, between college, open road, wind in my hair.
I just did 8 years in Greenhaven Correctional.
Prison? Oh. How was that?
Just like any other place. You got some good people, some bad people.
I bet. Son really is taking a long time in the bathroom. Hey, little man, you okay? You didn't fall in, did you?
Are we good?
Yeah, we good.
See you later.
See you later.
Oh yeah, that's not my son. But I knew you more likely to let me in if I had a kid with me.
Look, man, I don't have a lot here, but you can take anything you want. I just here with my here. I'm in my wallet. I have 40, I have 20, I have 30, I have 31.
Man, I'm not a criminal. I don't want your money. All right.
You're not a criminal. Eight years in prison says otherwise.
8 years because I was a knucklehead who ran with the wrong people.
See.
Look, I just gotta get one thing, all right? I just gotta get something. That's an inhaler. Look, I'm not gonna hurt you, bro. All right, just relax.
What am I supposed to think? I mean, you like hired a kid to be your son, and then you just walk in here with your dragon t-shirt?
Me and my brothers, we used to hang out all the time on the front out here. Moms wouldn't let us go to the park, so we did all sorts of stuff out here. Just the two of us.
It's cool.
Yeah. You know, if you look right down the block over there, you could actually see the school my mom taught at.
Oh, she taught there. That's awesome, right? Well, hey, where are you going? Hey, what the heck are you doing?
Look, I just gotta get one thing, and you never have to see me again. It's right here. Then I'm gone.
Is it loot?
What?
Loot. From a job.
Yeah.
comic?
Yeah, a comic. My brother was into Avengers, but X-Men was my shit.
What about Quicksilver?
Just helped me get by when my dad passed. It means a lot to me.
What are you gonna do with it? Sell it on eBay?
Shit, man. eBay? Please.
Smoke?
Nah, man, that shit makes you soft in the head. Plus, I'm on probation.
Right.
Hey, you ever hook up with Miss Love?
What? What are you talking about?
Miss Love, she still got it. Always did.
Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way.
What?
Biggie Smalls?
I know.
You wanna hang out?
Nah, man, I'm good. I'm actually gonna get up out of here. But hey, take care of this house, man. And don't forget the people that came here before you.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
What's up, Brooklyn? This is Jerobe White, founder and chef of Eats Rhymes of Life. We're here at Brooklyn Fair for Chef's Roulette. We're gonna see right now the 5 ingredients you chose for me to cook for you today. So let's get shopping. Okay, the 5 ingredients are lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, chipotle onions, and black plums. White asparagus are white because they're grown underground and they don't get any sunlight, which doesn't give them a chance to produce chlorophyll, so they turn white. Just want to make sure they're firm and not a lot of marks and bruises on them when you're picking them up. Graffiti eggplant, beautiful graffiti eggplant. Smaller than the normal variety of eggplant, high sugar content, very sweet and delicious. Chipotle onions. Again, sweet. They're small, just like regular onions, yellow onions, I should say. The shape makes them great for roasting and doing roasts and things like that. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? How your lamb chops today?
Awesome, it's really good.
Yeah? Let me get 2 of the lamb loin chops right there.
Have a nice day.
Great, thank you. You too, man. Thank you. Last but not least, some sweet black plums. We are at Foodworks today, and let's see the ingredients that you chose for me. Lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, cipollini onions, and last but not least, black plums. And for my special dish, this is something I like to make all the time, barbecues and whatnot, grilled fruit salad. The secret to tender lamb, I think, is all in how you cook it, to be honest with you. First, I'm going to season the lamb chops. A little salt, pepper. Both sides. I'm going to clean these cipollini onions because I'm going to saute them for a little while and then stick them in the oven to finish. Growing up, my parents got divorced and it left me with a lot of time in the house by myself. And so out of necessity, I learned how to cook. I wasn't really allowed to watch TV per se, but I was allowed to watch PBS. And on PBS were all the cooking shows. So that's really where I learned to cook. Once I got to culinary school, we started going on tour, and then it always became a 1A, 1B situation. When I wasn't on tour, I was in the kitchen. When I wasn't in the kitchen, I was doing something music related. Just like music, when you're in the kitchen, you're only as good as your last dish. And when you're a musician, you're only as good as your last song. What I'm gonna do with these, I'm gonna take these and put these in the oven, let them cook down. And when we cook down, we're gonna puree them and make a nice little sauce for the bottom of this lamb dish we're gonna make. So now, what I'm gonna do is put a little oil in the bottom of this pan. Throw these in here. A little salt. A little garlic. I'm gonna put these in the oven. So I think now, we're gonna put these in. We're just gonna give them a little toss once or twice, and we're gonna put these in the oven as well. I let them do their thing, so you don't have to think about them. Of the white asparagus, aside from the color, they'll have a much milder flavor than the green asparagus. What I like to do with the white asparagus, I just like to just take some of the end off, just take some of the bottoms off. Since we have our lovely grill there, I'm gonna grill these white asparagus. The contrast with the white and the grill marks will be nice. It'll look nice on the plate. Graffiti eggplant, aside from the size and the color, they are sweeter and have, I think, a little bit less of the eggplant flavor that you are familiar with. Okay, let's take these onions out of the oven right now. Perfect. Set those there. We cook the plums all the way down. For a piece of lamb this size, this thickness, medium rare would be probably 4 minutes on each side. I'm not even going to tell you how to cook it more than medium rare because I want you to cook it medium rare. That's what you want to hear. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? We're going to let those cook about a minute each side before we stick those in the oven and finish. We're going to take our white asparagus, grill these a little bit. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Now, this oven is up pretty hot. It's a convection oven. This is going to go in the oven for maybe 7 minutes. Let's set these here because we're about to plate. Take a little bit, a little smear. Cup of onions, cup of asparagus. Beautiful, 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 beautiful eggplant. And the chops that have been cooked to temperature and let them rest for a little. Always let your meat rest. Just want to finish it off with a little green, because we love green. So here we have like a confit puree-ish thing that I made with the plums. On the bottom is chipotle the onions, the graffiti eggplant, we got the white asparagus, and all of these flavors are going to tie in well together. And here you have it. So now we're going to start making my grilled fruit salad. We have yellow pepper, orange pepper, peach, white peach, nectarine, red onion, and red plums. This salad works with any kind of stone fruit. I've found this is the best that works with this salad. This grilled fruit salad goes excellent with seafood. Olive oil, some salt and pepper in here. So we're just gonna put these on the grill and let them grill. Not too soft, just to get some grill marks on them. We have this grill here on high. Now I think we should take our fruit off of the grill. I want them to look like they've been touched by fire. See, that's exactly what we want. To finish our fruit salad, place it in the bowl. That looks fantastic. Finished, we have lovely, 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 everybody's favorite goat cheese. Sprinkle that over the top. Pistachios and goat cheese, to me, just go so well together. There we go. Little green onion. Bam. We're done. Hey, Sam,
Hey, Jerobi.
I understand you're tasting the food today.
Yes, I can't wait.
Okay.
Wow, this looks great.
Tell them what you think. Tell them what you think.
All right, we'll see. I'm going to try the lamb first. Oh my God. Wow. The lamb is so juicy and soft. Mixed with the plum, you have that tangy, tarty, but earthy kind of taste with the lamb, which is amazing. Great combination, great balance. Jerobi, you did your thing on this one. I love it. I recommend it to everyone. This is an amazing dish. So now I'm going to try the grilled salad. Wow. The combination of the goat cheese and the nuts is amazing. I think this is one of my favorite salads.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like a customer, it's like a family to me now.
Day You Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me.
Pride is love, moving forward, fighting for what we believe in. And I cannot sit here as depressed and sad and mentally depleted because of my personal circumstances, because my mother's health, because I live in the Bronx, because I'm suppressed, because of COVID-19, because of these protests. I cannot sit here, not my wisdom, not my love, not my passion, to sit and be in a dark place. Been there, done that. Pride is us. Live it, learn it, and pay it forward. Love and light.
It's the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, such an important anniversary for the LGBTQ community.
And this probably will not surprise you, but I'm now reporting today that we will cancel city permits for June events as well.
Due to COVID-19, we had to shut our services. It has been absolutely difficult to keep our clients engaged and connected. We're reaching out to our clients, and I'll speak about some of the stuff. We're providing HIV home test kits, but now we are sending them out to people. And for the trans community, likewise. Even though there's a male empowerment program, we accept all. But we're real close and connected with the trans community and the coalition and leaders in the community that can support our trans community.
When this is over, as larger community are going to be having to grapple with this sort of after effect of corona or social isolation of our mental health, Baldwin's already been doing the work, and in some ways is a model for the world over to see. About 3 years ago, we began to take young ballroom people, particularly through the HEAT program, through 3MV on a away retreat for 3 days. But my desire was to shift it from an HIV prevention, behavioral change intervention to a community organizing, leadership development, self-efficacy development intervention. Because I think that is where the power is, right? So across every geographical region, particularly in the US, there's a coalition of leaders. And that translated to social media. So if you go on Facebook, every ballroom coalition, so there's a West Coast ballroom coalition, there's an Atlanta ballroom coalition, but every house, for the most part, has its own Facebook forum. So when this happened, ballroom immediately just does what ballroom does. You know, I think marginalized communities, when they're at the brink of annihilation or extinction or crisis, they're very creative in our survival. And so we went just virtual. And we wind up having these virtual balls.
The future is unrestricted.
Precious. Dynamic.
Latinx.
The future holds that we continue to be wise, but not forget where we came from and what we have fought for and what our ancestors have fought for. So I see a thriving, hopeful future with lots of abundant and joy and happiness and pride.
Pride in and of itself is born and birthed through the backs, from the backs of Black and brown trans women specifically, right? And mostly. We must remember that in this moment. So we can remember, number one. Number two is our ability to adapt and respond to crisis is beyond, right? It's in our DNA. It's absolutely in our DNA. And so it's why ballroom responded almost immediately. No, not the notion that, oh my God, after this, we're gonna have to deal with communities' mental health. No. We do this all day, every day. If I can get on a live with another ballroom person and read each other, I can get on live and take care of each other.
Everybody bring it, let's have a fun at a ball.
You matter. Black lives matter. Trans lives matter. LGBTQ, Latinos matter. We matter. We're not gonna settle, and we're not gonna fall behind. We won't let those fall behind. Not on my time.
My name is Leanne Field Stewart. I use they, them, she, her pronouns, and I'm the founder of the Open Project. Today, I call upon each and every one of you to make a commitment. Today, I urge you to commit that today is the very last day that transphobia will claim the lives, loves, and joys of Black trans people.
My name is Johnny Guadalupe. I'm the program coordinator for community access under the Access to Care Department. Working at Housing Works for the past 10 years, I've learned to just build from the bottom up just like a grassroots organization that we are. Housing Works started over 20 years ago, and it started from ACT UP. And so when ACT UP came up with treatment, right, they fought, these are the gay activists in the 80s that fought for the treatment for people living with HIV and AIDS. Different committees started, and the Housing Committee, they started Housing Works. We have a space. So we decided to, just start opening up the space for not just young gay men, anyone in particular that's young, that's in need, but we've seen a high attendance rate with young gay men, especially young folks from the Kiki scene as well.
So after hours, Monday through Thursday, they have different Kiki houses come and use the space for practice to prepare for any balls that are coming up in the Kiki scene. Kiki scene has been around for, I think, about 10 years. Kiki came from the word shade, or reading, if you want to remember.
Shade comes from reading. Reading came first. You get in a smart crack and everyone laughs and kikis because you found a flaw and exaggerated it, then you've got a good read going.
Kiki to have fun. That's basically what we like to, this is what Kiki stands for, to have fun. There's several houses that you can go to and perfect your craft. I say your craft as what do you want to do in the ballroom scene. You can do from fashion to runway to being real, or you can Vogue. It's still the same thing that goes on in the main ballroom scene, that they just bring it to prepare you for the main ballroom scene. That's what the Kiki scene is for. Different agencies throughout the 5 boroughs come together and they form a coalition. And these coalitions are to help these houses to have space for them to practice. It's amazing. These teens come out and they have fun and they compete, with each other. But the best thing about it, at the end of the day, when they're finished, they go home as friends.
It's an interesting subpopulation that not many people think of as a positive. They always think of, just a negative, like, just young people trying to start trouble, just young people that don't have an education. Yeah, and it's like, really creative people that some do have some guidance and some are coming from nowhere, just run away or thrown out their house or going through, the city or state system.
A lot of them are talking about getting housing. Some of the youth are having issues at home. What I went through, just like the other people, like Paris is Burning, you can see from that movie, there's the same things are still happening, is repeating itself. Family not accepting family, and we build families within our houses. And that's what you need in this scene. It's building communities amongst each other, and that's the best thing about it. My feeling is just having fun. I don't care if I win. I don't care if I lose. At the end of the day, that I got on that floor and showed you what I got. I was given a little taste of Vogue because I do Vogue. I am legendary for my Vogue, okay? Being in the Kiki scene, it does get us, especially myself, complete confidence in myself to better myself in life. It's to prepare us for a better future, especially if we would like to be in the main ballroom scene.
Shake these motherfuckers out of this money.
to throw this free ball in this big venue and give out prizes and trophies and awards. Clap. This is the maker of Black Pride, the creator of the Heritage Ball.
I do it all. I do it all.
Bizarre.
My name is Lee Soldier Simmons. I am a visual artist, dancer, promoter, and the executive director of New York City Black Pride.
Hey everybody, make some noise. Happy Black Pride. Now we're gonna do it one more time. I said Happy Black Pride. Y'all know what it is. You know the Heritage Ball. Tonight is your night to make a moment, to have a moment. Are y'all ready to do that tonight?
Ballroom is a microcosm of society at large. Ballroom now is made up of all different types of people, gay, straight, white, black, every nationality, every age sector of the group.
Y'all know what I'm talking about? You ready for a moment?
We got a girl from Tiny Mountain.
I have got a girl whose pussy is so good. If you threw it up in the air, 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 it would turn into sunshine. I have got a girl. I have got a girl.
Show me what you got.
Hi, my name is Precious Ebony, and tonight we're here in New York City for the biggest ball in New York City. It's called the Heritage Ball. It's a free ball. Everyone's here to have excitement. Everyone's here to compete, have fun, acknowledge, give homage, pay respect. Everyone's here for the heart, the love, and the history of ballroom. And we're gonna have fun. There's gonna be drinks. There's gonna be some drama. I hope you guys are here. Stay tuned and be alert because it might happen tonight.
All right. I want to say a few words. Every year, it takes a lot to raise money for Black Pride here in New York. It takes a lot for me to do this so that all of the events are free. You don't go to anybody else's Black Pride that all of the events are free except New York City. Can I have a round of applause for that?
When I came to the ballroom scene, immediately I felt like I was a part of something. Just the warmth of that took me by surprise. I walked into a ball not knowing anybody, and all of a sudden I had an instant family.
Family coming together and using these categories to represent themselves. You have your mother, you have your father, and those are the people that represent you with these houses when you go out and compete for your category. There's several different categories. You have your film queen, which is your transgender women who go out and vogue. You have your butch queens, which are the feminine boys. And you have your butch queen twisters, which you're still real and you still can vogue. Now they're opening up the category for women, cis women to vogue, which is amazing.
I came to the ballroom scene in 1986, so it was before we really began to have a wider public acknowledgement. Also, surprise, surprise, I'm white. I was not your typical member of the ballroom community, but I came to the balls and I was accepted. I became a member of a house. I became a member of the ballroom community. And as we've seen it continue to grow and embrace all different people all over the world, it's really amazing to see how it's grown.
My name is Labelina Milan from the Royal House of Milan, and I'm at the Heritage function today to judge. For the voguers, the 5 elements are critical. Your spins, your dips, your hands, catwalk, floor performance, duck walk. I'm looking for all of that. If you're missing an element, you're not going to get my vote. For the fashion categories, absolutely a tailored look. It has to look like it fits you well. I don't need any waves like you're in the Pacific Ocean. I don't need any ruffles. I just like a nice, clean look, and it can't be fraudulent. First and foremost, it's important for the LGBT community because this is a segment of that community that is often criticized, marginalized. We've been segregated, and yet they take our talent, they take our fashion, they take our dance moves, and they take it into mainstream, and they don't credit the people they need to credit. In general, just in the community in general, the talent itself It's what you see on the stages. It's what you see on the runways of Paris and Milan and New York. It's ballroom. They just won't give the credit to ballroom.
This is our heritage. Who we are is nothing to apologize about. So clap your hands in celebration. Well, the scene started because Crystal LaBeija kicked the motherfucking doors open and said she will not deal with the pageants anymore.
Crystal, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the third runner-up in the 1967 Nationals.
She will not deal with that situation anymore. She will not be judged amongst those girls anymore. And she stormed out.
Crystal, where are you going? This is not the time to show temperament. Get back here and stay with the other finalists. Oh, well, you've got to expect
Here was this woman, Crystal LaBeija, who had been walking balls and also participating in this fledgling pageant drag scenes. It was all part of the sub-drag culture.
Do you think she deserved it?
There's a famous documentary film that documented this moment in time where Crystal just had enough of the racial divide of how she looked, makeup, and, you know, and losing in this particular competition.
Monique, would you tell her why you didn't come? Because she knew it's Victor Holler. She said, Crystal, darling, don't go. That's right, because you're not going to get it. And that's why all the true beauties didn't come.
It's in bad taste and you're showing your color and your stuff.
I am doing it bad, but I have a right to show my color, darling. I am beautiful, and I know I'm beautiful.
Nervous, move to the side. Let me win, I will get my tens. Pump to the side, I get nervous. Won't you go to the side, just move. I get nervous, move to the side. I'll get 10, bitch, let me win. Won't you move to the side. I'll get nervous, I'll get 10. Won't you let me walk, I'll win. Let me walk, I'll get my 10. Move to the side, just let me go. I can't take this, no, so no. Don't you move.
We often don't connect it, but it's the whole reason why there are Black Prides. It's that, you know, these are trans people of color who started these movements. These are trans people of color who were fed up and decided to fight.
I always knew that I was a woman inside, but growing up in my family, I had to put that on hold because I had to be somebody else for everybody else. As I got older and got wiser and realized that, you know, I can be comfortable in my own skin and live my truth, I started living in my truth 7 years ago. After, you know, my drug addiction and my alcohol abuse and the attempt of committing suicide. And when I failed at suicide, that's when I realized that God came to me and said, no, I'm not ready for you, my child. I need you here to live your truth and tell your truth and speak to other people about your truth.
It was these trans people that walked in their truth that risked themselves being arrested, that risked themselves being shot with all types of medications and things because it was considered a mental illness. And these things who stood in their truth to stand up to the policing and corruption and say enough is enough.
Years ago, you know, when we started back in the late 70s, early 80s, it was very underground, it was very niche, it was really something very few people knew about. Today, it's really recognized globally. You have people participating in voguing and ballroom events all over the world, and it started here. It started right here in New York City with this community, and that we get to celebrate that, and we continue to get to show the world that celebration is really amazing. It's a really important cultural event.
Are they in the building?
In terms of a historical perspective, it's great to see that the ballroom scene has really been embraced by the larger culture of people of color, by Black Pride. So it's no longer an underground niche thing, but it's really part of the larger culture that we all live in and all experience today. And an event tonight that's a real affirmation of that. The acceptance that we have, the cultural influence that the ballroom community has had.
There is no ball without music, and you have some of the top amazing DJs who put these beats together. We call it rap. It's called commentating in the ballroom scene. You commentate over that beat, and that person who's voguing can hit every beat that they're saying.
Legend!
Looking for my legend. I'm legendary. I'm looking for my legend. Yeah, look at my legend.
Come on, legend.
Looking for my
Legend for a reason, not for a season. Bitch, now give it to me now. Ow, give Amari a round of applause. Legend.
See a bitch, let it all out.
Damn.
Bring it back on a count of 3.
World.
1 for the ready, 2 for the set. DJ. Let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out.
The voice of ballroom is about coming together as a community. Lessons that society can learn about being able to create a house that has someone that's straight, someone that's trans, someone that's non-binary, someone that's gender non-conforming, and all to be in something that's considered to be like a family or a house, can show the greater society how we can get along and work together and thrive together. Ballroom has a lot to teach the world.
Somebody need to tell her that she need to quit. I wanna see a bitch let it all out. DJ, drop the beat. Let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. Let it all out. Let it all out. Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. DJ, drop the beat.
We've always existed. We've always been a part of society, or under the radar, but we were there. As time changes, ballroom changes, the drag world. 100 years even before Stonewall, here we are creating a space for LGBT people to express themselves.
Well, you thought that's your favorite. I'm gonna call it my favorite.
It's historically very important, not just for people of color, just for LGBT people in general to know that this space existed. I think that it's important now that we also, as a community, own our own history, right? And so I started a research project myself, and I came across this newspaper clipping from a black African-American newspaper, which dated back to 1926. And when I saw the article and I read the article, it said it was like the 58th anniversary of an event. And the first thing that came to my mind was 58th anniversary. Like, okay, that means that this was going on a lot longer than I first anticipated. Ballroom started, or the first drag balls started in 1869. It has always been our thought that because white people were winning the bulk of these awards, that it was white people that initiated drag balls. So to understand that it really was a black organization that was giving it, now I had some dates to go back by, and I started this project. That newspaper article stated in it that it was a black organization that was giving this function. And so that organization was known as the Hamilton Lodge. So during that, I came up with this research. In 1842, a fraternal organization of free black men called the Philadelphia Institute in New York City petitioned a Manchester, England aligned lodge of American Oddfellows for a dispensation to form their institute into a lodge of Oddfellows. They were denied because they were black. Peter Ogden, a black sailor who was a member of the institute, suggested they try again directly in England. Peter sailed to England and obtained permission to form the Philadelphia Institute into the Philadelphia Lodge number 644 on March 1st, 1843. By 1847, there were 22 lodges under Peter's organization, including the Hamilton Lodge number 710 of the Grand United Order of Oddfellows, which opened in February 1844 in Harlem, New York. The Hamilton Lodge, number 710, gave their first annual masquerade and civic ball in Harlem at the Rockland Palace Banquet Hall and Casino. This is the first known ball on record in Harlem of men dressed as women. We know that every year they gave this reception, but the success of that reception was the fact that these men would show up dressed as women. When you look at the attendance records of some of those newspaper articles, some say 3,000, some events say 5,000. I've even read articles that said as much as 8,000 people attended an event. Here I am thinking that today we get thousands of people event. To think that in those days, something that again was against the law, that thousands of people showed up for, these people still stood up in their truth and did that and risked being arrested when it was considered to be a mental illness. To have newspapers print the names, the race, and the address of the winners was dangerous. But it also showed that they didn't care. There was this existence of people that might have been, so to speak, in the closet. Those events were attended by both white and black. They were attended by celebrities, by high society people. We tend to always think about that period of time in America, the 1800s, of saying slavery. 1865, we just became free. The cities that we migrated to was not by accident. Those were cities where free blacks already existed and were making a living and had jobs. That some of them were LGBTQ people. They were gay people. We don't talk about that. There are so many people that we need to catch up on. We helped create so many major things that is part of American culture, but we're not accredited for it, right? So, and the way we do that is that we need to document those things, because the more you know, the more you can have pride in knowing I come from greatness.
My name is Nola Hansen. I'm an artist and the founder of Trans Boxing, boxing club exclusively for trans and gender variant people in New York City. So Trans Boxing came to be after I had been personally training for a couple of years. I had a fight. I was really into it. Just training all the time, trying to fight as much as I could. And I got an injury. And I wanted trans community. Like, I wanted queer community, and I didn't have it. And so that's why I started it. I thought, well, maybe if there was a class just for trans folks, like run by a trans person, we could see, you know, and provide the space for people that want it. And for people that don't, that's okay, but it's there. In New York, there's a good amount of self-defense programs for queer and trans people, but trans boxing is not really that, right? And so I think that those are important and they're life-saving for people. People rely on them. But we wanted to offer something that was different, that just for people who wanted to learn how to do a sport, right? It was like a personal desire that I had to connect with people through boxing. And, you know, my experience at the gym I box at has shown me how boxing can build really beautiful community and deep, unique relationships. And so I thought, well, this is how I know, this is how I want to relate to people, you know, and I've seen how boxing can do that. So it just felt right, you know, it felt right. And I thought, you know, maybe I can connect with people, keep doing the thing I love, you know. Trans boxing started out of a gym in Brooklyn, and then we moved over to Overthrow in November of 2017, and that's when Liv Adler came in as my co-trainer. And I would say, to me, that's when I really feel like it sort of solidified.
first time I put on the gloves, it was over. I've been training for years as a boxer and as a fighter, and when I started boxing, everything just felt very like natural and normal, and like I'd been doing it forever. It just felt like it fit. At this point now, I've started to just give back to the community, just teaching people what I know, getting people into the gym, getting people interested, and just showing them, you know, like that it could be something really healthy. And I think that's a really special part of trans boxing, because it is a really binary sport. It really is. And traditionally, all sports have been, but specifically with boxing, when it's a one-on-one sport, you know, there tends to be more boundaries for people who have more of a different gender expression or gender identity. We just try to take down those barriers and provide a safe space where people can train and enjoy the sport and not have to worry about all those factors that have traditionally kept trans and GNC people out of the sport and out of the gym doors. We cater to all levels. There are some people that come and take our class for a couple years and they just want to hit the bag and learn boxing. And there are people that have been taking our class for a month that are asking us about fighting. A lot of buildings just make people choose what gender they are when they just go to change in the locker room. It makes people uncomfortable to go to the locker room. It makes people uncomfortable to wear what they want to wear in a space that doesn't feel safe sometimes. And a lot of people don't participate in sports or even like do things to make themselves healthier, like go to the gym, because they're afraid of the locker room or what people are going to think, or that their gender expression is going to be judged. And a lot of people just isolate themselves. You can come use the bathroom that's comfortable for you. You don't have to go in one locker room or the other. We ask everyone their pronouns. We try to cater to the community and like their needs in a way that a typical gym wouldn't, or maybe wouldn't understand.
Feel a little timid? Yes. So think about that, like you're stepping on something.
I joined this class because I've always kind of been interested in boxing as an exercise. I've always been attracted more to exercising and sports in a way that like it's something that I'm doing rather than just going to the gym and trying to do tasks I get bored with. And it seemed like just a more open and less intimidating way to get involved and try it out than having to like show up at a gym where maybe I was nervous about what that gym's culture is, what the reception would be, and what my skill level is. It seemed like a more just like a less intimidating way to get involved. It's really, really more personal than a lot of classes I've been in. Some other classes I've taken are very like fast-paced, like calling out the exercise, you got to do it. Maybe you don't know it, you might feel a little lost. I appreciate a lot that they take the time to like explain everything they're trying to teach, every move, make sure everyone is on the same page and knows what they're doing.
Jab is out, and then we slow it down. It's like at the same time, right? So when this foot, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Good. There it is. Oh, Liv and I are really, we're like devoted to the craft of boxing, and that's what we like to teach. There it is. So it's technical boxing, cardio, warm-ups. We have everybody, do warm-ups together, and then we go into, we'll split the class up. Usually we have a big class, so we'll split it up. Folks will do partner work, partner drills in the ring, and then people will do bag work, and then we'll switch, so everybody gets a little bit of everything. And then at the end, we usually all do burnouts together, which is like everybody hitting the bag fast, getting sweaty, and, making it funky. And then we cool down, Trans boxing is important to the community, I've been told, because people have said there are not enough trans-exclusive spaces. People have told me, like, oh my God, like, people come to class and they're like, I've never seen so many trans people in one space. For me, boxing allowed me to embody my identity fully and confidently Well, also knowing that, like, there are changes I might want to make, right? And that knowing that the way I feel inside is not necessarily the way the world sees me. But I think it just helped me get back into my body. It's really helped me to feel in my skin because I had to pay attention. You know, I had to know where my hand was. I had to know, you know, if I'm turning my jab over, okay. I had to know, okay, when someone's throwing the body, I have to keep back up. So I think, like, for me, the biggest benefit has been, like, yeah, it might be uncomfortable. Can I tolerate it? You know? Like, building up that distress tolerance. And that boxing did for me. Because, like, you get hit in this sport. It's not comfortable, right? And, you know, sometimes I get in there and I, you know, especially in the beginning, I felt scared, right? And so I think for me, as a trans person, before boxing, before, like, really getting back into a physical discipline seriously, I had just tried to not be in my body. What I want people to take from this class is that, you know, boxing is for them, if they want it, you know? And we want to help make that happen, right? The challenge is getting people through the door, right? Because once you're in, it's like, oh, hey, what's good, you know? If you work, right, a lot of time, from my experience, like, if you're there to work hard, and listen, that's the most important thing.
We are at Dapper Q's fabulous runway featuring 70 of the most beautiful queer trans GNC models and designers.
What's it called? It's called
the biggest queer fashion show in New York City and during Fashion Week.
It celebrates inclusion and diversity and beauty in all of its many forms. I want to see a fashion industry that is reflective of humanity as you see it when you're walking down the street.
There is no representation for fat queer girls, so that's why I'm here to represent.
I'm kind of in the beginning of my transition, but I think shows like this represent the beauty in people who are outside of the binary, and I feel like that's extremely important.
I think every time our community gets itself into the spotlight, we become stronger and we become more visible.
It's good to, like, be a part of what we created and show that we have community and love.
I do this for my people. I do this for queer people of color. I'm here for them, and I'm here for non-binary folks.
This is for queer people by queer people. Queer people run fashion.
Now this is what you've been waiting for all year. 10 designers with runway beats by DJ Mo. Hit it for me.
At birth, I identified as female. I was born biologically female. And now I identify as trans male. Growing up, you know, nothing, you know, I wasn't the one, you know, who got raped or treated bad by a man in a bad relationship. You know, my father was there all my life. He grew up in my life all the way, you know, until I was 24 years old. I've been in a relationship, you know, with men before. They've never done me wrong. But that's not, you know, the reason why, you know, I'm going through with this transition. I was not played, I was not abused, I was not, you know, sexually, you know, assaulted, none of that by a man. It's not why I'm doing it. You know, it's solely because it's for my happiness, for myself, my being, you know, my self-esteem, my confidence. Not because a man has done me wrong or there was no male figure in my life. In school, it wasn't really, being gay, lesbian wasn't really accepted. You know, after I came out, a lot of people that I talked to, you know, they stopped talking to me, you know, they stopped being my friend because of that. I didn't really know why, but, you know, I still kept going on, like, with myself. I even, you know, at one point, I started dressing feminine, you know, just to, like, fit in, just, you know, so maybe these people would be my friend again. It didn't work. To be honest, it ate me up inside. When my mother didn't, you know, accept it either, it hurt me even more. You know, that's when I got into, you know, mutilation. I started hurting myself when I was around 16 years old. I would cut myself with like razor blades, safety pins, anything I could really find. I was just angry, so I did it. I felt better hurting myself. It was like a release. So after feeling that release, you know, I would feel better. But then, you know, something would trigger me and then it would come back. So after a while, you know, as I got a little bit older, you know, I stopped cutting myself, but I still found other ways, like as an outlet to release, like the anger. So I resorted to, you know, stretching my ears. I haven't had a name change yet, and that's where it gets really, really hard. You know, going on to construction sites, you know, mostly because that's like what I like to do. It's like, when I apply for jobs, you know, they'll see my regular name, and obviously, automatically they think, oh, Selena, it's a girl. It's a girl, I'm not gonna, you know, so I'm like, you know, it makes it harder for me to get a job. So the dysphoria plays, you know, a big part in this. Every day, you know, I wake up and I'm just like, shit, you know, I gotta put this binder on, and it's like, you know, can people tell, you know, that I'm still female? Can, you know, is my face not, you know, masculine enough? You know, is my, you know, it just doesn't stick out, my Adam's apple. You know, I feel like, you know, there's certain things that I do that people can still tell that I'm like female. So like, it gets to me, it gets in my head a little bit. You know, so it's like, every day I kind of gotta like practice, you know, masculine like traits, like the way I walk, you know, the way I dress, you know, the way I talk. It's just about me not being, you know, dysphoric and being, you know, hating my body. You know, it's not about like privilege and them having, you know, man having it over women. It's just like how I feel like as a person. I feel like I would just feel better, you know, have more self-esteem, be more confident, you know, if I was if I looked more and felt more, you know, masculine. As far as where I am with my body, I'm not where I want to be yet. I'm still waiting, you know, on the first surgery to happen, which is the top surgery. Once I get there, then I will be, you know, somewhat, you know, closer to happiness. But for right now, you know, I'll take that for what it is. You know, I need people on my side, you know, not just my community, my people. I need everyone, you know, mamas, papas, uncles, granddaddies, everybody in different countries, straight, pansexual, bisexual, everybody. I need everybody, you know, on my side. I need the whole community. I want to feel safe, you know, I want to be, you know, I don't want to step on my door and pray to God, you know, that, you know, am I going to make it to the end of the day? You know, am I gonna make it, you know, to the next morning, wake up, you know? I just need everybody. I need that. I need that support, totally.
My mother came to visit me and lived with me when I was dating my ex-boyfriend. To her, we were roommates, but we loved each other very, very deeply.
So can I get some chicken with that? Can I get like red meat? Huh?
Ammi left for Pakistan. She was crying and she was sad, and in our village she had all the women come in. She started doing several Khatmul Quran. And I get a feeling, an instinctual feeling, that she did it so that my ex and I would break up. I was born in Islamabad, Pakistan. I live with my boyfriend in this city that I don't want to name. We're getting married in the next month, and I'm afraid for our lives if I was to come out. If my family tried to erase me or my voice, it's very easy for them to do that. My dad, if he demands something, like, people will listen to him. I lived in his ex's house.
Yeah, and so then we hit it off. And so then he moved out of there and moved into here.
What has happened since Orlando is that I've become very vocal about who I am, what I stand for. I'm at a point in my life where I have to make a case for my existence. I've never had to do that. As a Muslim and as a queer person, I could have been Omar Mateen due to the parallels that exist between our identities. Becoming very bitter and frustrated due to what I would have had to suppress, what I did not end up suppressing. I do feel like he's a brother of mine who wasn't able to survive his fight for his independence as a person, as an individual, against the traditions and the norms and the expectations. And for that, my heart reaches out to Omar. For that, he's my brother. Omar, my brow is heavy for you. My heart is lost in the pit of my sour stomach, looking for yours. I keep searching your face, those features I've known so many times in so many men. For what, I don't know. Omar, how long has it been since you cried? Until yesterday, it had been almost a year since I did. Narkhaze. Did that word torment you like it did me, Omar? I know the poison that you ate because I swallowed the same flavor. I feel your isolation. A victim of our own culture's wounded masculinity. We were born in wartime, dear, and you didn't survive it. I keep looking at your picture and asking, brother, why? Why? And I cry every time. And I call my tears a little revolution for you and for all the little boys like us. May we outlive the wounds of our fathers and learn to mourn the wounds of our mothers. May we heal.
Yes, let me just go. And then these are the same thing that they're at the entrances. And they have a little bit of a different hierarchy.
Hi, my name is Matthew DeLeon. I'm a graphic designer by day. And Brooklyn's drag queen of the year by night-ish, 7-ish on forever till morning again. And then I wake up and I'm back into a graphic designer behind the computer.
Bodega is always a good shit.
Very New York. So I was going to art school. I went to grad school at Parsons, and I was doing these kind of video character kind of dress up things. And then a friend that I was going to school with suggested that I should try drag. She was kind of into it. And I was pretty resistant because I was like, oh, this doesn't make sense. Even though I'd seen a few drag shows, it wasn't something that like piqued an interest in me. And then after we graduated, a few months later, someone else I knew was starting a variety night. And they're like, well, if you want to, it's going to be drag and other things and performance art stuff, which is other stuff I've been doing at the time. If you want to come down, just try it. And I was like, all right. So I did it that first night. And then I started going out more. She's like, I have this contest at this bar called Metropolitan. Why don't you try it out? And I was like, all right, why not? And then I won the contest. And then that's when it like snowballed into being out all the time. And I started co-hosting and then started putting together my own nights. And yeah, so then it never stopped. Doing it for 3 years in various shows. I'm usually out once or twice a week. And then of course I work 40 hours a week, Monday through Friday. And yeah. It's huge for me to represent a community like Brooklyn, a borough like Brooklyn, and because it's really embraced the kind of drag that I do, and I really feel like I do this without compromise. It's I don't conform to do a certain style of what I think people would imagine or want drag or think drag should be. I've always sort of done it my way, and not met that much resistance. And I think for that, like, Brooklyn's really kind of opened its arms for me, and it's always had a space for me. And then not only that, then I've been able to challenge myself and now be sort of appreciated for those things. And it's like, yeah, the best thing in the world.
This is the list. So this is the list of all the outfits. You can see it's just the two of us. So Havoc is that other model right there. So it's like Havoc, Untitled, Havoc, Untitled. So then it shows like silk sleeveless top. This is my first look. Let's give it up for the one, the only Untitled Queen.
Untitled Queen. Oh, sure. Untitled Queen is wearing a silk sleeveless top, medium to large. It's also one of the items from out of the closet. We wanted to keep it in this auction because it's easy, it's breezy, it is not CoverGirl, as you can tell.
My name is Jason Daniels, and I am more known as Mary Cherry, and we are in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Mary Cherry is a international drag performer, MC, actor, event producer, and all-around character. I started doing drag in San Francisco just for fun. I would go to friends' parties or go to office events, you know, and drag, but nothing too serious. And New York was gonna be that place where my dreams and my destiny was gonna happen. I didn't perform on stage until I was in Brooklyn. I was at my local bar, Metropolitan Bar, and I told the manager, I was like, why don't you have a coat check? He's like, well, I guess we should have a coat check. Do you want to do our coat check? And I was like, well, I have a 9 to 5, but more coin? Yeah, let's do it. So I ended up working the coat check, and maybe a few weeks after working coat check, I decided to just start putting on a little makeup just for fun. And I realized I made even more coin doing that. So I ended up doing even more of the fantasy, because it first started off as like a little lipstick, and then darkening my eyebrows, and then putting on a fascinator, and then eventually it became a wig, a dress. It was like destiny took control. And I went from coat check to having one party, and then having people contact me to speak at their event, to performing at their event. It's been almost 6 years now that I've been doing drag in Brooklyn. Being in drag has made me so more sure of myself and more confident within myself. The power of being on stage, or the power of just dressing up and having people be in awe of you regardless of how busted you may look, okay, can be life-changing. The owner of Metropolitan, when the bar first opened 15 years ago, the neighbors were not very happy about it, and they actually, a group of them beat him up to the point where he was in a coma for a few weeks. That was 15 years ago, and now those people, those groups of people that, I don't know if it's still them or if maybe it's their sons or whatever, because there's a little club across the street for the Italianos, you know. They are one of our biggest protectors if there's something that happens downstairs. I don't like to give up on the plants. I come from a very interesting family tree, you know. So my grandmother was conservative from Arkansas. She won a special scholarship to go to an all-black school. In the South at that time, the only jobs that a black woman could get, an educated black woman could get, would be either a teacher or a secretary, and she said no. So she came to California and got a cute job with the Army. And for me, being raised by her in Berkeley, California, which is a radical liberal city, definitely created conflict, but now I appreciate that, because in a world where everything is just so laissez-faire, I like that I have some love for tradition. My father was a huge part of the Black Panther movement, and my mother, who was raised in a conservative household, met him and was just like, hey, you know. My grandparents did not like that at all, of course. And eventually my grandparents got their way and removed my father from the picture completely. And my grandparents paid him to leave my mother and I. He tried to kidnap me, and then my grandparents had to give him more money, so yeah, drama, okay, yeah. Because I do remember being in a field and having my grandmother like yell at me to come to her, but then having this figure holding my shoulders, but not, I don't remember the face that well. And I think that's when it all happened. And I remember police. I went to my first protest at 5. My mother has definitely taught me to be passionate, and I think activism and compassion is something that my mother taught me. And then my grandmother taught me how to use my mind and be strong and not let anyone break you, regardless of how much they'll try. People need to pay attention, because we are going to be the foot soldiers of the revolution. It's not about color, it's about heart. It's not about gender, it's about heart. I do sausage, egg, cheese on a croissant, actually, not a bagel. America has spent so many years building these walls that I just imagine it being that's how change will happen, is from the inside. Are we there yet? Hell no. We have to completely squash the establishment that exists.
All I was hearing the bang, 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 thought it was part of a song. Maybe
Regarding the Orlando tragedies, you know, it was an interesting moment for me, like everyone else. It's kind of reminded me of 9/11, to be honest, where everyone was so much about community and coming together. And it gave me a glimpse of what the world could be like, what our community, the gay, queer community could be like. It was gorgeous, you know. People were hugging each other. I had no help financially for college, so I am in huge debt. And it angers me that I'm in huge debt. What I want to really do is create a fund for queer youth that are going to college. Specifically, the fund that I want to create is going to be queer people of color, and put some money in some kids' pocket that has dreams just like all of us that are accepting the awards. It's not going to be just drag. Drag is my stepping stone, but there's so much that Jason can also do.
People talk about safe spaces. You need to find where you feel comfortable and free. Shea Josephine is my safe space. Everyone calls me Miss Pearl. That was given to me by a minister. This is home for me. The red carpet's rolled out. I love the vibe. I love to hear the music. It has such a beautiful aura of freedom because that's the way John Claude lived his life. John Claude Baker, Josephine Baker's son. And I love my champagne, my Kia Royale. Keith was an interesting child. I was born June 6, 1961. I was raised as the only child. In our household, it was very Southern. So there was manners, yes ma'am, yes sir, church on Sunday always, fabulous meals. It was like being at the Ritz-Carlton. You know, I was always a feminine child, the way I walked, the way I talked. I always was around the girls. I didn't want to play any sports. Christmas time came, all of the girls in the family got beautiful dolls. When I saw those Barbie dolls, I began to go crazy. They began to notice and they said, something interesting's going on here. My father took notice that I wouldn't play with trucks. Never once did I hear, be a man or be a boy or sissy. Never from my parents. I got those names outside. I met a wonderful friend by the name of Jason. Jason was one of the first ones to take me to a trans club. I had seen the trans girls and always thought they were beautiful. There was something exotic about them. There was something magical. I saw a world that I had never seen before and knew that this is where I'm supposed to be. We were leaving and two beautiful trans girls were coming up. One just stared at me and she says, "You're going to be a queen one day. You're going to be a queen." I didn't know what I felt, but I knew I didn't like the outer body of Keith. I just didn't like being that person. And I decided I can't do this anymore. It's hard to try to be something you're not. And so many of us live that way. It's hurtful, it's painful because you can't be you because you're living for everyone else. I was in my late 20s and early 30s when I began to go into the direction of transitioning. I had a lot of obstacles that were before me, my career, family, the faith I came out of. My boss's wife looked at me one day and she said, "You gay?" And I said, "Of course." And she just burst out and laughed. They didn't bother me. I went and got my name changed. I got on the hormones and I took off. I went out one night and I was coming from a bar. The next thing I know, I felt this knock in my face. And the blood came and the tooth went and all of this. Didn't realize my jaw was broken in 2 places. I'd been through 3 surgeries. There's a plate on this side. They took this one out because it wouldn't heal. I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder from that. I have to be honest, it was my faith that has carried me through. My face was swollen and it was coming down. Pain, and I just would muster myself up to go to church. I had a burning need to just be in the house of the Lord. It's strength for me, not just because the way I was raised, but my relationship with God. It's a personal relationship for me, and it keeps me stable. If you've been a victim of hate crime, you have to reach way down inside and go to that core. If you go through some depression, don't stay there. We have plenty of support groups out there. You have to stay strong, and we have to do something about this violence against those that are transgender. Everyone has to be happy with who they are, because life is not worth living. I am the happiest that I have ever been in my life because I'm me. I want people to remember me as someone that would encourage you and lift you up, as a soldier of love.
This is a family here.
How you doing, Joy?
Okay, how are you?
Good.
How was class?
Listen, I need somebody to rub me down after them classes. You know, I could barely walk to get here, let alone do some exercise.
Lunch is every day here. It's like you get so much information and you can people share everything with you. I feel like this is a part of my family.
Our biggest program we have is our lunch program, where seniors can come together, have a meal, conversate, tell their stories, hear other stories, and don't feel isolated.
The lunches are excellent.
That's not a little too sweet for me.
I was watching TV one day, and I saw a program on Channel 13 about Griot Circle. And I found out about it, and I just called the phone number, and the young lady on the phone said, "Oh, come on down, we're at such a location." And I went there, and they're very accepting and very accommodating and welcoming. And I just started going there every day. I had a place to go because I lived with my sister. I didn't go anywhere. I stayed in the house all day. But finding Griot Circle was a godsend because I didn't have a place to go.
Griot Circle has been here for 20 years. Our mission is to reduce and eliminate all forms of oppression as it relates to our members. We do this by offering health and wellness activities, leadership, and advocacy.
We joined Griot when we had no place to stay. We used to have our meetings in a church. It's always been a place where you can be yourself and where you can discuss matters that go on in the most of the gay associations and whatnot, and a place where you're not judged because you're not living the life of most people. Just knowing that there were others and there were people who really cared about what we were about, that's what I found.
This is like a second home to me. I come here at least 4 times a week. I take the number 5 train from the Bronx. It's an hour and 15 minutes. Well, when I get here, there's a lot of activities to do, a lot of things to be involved in, and they're fun. You come here and you are productive. You come here and you have friends. You come here and you find different things that you have never ever known that you were interested in, and all of a sudden you find an interest in that.
I made all new friends here, and it made a big difference in my life because I had a purpose for myself. I had a place to go, people to talk to, and things to do.
You know, isolation is one of the biggest factors when you age. You know, with isolation itself, it brings on other things, depression, you know, mental health, you know, struggles. For us, we recognize that that is an important issue here at Griot Circles, so we try to provide various services that address isolation.
I am having problems, memory problems. I'm having depression problems. And somehow, because I'm connected, some of the workers and the people who work here have given me information and referrals to people who can help me and who are helping me.
Other organizations don't necessarily cater to us in a way. They don't have the same understanding of what our needs are. And then, of course, there's the prejudice that happens, unfortunately.
Our core audience is LGBTQ, and with that, we have unique needs that other centers, places won't be able to provide. As we age, we recognize there are not that many places that we feel safe or feel comfortable or feel welcomed in. Here at Griot, we're affirming. You know, we welcome everybody, whether you're LGBTQ or however you identify.
You don't ever come back for that?
She knows to pay you no mind.
Listen, Felicia can take care of herself, honey.
She didn't say one word.
You can hear the stories when they get together and the laughter and the fun, you know, so that's the value of the meal program, is that it brings you back into the community and it makes you more visible and it lets you know that your stories and yourself matters.
I now feel that I'm going to live a long life as much as possible. I may have problems with my health, but as long as I can get around and do things, I'm okay.
I would say here at Griot, the space, the rooms are always filled with laughter. But here, you know, if you're not laughing, you're smiling. If you're not smiling, you're being hugged. There's always something going on.
Okay, baby. Watch it. Don't be letting nothing touch nothing.
My name is Nia Astro Witherspoon. I am a playwright, director, theater artist, vocalist, composer, and scholar. And I am premiering my play, The Messiah Complex, at BRIC Lab Premiere.
Right, so he's already there. Maybelline has just like him into the space. And with that, it's like he's experiencing, you know, his nerve endings are out to here. So it's like he can feel everything again.
This is huge for me. I've been working on the Messiah Complex for 10 years now, almost a decade, which makes me feel really old. But it's so interesting because it feels that the play has come of age at the precise right time in history. And that all of the kinds of, like it's really at a time when Black voices are amplified in what I see as the most complicated way that Black voices have ever been amplified, right? It's not just the flattened out view. We're seeing the prism for the first time, being hinted at. It's just the beginning, but I feel really, really excited and lucky that this play gets to come of age into that. It feels all destined and divined and meant to be.
How you doing?
I'm fine. Just playing the numbers here.
Any luck?
A little bit, yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. I'm good.
The founders of the Black Lives Matter hashtag and organization are 3 Black queer women. The fact that all of that is occurring at the time and that my play is also premiering feels really important to me. This is a play about Black queer folks in particular coming to voice, but in relationship to the larger Black struggle, that like these are not and have never been mutually exclusive moments or struggles. And I think this political moment shows that in a really, really profound way, as does the play attempt to.
Pops! Thought I'd never see him again, like as if I was the one that sinned, grim, or gave up like it's the end. My end.
Because of the nature of creative work, we have the opportunity, and particularly because of the nature of theater, where we get to see, right? Theater comes from seeing place. So we get to actually create vision before it happens in reality. And it's like a little mini world in there. You know, we have the opportunity to reimagine worlds. We have the opportunity to reimagine past, present, and future. And so when we're thinking about injustice, how powerful is that to have the chance to reimagine the world?
Thank you. Quiet them down. Go now. All around the world, we got blacks at the bottom. I got them. Clock. The feds are shot because they couldn't hide them.
Also, for those of us in the African diaspora whose histories have been so really intentionally lost, intentionally denigrated, intentionally brushed to the side and disappeared, the ways in which peoples are disappeared. It's really important for us also, I think, to do that work of looking not only forward but back. So my father was involved with the Panthers when he was young. He was young for them, but he would help out, you know, he would just follow them around and help out in Philly, in West Philly. And, you know, he would help with the free lunch program, he would deliver messages, he would kind of spread the word. I've always been really fascinated with this idea of a Messiah, with this idea, not necessarily of only one person, which I know goes against the idea of Messiah as we usually hear it, of the Christian idea, but more so about this power, this potentiality of a human to rise above whatever we think is possible. And as far as people go, just everybody, as far as communities go also, we can't just look to a leader, but really finding that Messiah inside of oneself and the ways in which, especially certain folks are deemed holy and certain folks are deemed unholy, you know? And when you think about who's asking, that's a huge deal. We are described as monstrous, as demonic. And so I think really when we think about the ways in which the monstrous, the demonic, and the sinful is projected onto unwanted bodies, unwanted social bodies, bodies who are oppressed, and bodies who the system survives based on oppressing, to claim I am holy and to claim I am Messiah for any of those bodies is absolutely revolutionary.
Hey, I'm from the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. I will not be disrespected.
You know that voice? Nah. It's him.
I can't.
Go!
I got this, man.
You sure?
Yeah. What's up, man?
Get out of here.
You alright?
Yeah. I'll be damned.
It was always a struggle. And, you know, how to be yourself without all this discrimination that, you know, that we faced on a daily basis. Today is trying to bring people back. Where are we? What's our community like? I was always curious about what was happening on the outside of my community, and I wasn't allowed. And when I found New York, I was just elated to find something different from where I came from. I came out as a three-piece butch. I wore the suits and I patted things down, and I was very much so-called butch. And but that whole look brought negative attention to me. So men would want to stop and cause a fight. And if I was with my lover, the first thing they would pick is, hey, sister, you know, what you need is a good male, stiff, and you need this, and, you know, and I would get so harassed on the street. Salsa Soul was developed because of women's lack of services, discrimination, health, lack of health care, that we just needed to be with each other, the network, to sit down and talk about some of the problems that we ran into. I marched out of my shoes. We were building a movement. Circle of Voices became something for women to be proud of. Women really worked hard. I got a lot of cooperation from women once they realized that I was serious. The next big issue is where we're going, and sitting down and talking and deciding where we want to go. That's one of the main ones, getting the youth and the elders together and talk about where we have been, what it was like for us, and our music, our culture, our past, and help bring that forward.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
This is a brand new episode of Laughaholics Live. I'm Ray Dijon, your host and producer. It is going to be insane today. Check this out. Brooklyn is so hot. Comedians decided to come from all around the country just to be on Laughaholics Live. The hottest thing coming out of BK tonight, we have Nika Domingo, Ty Breakout, Ray Gibbs, and Big Eli. When you see Big Eli, you're gonna bug out because there's nothing big about him. It's Laughaholics Live. Stay tuned, stay locked. Let's get our laugh on.
Ladies, make some noise. Welcome to Laughaholics Live. It's a brand new episode. You know what it is. We in season number 5. My name is Ray Dijon, your host, and I'm happy that you're here tonight. We got some great comedians from all around the country. Give it up for DJ Barry Blends on the set. Hold it up, B. Yeah, I love that, man. Clap it up for yourselves for being a great audience and looking so good tonight. Tucked in the back of Lindenwood Diner. This is Brooklyn, New York, where everything happens. Brooklyn is the place to be. Y'all agree? All right, that's right. If you're not from Brooklyn, you are from out of town. Coming to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your first comedian. Let's hear a big round of applause for my man Pernell Holloway, y'all. Give it up.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Come on, clap it up, clap it up, clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. All right. Cut the music, DJ. Thank you. I like to start the show off with a little testimony, actually, ladies and gentlemen. If you believe in God or a higher power, make some noise. That's what I'm talking about, man. I just want to testify God has done some amazing things in my life, ladies and gentlemen. I just recently signed a big contract with HBO. Thank you. Thank you. They'll be coming to install it on Thursday. I got the premium package, you know what I'm saying? I get to see all the Mayweather fights, all the good stuff, you know? But God is amazing, you know what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? And I tell you, man, as I look around, I see there's a nice denomination of ladies in the house. I want to find out, all my women, if you're between 50 and 60 years old, clap it up for yourselves. That's what I'm talking about, vintage. I love that. Y'all are the type of women I fall for now. I noticed that. 60 plus. I've been dating older women lately. The other day, I went to visit one of my elderly friends, right? She came to the door. Soon as she opened the door, she fell into my arms. She said, "Hold me, hold me." I said, "Are you always this romantic?" She said, "No, I can't find my walker." Hold me. I can't find my walker. But I love her to death, you know what I'm saying? Because she ain't going to leave me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, she ain't going nowhere. That walker right where I hit it, goddammit. She ain't going nowhere. You know? I was out the other night, man. I'm like trying a lot of different stuff, ladies and gentlemen. I was out the other night at a club, had a nice time with a beautiful young lady. We dancing all night long, right? So at the end of the night, I said, let me ask her if we could extend the evening a little bit. I said, excuse me, sweetheart, your place or mine's? She said, both. I said, what do you mean? She said, you go to your place and I'll go to mine. She hurt my feelings nicely, you know? Women have a way of doing that, you know? But I can't be mad at her, you know? There's a lot going on. I just recently joined the gym, too, trying to get in shape, ladies and gentlemen. Clap it up for me. Went and joined the gym, trying to get healthy. You know what I'm saying, big dog? They hooked me up with a personal trainer, right? So the first thing I asked him, I said, excuse me, let's cut to the chase. Which machine gets the women all worked up? He said, do you really want to know? I said, yes. What machine gets the women all worked up? He said, the ATM machine. Soon as they see you at the ATM machine, they come running over there. I said, okay, all right, I'm going to hang out by the ATM machine, you know? And there's so many different type of women I fall for nowadays, you know? Like my main woman, I'm going to see if they in the building. Ladies, if you got a good job, working women, you got a good job, clap it up for yourselves, ladies. Clap it up. Take a look around, fellas. Take a look around. Take a look around. These are the women you want to hook up with tonight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the working women. I'm going to tell you right now, ladies, if you got a good job, you ain't got to come inside the bedroom and get butt naked to make me happy. If you got a good job, just step inside the bedroom and throw your pay stubs on the bed. Oh, yeah, that's some sexy stuff right there, right? Right? You ever have your woman throw her pay stub on the bed? You like, oh, did you do overtime? I love a woman who do overtime. I'm telling you, man. I love a woman. Hold on one second. Excuse me, can y'all argue about this shit later? I got a show going on. Thank you. What the fuck is going on? I never seen no shit like this in my life. They arguing over the wings doing a tape show. Like, damn. Can't take black folk nowhere. I'm sorry. My apologies if I used the N-word once. I apologize. I apologize. But can I look back to the jokes? A knock knock. I'm just saying. Can we wait till the end of the show? That's all I'm saying. But ladies, like I said, if you got a good job, honestly, I love y'all. But here's my biggest problem. My woman got mad at me the other day, right? Because I happened to slip an application under her pillow. Yeah, she woke up with an attitude, talking about she's a housewife. Now, ladies, right or wrong, if you're a housewife, that means that you're supposed to do shit around the house, right? She didn't want to cook. She didn't want to clean. All she wanted to do was make love and sleep. Look at some of the ladies like, what's wrong with that? Ladies, there's nothing wrong with making love. And ain't nothing wrong with sleeping either. But when I gotta make love to you while you're sleeping, goddamn it, something wrong in this relationship, right? Can you imagine that, fellas? You in the bedroom with your princess, right? You doing your thing. And all you hear is this shit right here. That would mess you up, right, guys? Right? You could lose your erection behind something like that, right, sir? After the second snore, I snap. Yeah, my ego get insulted, you know. I will bust you in your head with a lamp. Yeah, after the second snore, she'd be like, ow. I'd be like, yeah, baby, that's more like that. Yeah, make some noise when I'm inside you, goddamn. You ain't gonna mess with my ego, you know? I'll put a hot light bulb on your ass. Yeah, see. Yeah. You ain't gonna mess with my ego, goddammit. I swear to God. And last but not least, man, I'm gonna talk to the woman who knows for a fact that she has a good man in her life. Clap if you know you got a good man. Ladies, clap. This is some pitiful shit. This is some pitiful shit. I asked him to clap for the good man. So, ladies, let me ask you this. Is it true? Is it true that a good man is hard to find? Clapping for a good man is hard to find. That's true. Okay. Because they say for every good man, there are 4 women available for that good man. That's what I heard. So, ladies, if you have a good man, chances are you sharing his ass. Yeah, I mean, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you, you know? And if you should find out that your man might be seeing another woman, do me a favor. Do not act childish. Yeah, when you find the other woman's number in his phone, which you will, call her up. Get to know her. Find out what her credit score is. Maybe we can upgrade and get a 1 family out in Long Island some goddamn ways. I said, come on and get this goddamn dollar, Brooklyn. Hey, listen, my name is Pernell Holloway. Thank y'all so very much.
Give it up for Pernell. He's sweating like Mike Tyson in a spelling bee. Nigga got a gland problem. You see this shit? I'm paying attention. You paying attention? You gonna talk about big girls with his big ass. Why he didn't include himself in the goddamn equation? You gonna talk about big girls? Shit, you need to turn around and look at this goddamn mirror right here. Did a good job. Give it up for Pernell one more time. Pernell! All right, let's keep the show going. Y'all ready for the next comedian? Make some noise right now in the building. Keep it going for the next comic. Let's hear it from my man, Mr. Ty Breakout. Ty Breakout.
It's your man's BRIC Jameson. I'm here, Brooklyn. We have the Laughaholics tonight. We're gonna get down. I rode the Chinese bus up this piece. I'm serious.
Go ahead, cut that DJ. Clap it up, y'all. Looking good in this piece. Yes, over 40 crowd. Clap your hands, over 40. That's what I'm talking about. You get smarter when you're over 40. Plus shit start breaking down. You ever walk and your knee just go, fuck that? You ever had that happen? Your knee just be like, slow down, player, slow down. Slow the fuck down. You walking too fast. You ever dance on Saturday night? You feeling it and shit. You feeling it. That shit your back don't fuck with you till Monday. Right before work, your back be like, call in, nigga, call in. It's crazy. I hear stuff different too. I hear shit different. Being over 40, stuff sound different. I can pick up hater. I can get the hater clues. All right, it's this word called little. All right, I'll give you an example. I'm hanging out with my girl Saturday night. I get to work. A co-worker, this chick say, oh, I seen you out with your little girlfriend. Bitch, fuck you. You hating. You trying to diminish my excellence. You ever had that people do that shit? I seen you with your little car. Is it? You trying to break your own shit down. That's crazy. People say hater stuff. You ever had somebody say this to you? Oh, you clean up well. You know what? Go to hell. You know what I'm saying? You clean up well. What, I look like a hobo before or something? People ignorant, man. I pick all that stuff up now. You know, there's words I said that I never said before in my life. Like nonsense. I never said that. Now I'm like, what is this nonsense? You know, you older when you say that. This is a bunch of foolishness. You old as shit asking for supper. Who in there say, fix my supper? You say, that's a throwback. You know what I mean? Because look, I'm from the days though. I'm from the days. You know, the kids all wild and stuff. And I can say that because I got kids. And we all got kids in here. But I feel like I'm a survivor. I'm a survivor. You know what I'm a survivor of? Black mom. That's I'm a survivor. Black mom would drop mom bombs on you, won't she? You know that one? We all know the one, fix your face before I fix it for you. You know that one, right? But you already know that the fix it for you is not good. You can decipher that shit. Fix it for you. Wait a minute. When you was a kid, wait a minute. That don't sound good. I remember when I was a kid, you know, you couldn't be around grown folks, could you? No. You couldn't be around grown. I would come upstairs, like me and my cousins, we down in the basement. My mom and them having a good time upstairs. I come upstairs, my mom go, everything is stopped. She'll go, excuse me, you need something? That would hurt your feelings. You go right back downstairs. You know what I'm saying? But that's how it is. That's how it is. I'm telling you right now, I'm standing up here and I love y'all because I lost like 50 pounds. Clap it up. I'm standing up here because let me tell you something. I was a big boy before. Voice was different, everything. My voice had a little more gristle in it. I was putting S's on stuff, didn't need to have it. Can you get some pizzas? I was doing shit. Can you go to Arby's? I knew I was fat when all my scented candles was shit like lemon pie, cinnamon bun. I had a pot roast candle. That's what I don't know where the hell You know you fat when you just got random packs of ketchup in your pocket. That's the bullshit. I was you fat as shit when you do the high-low. You fat as shit when you do that. You know, I wasn't even making booty calls. I was making foodie calls. I was just doing it's crazy. I didn't like it. And then I've been out in the single world. I've been divorced now. I was divorced for a couple years. I was married for like 15 years. And I remember the vows was sounding crazy to me. I was standing up there and the Rev was like, do you take this woman to having the whole, the love and respect, the cherish and honor? You had the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in the court of law. You had the right to retain a lawyer. That's it. But the single world is crazy because you go out in the clubs and the chicks is mean as shit. You could buy a chick a drink, she'll take your drink, go dance with another motherfucker. That's crazy. I'm on your ass. You know what? The girls do this slick shit too. They do this shit. You buy them a drink, you start a conversation, they go, ooh, that's my cut. And then they go on the dance floor. Bitch, I'm on your ass. I'm instant stalker now. I'm just like, where you going? Where you going? Where you going? I'm right on your ass. Oh my God, yeah, drink the drink. Drink the drink. I'll go the fuck away. Drink the drink.
turned instant stalker. Chicks mean as shit in the club. This girl told me I look halfway decent. Ain't that a bitch? Halfway decent like a D+. It's crazy. Women mean as shit. And then I tried to go out with my girl, tried to take her out in the club. She in the club the whole time fucking with me. We trying to have a good time. She's staring at me talking about, I seen you looking at that girl, big titties. I was like, you seen them too? Shit. Thank you. Let me tell you something too, man. You know what I hate too about going out? You ever go out and like fuck up like $100 on like a Tuesday night, some dumb shit like that? You ever do that? That's the worst shit, ain't it? The next day, when you try to count back, wait, wait. I got Rob a drink. I got Kenya and them 2 drinks. We got some wings. Some on me $50. This is bullshit. That is the worst. That's the worst. And the night is over too. We all friends in here, right? So the night is over when you doing this shit. You ever look at something you ain't looking at it? You keep repeating shit. No, that's my motherfucking cousin. Dog, I said, where your coat at? What the fuck is you talking about? You ever go to work, you still drunk? Yes. White people be in your business too. White people like, did you go out last night? You like. And then black people put you on point, especially black women. What is that? Some Hennessy cologne? What you got on? Take your ass home. That's what you need. Stop drinking. The worst shit too is the dry heaves. I hate that. Dry heave. I'd rather just give it up than stand up there and just, oh my God. Your voice, I'm gonna never drink this shit again. Oh my God. And the whole string of slobber just coming down. That's the worst. That's the worst. And I hate work too. Work, they give you 10 sick days, then they mad if you use one. You know what a hangover is, a sick day. Fuck you. I will throw up on your desk. Fuck that. I hate work. You ever work with somebody, you know, everybody put the lottery in and you put the lottery in and everybody's like, it's like $10 million. $100 million or $300 million. Everybody throw $10 in there, right? And there's always somebody talking about they wouldn't stop working. You ever hear that shit? I wouldn't stop working. Get the fuck out of here. I will show up to work with pajamas on. You let me win. A cigar. I'm at a rich man laugh too. Sir, you gotta leave the premises. Don't make me buy this motherfucker. That's what I would just be a fool. You let me win, man. But tell you something. Dress debonair. You know what I mean? Go out with all the ladies. I'm gonna have a good time with it. But you know, stuff's so expensive now, you need to win the lottery. You take the kids to the movies. You ever take the kids to the movies? It's $100 take the kids to the movies. Popcorn, $8.50. Soda, $9.50. Me and the kids, black, we all know. You go to the dollar store and load the fuck up, don't you? You go to any convenience store. My sons, they had assignments. You got all the chips and crackers, all right? You got the cookies, all right? You got the candy. And me, I had a bucket of chicken wrapped up like a baby. I was like, come on, for y'all little brother, wake up. The lady was like, your son smell good. I was like, that's 11 herbs and spices, bitch. That's what. Let's go. Then I dropped the coleslaw. The lady was like, what's that? I said, my son's sick. And then I just hurry up. Get your ass in there. I remember my son's tooth came out, right? He thought he was gonna get $5 for his tooth. $5. I know personally the tooth fairy broke his shit. I know that for a fact. $5 for a tooth. I was like, well, let's take them all out and pay the electric bill. Fuck it. That's what. Shit is expensive ass tooth. Then I'm riding through the hood. I'm at the light with them crackheads. You know what's crazy? The crackhead was on the corner or whatever. You know how they be like, you know how they tripping. She talking about $2, baby. That's what she said. $2. I was like, I don't want that. That's a going out of business sale. Fuck that. That's a clearance. That's irregular. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Shit is so expensive, man. But you gotta work. You know what I mean? You gotta work. It's tough. It's tough. I'm telling you, I'm out here in the dating world, and it's crazy. You meet, I'm meeting all kinds of women. Some of them mean as shit, like I said. Sometimes you get some good shit. Sometimes listen, I tell all the fellas, take care of your woman. Fellas, take care of your women. That's right, that's right. Ladies, take care of your man. Look, no clapping. See that bullshit? That's crazy. So, I tell all the ladies, I tell the fellas, look, your woman know if you broke or not, and it's her birthday or something. She know that, right? So, this is what you do. You come up with something. I don't give a damn if it's a glass of water with 2 goldfish in it. You talking about, baby, that's me and you in this glass. That's love in this glass. This is our apartment. But I love the women, because the women do something. The women do something that's very important. And you know what? Y'all go to the doctors and everything all the time. Clap for the ladies. Y'all go to the doctors. Fellas, we don't go to the doctor. I hate the doctors. Don't you hate the doctors, brother? Because you got to put that smock on, and that smock, they still got that shit where your ass hanging out. Then you got to sit on that table, and that table got that paper like. You better make sure your ass is clean too, because if you get up and the paper get up with you, that's that bullshit. I'll be like, Doc, what the hell is this, Doc? Yo, my name is Ty Breakout. I love y'all.
Keep it going for Ty Breakout. Ty Breakout. Give it up. Give it up for him, y'all. Give it up.
Big white beats.
Yeah. Y'all ever experienced the paper? Yeah? Anybody get up and the shit was sticking to your ass? No? How about when all the people that went and took a shit, when you put the little thing on the toilet? Did that paper stick to your ass? What'd you do with it? You put it in your pocket? You ever sit down and take a shit and then you realize there's no toilet paper? Now you got to make a shitty decision. You walk out of there, you full of shit, is what you are. Papi Chulo, everything good? All right, we're going to get you an older mommy. Yes. When you come back, you got to report to us, okay? We need to hear exactly what happened. All right, here we go. So we got 2 more. I need y'all to hang in there. We got 2 more. We're going to end it with a bang. Please put your hands together for the next comedian blessing the stage for Lapaholics Live. Give it up for Ray Gibbs, y'all. Give it up.
What's up, man? It's your boy Ray Gibbs here at Lindenwood Diner, Lapaholics Comedy Club Comedy Series.
Come on, keep clapping your hands. Clap your hands. We have a good time tonight. Clap it up. Clap it up. We have a good time tonight. How are y'all doing? You look good. You look good. Go ahead and cut it, DJ. How are y'all doing, Brooklyn? Hey, Brooklyn. Things are different out this motherfucker, I tell you that right now. Things are different. They are gentrifying the shit out of y'all area. It is real. A lot of y'all moving to Jersey now. Let me tell you, when I used to come to Brooklyn, Brooklyn was different. It was a little bit rough and rugged. I used to come out here all the time. People think drugs involved with what I was doing. You ever get that? People think drugs involved with what you're doing? I'm out here asking for directions one day. I'm like, hey, you doing, brother? How you doing? Listen, I'm trying to get to Atlantic Avenue. You know how to get to Atlantic? This nigga was like, Atlantic Avenue? What you looking for, the weed? I got the weed right here. You ain't got to go to Atlantic. I got sour power. Fuck with your boy. I'm like, man, calm down. I'm just trying to get to Pickett & Ponds. He's like, Pickett & Ponds? You looking for the coke? Why didn't you say that? Can't feel your face fucking with me. It's crazy. So you know the bullshit, you know. After I buy the coke and the weed off of him, he showed me how to get to Lindenwood Diner. But I ain't gonna lie, let me start off, man. I've been having a great year. It's been a real great year. Clap it up if you got kids. Anybody got kids? Kids? Let me tell you, I have a 6-year-old son, and no lie, this year I was awarded full custody of my 6-year-old boy, y'all. Yeah. Full custody. I'm a full-time father, man. But before I became a full-time father, I was going through some hardships. I was going through a rough situation. I was going through this thing called child support. You ever heard of this shit? The child support is rough. You don't pay your child support, I didn't even know. You go to jail. But things are different now. Things are different. I got custody of my son. I'm taking him to school. I'm picking him up. We doing homework. We doing tests. I'm doing laundry, doing dishes. I'm paying the bills. And you know what? I love my son, but nowadays, kind of miss child support. It wasn't that bad when I think about it. Oh no, it was a pretty good deal. It was a pretty good deal. I didn't realize the blessing that God had bestowed upon me when it came to child support. I miss it. But you know what? I like it though. I like having my son. I'm learning new things. He's adapting to me. I'm adapting to him. We live together. He got his own room, and I just learned this year what the worst noise your child could be making when y'all in the house alone. Do some people know? Some people say screaming. Some people say crying. That's right. They all wrong. It's silence. Oh, silence is a killer. My son got his own room. He's quiet in his room for 45 minutes. I'm like, something fucking wrong. I walk in my son's room. He's covered head to toe in syrup, just licking his fingers clean, watching Despicable Me. I'm like, fitting, son. Ridiculous. Times has changed, man. I really like this, though, man. I'm starting to get a little accustomed to new things, man, so I started to change my life. You know what I'm saying? I said I got custody of my son. I want to be a better role model. I'm going to be positive. I did something new. I started going to church. Anybody here go to church? Oh, man, I go to church every Sunday now. But I can't lie, church is actually kind of funny. Because preachers are hilarious. They got to have what you call a stage presence, you know what I'm saying? Just like comedians. Comedians want to get you involved, you know what we say? Give a round of applause for yourselves. Look at they follow instructions, see that shit? But preachers want to get you involved, you know what they say? God is good. All the time. Church say amen. Look, they got you open already, look at that shit. I'm ready to receive right now. They just like us. Same thing if they bombing. You know, comedians are bombing, things ain't going right. First thing come out of my mouth is like, yeah, so shit is crazy. Shit is crazy. But preachers, if preachers are bombing and y'all not feeling the word, they say things different. They say things like, turn to your neighbor. You ever get turned to your neighbor? We're going to try that real quick. Everybody turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor? What the hell are you looking at? You don't get out of my face. I love church. But things that bother me about church sometimes, I can't lie, you women sometimes. Women sometimes bother me at church because some women be dressing like they in the club still. It's hard to focus on the word when Shaniqua got that thing sitting out. You know what I'm talking about. Like, God, Lord, why are you trying me? Is this a test? And sometimes I can't help myself. I forget where I'm at. I lose myself. Don't let praise and worship come on. This is me in praise and worship right here. This is me in praise and worship. Oh, Lord, and greatly to be praised. 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 I love praise and worship. I'm telling you. But the world is changing, man. Keep your kids close. Keep your kids close. Because I don't know. Any Trump supporters in here? Trump supporters? Don't be quiet now. We see you on Instagram, Facebook talking shit. Don't be quiet now. Because Trump is crazy. You don't know what he going to do. You don't know what he going to do. Like me, I miss Barack Obama. Anybody else? I miss my president. I love Barack. I was so happy for Barack. And I wasn't just happy because he was the first black president. I was happy because he was the first black man in my life to do 8 years. We all proud of him. Shit, you know. Usually when a black man do 8 years, we just waiting on him to be released, you know. Anybody got family and friends out of jail? Family and friends out of jail? Just 2 of us. Okay, fuck y'all. All right. I can't be real. I can't lie. I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it 100, what they say. I got family and friends out of jail. I got a cousin named Taekwon. Taekwon is in out of jail every single year. Taekwon come home. He got the nerve to ask me this shit. He's like, Ray, why didn't you come visit me, Ray? You knew I was in jail. Why didn't you come visit me? I looked Taekwon dead in the face and said, Taekwon, you went out of jail every single year. Shit. You sure you ain't visiting us? Shit, I didn't know. Thought this was a short stay for you. I apologize. I'll visit you next time, I swear. He caught a little bit of feelings about that. He's like, oh yeah, I heard you're doing comedy. Not so funny, man. I'm like, oh yeah, I heard you on parole. Not so free felon. Don't make fun of me. There's a leash on your life. You can't go past the gate. Can't go past the gate. He one of them people that been locked up for a long time, too. He been locked up since he was like 12, and then out of jail, so he ain't really got a good speech problem. You know, He can't talk too well. He got a lisp, man. As soon as he, oh shit, yo. Oh shit. This is my cousin, yo. I ain't seen it long. Come here, yo. He asked you dumb questions. Where you been? Man, I've been free. The fuck is wrong with you? What are you talking about? But I'm sitting here making fun of my cousin like I ain't make mistakes in my life. Anybody, clap it up if you made a mistake in life before. Clap it up if you made a mistake. Good. You all been to jail, right? You all been to jail before. You all been, hello? You all been to jail. Just me and the lady in the front. Okay. You see this shit? The rest of them in denial. I'll keep it real. You kept it real with me, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I've been arrested before too. Unpaid parking tickets, had a traffic warrant. I got arrested on a Friday night. Hey, does anybody know what happened? You get arrested on a Friday night? You know that's funny. None of y'all been to jail, but you seem to know the fucking rules. You know? Denial. You see this shit, right? Yes, you're right, everyone. You gotta sit there till Monday. Judge tell you how much your freedom costs. Depending on where you are in life, depending you get to go home soon or not. Judge told me my bail was $75. I was like, shit, for the whole weekend? Gotta get my life together. But these 1990 babies are different, aren't they? 1990s babies are different. A 1990 baby coming from me after court, he's cursing, kicking stuff over. I'm like, man, calm down. What's wrong with you? He said, man, the judge said I gotta pay $75 to do 6 months. I'm like, oh, that's great. He said, yeah, I'm gonna do the whole 6. I said, shit. I'm like, that's plan A, you ain't got shit to do? It's cold in here. Because times are changing. Keep your kids close. I was raised differently. Like, I can't lie. These new day and age kids, they're totally different than us. We had different video games. Then they got this Xbox 360 and PlayStation 4. What did we play when we were kids? Atari. Nintendo. Coleco. Game Boy. You had good parents. Look at that shit. You know what games I played when I was a kid? Shit, outside. Use your imagination. You could be on any level out that bitch. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Your ass out the door. And the TV shows are different, too. The TV shows are ridiculous. They got this love and hip-hop, basketball wives, mob wives, drama all the goddamn time. What TV shows we watched when we were kids? Martin, Jeffersons. Good Times. Let me tell you, I grew up with my grandmother. I was watching 227. I was watching Matlock. Shit. This nigga was my hero. I got a little old. I was watching the Cosby's, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. But you know what my favorite show is? You know my favorite show? Family Matters. Remember Family Matters? Oh, I used to love some Family Matters. That dude come on singing Friday night at 8 o'clock. It's a rare condition, this day and age. Read any good news on a newspaper page. Another tradition of the grand design. It's even harder to find. Oh. I used to love that shit. Matter of fact, that was my favorite part. My mother be in the house looking for shit. Where's the remote control? It's even harder to find. She's like, boy, it's getting late. Where's your father? He's even harder to find. That was my favorite part. Let me tell you recently, like I was on a prison tour. We were going state to state doing prisons and stuff like that. And we're giving comedy to the inmates, around Christmas time. And a lot of times, we do these shows and it's like 500-600 inmates. It's crazy. So I'm doing that joke one time and there's an inmate in the front. He's not laughing at shit. He ain't laughing at nobody. So I'm doing the joke. I'm asking everybody about their TV shows. And I'm like, what about you, man? What TV show you used to watch when you were a kid? He looked me dead in the face and said, I ain't watched shit. I ain't watched nothing. I looked back at him. I said, there go the problem right there. I'm like, shit, you should have watched Cops, goddammit. Might have been at a different show. It's even harder to find. Lost your damn mind. Times are changing. Especially with the kids, man. Times are changing, man. Keep your kids close because social media messing up kids, too. They don't know simple things because of social media. Let me tell you, I got a cousin, 13 years old. His name is Ty. One day, I'm driving in a car. Ty's riding with me. I'm riding to the bank. I said, you know what? Let me check my account real quick. So I have my cousin Ty call the bank before I get there. I said, here, call the bank and put my bank account number in. He puts my bank account number in. The operator says to him, if these are the correct numbers, please press pound. He looks at the phone confused. Operator repeats herself. If these are the correct numbers, please press pound. I'm getting furious. I'm like, press pound, Ty. He take too long. Operator hangs up. Thank you for calling. Goodbye. I say, Ty, why didn't you press the pound button? He looked me dead in the face and said, what is the pound button? I said, boy, it's all the way down on the dial pad to the right. He looks at the phone, looks up, sucks his teeth like, oh, man, you talking about hashtag. Why didn't you say that? I'm like, hashtag get your life together. That's the pound sign, boy. Things are changing. Man, I can't lie, man. And one thing, too, I love comedy, man. Really love this thing. And comedians, even Ray will tell you, comedians, we do everything. We don't care. We do your birthday, the wedding. We do backyard cookouts. I'm ridiculous. I'll do your funeral. I don't give a shit. I'll stand right over your casket like, thank you all for coming out, and shout out to the people who couldn't be here, you know. I don't give a shit. I'll do it all. Let me tell you, recently, last week, I did a drug dealer birthday party. You know, it was really cool. It was really cool. They had good food, good catered services. They had, like, brownies and shit like that. But one thing that bugged me out about the whole night, I can't lie, one thing that bugged me out about the whole night were the women. All the women at this party blew my mind. Like the mothers, the nanas, the sisters, the aunties, the girlfriends, the side chicks, all of them. Every last one of them had fake body parts. Can't make this shit up. Shit looked like Miami had a sale. That's what it looked. And me, I don't even care, ladies. If you want to get a fake ass, go out there, get you a fake ass. It's your body. But if you do decide to get a fake ass, could you just get some fake thighs to go with it? Shit, you know. A lot of you women look ridiculous. Order a number 3. Don't get a Happy Meal, goddammit. You got a Happy Meal body. That look really ridiculous. You got that big ass butt and them skinny ass legs. You look like the capital letter P walking around this motherfucker. One girl asked me how she looked when we were in there. I said, you look preposterous, goddammit. With a capital P. It's even harder to find. Hey, yo, that's my time. Thank you. I'm Ray Gibbs. Have a enjoy the rest of the show.
Come on, y'all give it up for Wyclef Jean. Look at him. What are you talking about? Me, goddammit. Look at Wyclef Jean on crack. You gonna talk about my ass? Shit. He talking about the capital P, right? He a pencil down here and a big chest up here. He talking shit about right. It's called projection. The same thing Purnell was doing. He talking about big chicks. He bigger than every chick in this goddamn bit. Let's hear it from my man Ray Gibbs, man, one more time. I'm glad you guys been hanging out with me the whole night. We're gonna close it with a bang. This guy that's coming to the stage is a reflection of the 70s, and you're gonna see that as soon as he touches the stage. We wanna leave you with a hard, aggressive laugh, even if you gotta laugh at him and not with him. Please put your hands together for the last comedian at Lapaholics Live. Give it up for my man, Big Eli.
What's going on, people? This is your boy, Big Eli. I'm here at the Linwood Diner in Brooklyn. We about to film Laughaholics. I came to make these people laugh. You see I got on my Sunday best. You jive turkeys ain't ready for this. So come on, man. Let's get this show started, man. You see my ride, too, right? Hush your mouth. Suckers.
Freak out. You freak, say shit. Freak out. Have you heard about the new dance craze? Listen to us. I'm sure you'll be amazed. Big fun.
Disrespectful, ain't it? Look at this shit. Come on, New York, give it up, give it up, give it up.
Man, I'm so glad they called me. I'm hot as hell with this outfit on. They told me, hey, you gotta dress up, it's a 70s party. They lied, you know what I mean? I should have knew something. I seen one, I'm like, wait a minute, why I'm the only? They like, nah, they coming later. This is you know what I mean? My feet hurting and shit. Got these old shoes on, but I look good though, don't I? Shit. What my, Dad, oh, you tall? I was like, yes. I'm 5'9". Man, my feet hurt. Let me take these goddamn shoes off. Shit. I'm 4'11". Don't judge me. God know my heart. Woo. Hey, look, man, listen. I don't know if anybody did this, right? But this is Laughaholics, right? We in Brooklyn, New York. I believe in one thing before we do anything, right? God gets the glory. You know what I mean? Seriously. So when I say prayer, if you believe like I believe, you say words. Prayer. Words. Prayer. Words. I say prayer, do what? Words. All right, all right. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you an example how good God has been to me. Right? My son, he went and did a little driving test. He passed the test 4 months ago. This morning, he had to go take the written test. I'm a father. I showed up for my son. Something men need to do. So before my son went to take the test, I grabbed him and I did what? Because prayer what? There it is. He came home. I said, Kwani, what happened? He said, Daddy, I failed. I said, won't God do it? I ain't got to buy this nigga nothing. You understand? He might not come when you call, but he always on time. Hallelujah. Take these $50 and get you a bus pass, dummy. Don't judge me. God know my heart. Woo. I'm so glad that the summer is over. Listen, no, I'm going to tell you. My daughter, she in kindergarten. Had to go to summer school. Don't judge me. Look, her mama's stupid. Come on now. Kindergarten, you know what I mean? All you do in kindergarten is color. Get the green crayons, Nene. Last week she had a fight with a boy in the class and had to get detention. I said, wait a minute. It's another somebody else in summer school too. I walk into school, she said, Daddy, that's the boy. The little boy said, I'll fight him, got up, punched me in my chest. I told my daughter, Nene, get up. We jumping this little fucker. You don't put your hand on me. I'm Lenore's son. We surround him, you know, I'm gonna hit him low, you hit him high. We rum wrestle him. Next thing you know, the guidance counselor, security guard, vice principal, they're gonna break up the fight. Now they got me in the principal office. I don't even go to that school. Principal looking at me talking about, you gonna give me detention? I said, detention? I'm a grown man. He said, boy, stop lying. You in Miss Andrews' class. Boy, them lights got me up here hot. I feel like bacon. Oh, how the... Then them Chicken Shack lights, too. I feel like a kill breast. Woo, Lord. Uh-oh. I went shopping. Things ain't like they used to be, man. I'm downtown, what is it, wherever I'm at, I'm somewhere by the garden, right? So I go buy me a pair of Chucks. You know, I like sneakers. I go buy a pair of Chucks. I come outside. I'm on Broadway. This white truck pull up. They looking at me. I'm looking at them. Now, I'm from North, but now I'm in New York. Come on now. I ain't no punk, and I ain't no fool. They looking at me. I know when there's some trouble. You know, y'all seen Boys in the Hood. You remember, run, Ricky! The van slowed down. I did what any thug, first of all, I'm from Newark. I live in Compton now, so I did what any gangster's supposed to do. I got to walk in here. You know what I'm talking about? The van made a U-turn. Doors bust, 2 dudes get out the van. And they follow me. I made a left. They catch me and threw me in the van. I'm serious. Now I'm in the van praying, you know, in all languages. I'm Jehovah Witness, Muslim, Islam, yeah. The van went to school, I think it was 202 or 220.
They were truancy officers. They talking about I'm cutting classes, you know. I had to call, I'm saying, Ray DeJohn, he had to come get me. I got a homework packet in my car right now. They got me doing my division. I don't know nothing about nobody. How many times 6 going to 12? I don't know. You know what I mean? Took my daughter to Disneyland. Listen to me. People, these amusement parks, they ain't worth it. Right? You know, they got 3 colors to get into Disneyland. You get a band. Right? For the red band, it's $120. All you do is get in the park. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing else. You got to pay for your rides and all this. The yellow band is $150. You get in the park, you get on most of the rides. The green band, you get in the park, you get on all the rides, and you can eat. I've been doing comedy for about 30 years. I got my daughter the green band because that's my daughter. We're in there like 2 hours. She came back crying. Daddy, they ain't let me on the ride. Wait a minute. Do they not know? Uh-oh. Oh, man, look at it. Look. Hey, excuse me. Look at this shit. Come on, man, look at this shit. Nah, don't do it. Look, let him do it. First of all, hey, y'all, come on, don't do that. Give it up for the Brooklyn housewives, y'all. Come on, now. Look at them, buddy. Look at them, Yes, I know I had $25 left on my food stamp card. No, didn't do. No, you didn't, baby. You know, because you had members, you had brought the oodles and noodles. You brought the oodles and noodles, and then you brought the pizza, right? No, you had extra cheese on the pizza. No, I remember that because I said I wanted pickles, and you said no, give you the extra cheese. So they gave you the oodles and noodles and the extra cheese. You ain't getting no bread. They ain't had no bread. You ain't getting no bread. They ain't had no bread. Look at them. Oh, you can tell when you buy hood rat, don't it? You know that because they just smell like yeast infection. You know what I'm talking about, right? Oh, I'm wrong? I'm wrong for that? Don't judge me. God know my heart. Come on, now, let's be honest. We're going to stop all that, ladies. Ladies, listen, seriously, ladies, stop lying. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Fellas, you ever hug a girl and it feel like she got on an armored vest underneath the jacket or something? They got these new kind of girdles, right? Body magic. I met this girl, listen, I'm no line, bro. You with me? I met this girl, right? She had on the body magic. I didn't know what it was, you know. I'm in too deep now. I go to the house, you know. And it's like a girdle, right, with all these hooks. It's 364 hooks on it. Right? I'm sweating. I got ass. I'm trying to unsnap these hooks. You know. I got the 362. It's 3 left, right? I know it's getting ready to go down. Man, I got to that last hook. I unsnapped that hook, she popped out like a bag of biscuits. I'm like, where did all that come from? What the? Now I got, look now, I'm in too deep. I can't do nothing about it, you know. When I met her, right, she was 300 pounds, you know. Now this night, cause she had got that, you know, they get that little surgery, you know what I'm talking about. She went from 300 last week, now she's a slim 120. So, but I didn't realize she had all that loose skin, you know. So we in now, I'm sucking on her breast, you know. She living in town, I'm sucking on her breast. Now I got to go to the bathroom. I walked to the bathroom downstairs and forget I got the nipple in my mouth, right? So I got to take the nipple, right, throw the extra skin over my back. I'm walking back upstairs, picking up skin. I'm out of breath. I'm wrong for that. Woo, Lord. That was like cardio and vascular. Woo. I ain't messing with women that got kids no more. Tired of it, man. tired of messing with this girl, right? She got 2 sons, you know. Kids always act like you trying to take their daddy plate. I don't know your father. I don't want to be your father. You know. I'm in here with your mama. We here to do something. Take your little ass to sleep, you know. I go to these little kids, man, they 9 and 10, they bad, man. They hide my keys on top of the refrigerator. I can't find them. All right, y'all, come on. Yeah. Y'all all right? Y'all all right? Yeah, okay, go ahead, come on. Y'all all right? Y'all all right? Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead. Y'all good? All right, God is good. God is good. God is good. God is good. Yeah. All right, let's talk about these niggas. Listen, first of all, right? Listen, did you see the apple bottoms? When you wear apple bottoms, you supposed to have an apple bottom. Them wasn't apple bottoms. Them should have been called apple turnovers. Her butt cheeks was looking like this. She got a nerve to try to switch. You know what? They ain't ready for this. They is not ready for me, girl. How you? Did y'all see what I seen? With a booty like that, she wear a thong and be sagging. I'm like, what the? How you? Her butt's so little, she wiped me with a Q-tip. Had them little sagging, you saw little titties. I'm telling you, I don't know if we can say titties, but I'm gonna say titties. Titties so little, you gotta suck them with a straw. Oh, I'm wrong. You know what you're gonna do? You know what? No, wait a minute. My girlfriend forgot to get her lighter. What her lighter? No, it was. She had a lighter. It was burgundy. No, cause I'm telling you something. We had went outside, smoked a cigarette. And then we came back and she had put the lighter right here on the table. Next to the mat, it was next to the forks. Y'all laughing at that. Y'all all going to hell with me. You know that, right? They got bus rides to hell, I'm telling you. They got bus rides to go to hell. All right, so let me finish telling y'all, man. So my daughter, right, she came crying about the ride at Disneyland. Right, she had the yellow band, they ain't let her in. Right, so I'm like, you got the yellow, she got the green band. I'm like, it's $250 to get in here. Oh, you gonna ride everything in this bitch? Show me the ride. It was the roller coaster. I said, get online, your father here. So my daughter stood in line, and when she got up there, the man looked at her, and then looked at Mickey Mouse, and looked back and said, oh, you can't get on. I said, hey! Why my daughter can't get on? Because she black? He said, sir, I'm black too. But she darker. Yeah. He said, no, your daughter's head didn't touch Mickey Mouse's hand. I said, get back online, girl. Daddy gonna get on there with you. Then my daughter got in there. We in the line, you know. We got up there. The man looked at my daughter. Looked at me. Looked at Mickey Mouse, and looked at both of us. Can't neither one of y'all get on the damn ride. I cuss Mickey, you big rat bastard. You know what I mean? That ain't funny. It's supposed to be an intervention. Look, man, seriously. I hate to say it, man, I ain't going to church no more, y'all. I'm done. I'm done with church, man. I done a few movies and stuff, right? So I came home. I live out in L.A. I came back to North, right? And I went to my church, right? This is on the day after Thanksgiving, right? That Friday. So I go to church. They doing a prayer. The pastor walk up. He said, hey, we're glad you're back. He said, God has anointed you. I said, yes, sir, pastor. I ain't got nothing for the offering. He said, no. He said, what we're doing is we're having a Christmas play, and we want you to be in it. I said, uh-oh. They recognize my acting. You know what I'm talking about. So I said, okay, give me the line. He said, don't worry about it. Right? The weeks done passed. The play is on Christmas Sunday, right? So I'm like, I've never got my lines. So they don't worry, come to the church. I get to the church, it's the day of the play. I'm like, all right, what's up, man? You ain't never get my line. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. All you got to say is wham, wham. I said, wham, wham? What, I'm a sheep? You know, because he was in the manger. You know. He said, no, you baby Jesus. I said, you the only one who can fit in the manger. I said, you know, I cussed past that, you know. Shout out to Laughaholics, y'all. Come on now. Give it up for Ray DeJohn. Please keep supporting. My name is Big Eli. Look, you can look me up on Facebook as Eli Turner. You can also on Instagram, Big Eli 1968. You can also purchase a DVD from me. And if you don't realize it, not only do I do comedy, but I'm an ex-stripper. My stage name was Sweet and Low. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Big Eli, ladies and gentlemen, Big Eli, give it up. Big Eli. You guys have a good time tonight. Make some noise. Make some noise if you had a good time tonight. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Laughaholics Live. We love you guys. Get home safe. Hold it up. All right, listen. I apologize.
All right, y'all, we starting. and welcome to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, and I'm here to have a lot of fun and add some color and some curves to late night TV because there's just so many of us, right? There's so many black women. Who is looking out for white men? Who's looking out for them? When are we going to see them on late night TV? But they need affirmative action. But seriously, I am a comedy nerd, and I'm also a mom of 2 kids. And I have to tell you guys, this past year with remote learning has not gone well for me at all. Like it's been a struggle. Like I don't know how they feel doing the actual work, but it's hard for me watching. It is. Seriously, when I see like 2 + 8 × 25 divided by 9, that is just a mojito. You know what I mean? Like that's how that adds up. And I don't really need my kids to find out how dumb I am every day, okay? Don't need that. So listen, I am so happy that BRIC knows exactly what I know, and that is that black women are cats. That's right, black women are cats. Cats move through a world built for dogs. Okay, and let me explain this to you, all right? If you have a dog, and you throw your dog off your bed, your dog's gonna turn around, he's just gonna be like, come on, don't be like that. Like, don't be like that. But if you throw your cat off your bed, your cat's gonna be like, bitch, I was walking that way, I don't need this. So listen, this first episode is called Blurred Nation because blurred, black, nerd, and nerds have basically taken over the world. Like they've taken over this whole thing, and I married a blurred. I actually cannot get hot unless you have asthma and some glasses. That's about 78% true. So I am so here for this, and I love my show, and I hope you love Hella Late as much as I do. So you guys ready for a great show? Now listen, my friend Heather has a lot of questions. She's a girl with questions, so right now we are going to visit Heather on the street. Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper, Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now, Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. Whoever you identify, whoever you're attracted to, we're gonna play Marry, F, Kill. All right? All right, so you have to marry one you F, and one she gotta go. You don't have to kill her, you can say she can go home. You can say she can go home. All right?
I would marry Issa, F, Janelle, and Ava, no comment. Okay. Yeah.
She could go home. You pay for her Uber, right? You pay for her Uber. You gonna get her a lift home. Okay.
Okay, I would marry Janelle. I would F Issa, and then go home. Sorry, girl.
She had to go home. But you would give her money for the train, right? Yeah. All right, you give her money for the train. One had an Uber, one was on the G. I love that. Marry, F, Kill with the blurreds. Okay? So we see Issa Rae, beautiful Issa Rae, beautiful Ava DuVernay, and beautiful Janelle Monáe. We got the A's, okay?
Marry Ava because she's like sharp already. Like we're gonna be set as a foundation, as a couple, as a unit. I would hook up with or sleep with Janelle Monáe. That's like an exciting time.
Which one? We're gonna play bestie, heavy, or the plug. Which guy looks like he could be a good best friend? Which guy looks like he would be your heavy, like he'd be good, he would back you up in a conflict? And which one you think would be the plug? Like he's the hookup, he's got stuff going on, he can help you.
I don't know, man. It look like average dudes to me.
So you ever seen This Is Us?
Yeah, I don't deal with men.
Okay, so one of them you have to marry. You have to marry one of them.
The one on the left.
Oh, which one?
The one on the left.
That's who you would marry. That's Janelle Monáe. She is fine as wine. Okay.
No, she isn't.
Heather had questions and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
We all know little kids have feelings, and when they put them into song, it paints a whole story. Please welcome this comedy nerd who loves a funny song. Some of you know her as Holly, but I call her Mama. Holly Harper!
Dear Mrs. Williams, I'm annoyed. You treat my inner feelings null and void. You act like you're the queen, took my Mad magazine, now you're messing with my whole sense of joy. I can see the Newports in your bag. You huff and puff when we are playing tag. Now I would never say that you smell like an ashtray. I say that Big Tobacco's got you like that. I am 11 and I'm grown. Here's 90 cents plus tax to get a Mad magazine of your own. Damn it! I'm sorry I said damn it, but I'm really kind of famished. It was me who ate your whole bowl of nuts. And I could see that wedgie up your butt. Dear Holly Harper, you are toast. Third time this week you've done the most. First you faked that asthma and I really want to grab you. I called 911 for that hoax. I heard you at recess talking smut. In my day, we'd fix that with hand to butt. But now we talk of healing and a child's inner feelings. You're fresh, and I've had enough. I am too menopausal for this. I miss my fourth smoke break, and my pantyhose are itchy as shit. Now, don't screw the pooch, cause I think you're kinda cute, but your attitude will always uppercut. And I can see that wedgie up your butt. There are people that are natural on stage, and then there are people that are born to be on stage. She's one of the baddest in the game, as well as my friend. Please give it up for comedian Dara Jamont.
Keep going. My ego needs it. Oh, I'm so lonely. So happy to be here. Oh, I originally am from Teaneck, New Jersey. I like to tell people about my town. Fun facts. It's where Biggie moved when he got money. It's where DMX got kicked out. Apparently having 13 pit bulls in the basement and 14 Lolos outside is frowned upon by the township. Okay, white people out there in BRIC TV land. Lolos, they are cars, okay? Sometimes convertibles, they go up and down because of hydraulics. Might have seen it in a rap video. Yeah? All right, now that we're all caught up, the best part about my town is that we were the first town to voluntarily integrate our school system. I know, in the entire country. I know. So this meant that we had very nice white people. Yeah. Like the cream of the crop, white people. So it was weird for me when I left my small, diverse town and I went to a big white university. I went to Syracuse University and I met white people who had never met black people. That's a different bunch. I was on the elevator and this guy gets on and he looks at me and he says, "Hey, what's the hood like?" I said, "I don't know, ask my gardener." But the older I get, I realize, no, if we paid our gardener X amount of money on a Tuesday, he did 6 houses that day and did that 6 times a week. He lived in a much bigger house than we did, okay? But that's just economics. That's a very hardworking man. Have we become too PC as a society? It makes me so nervous sometimes as a comedian. I don't want to get canceled, you know? I have to be very mindful of the things that I say. I learned on stage I couldn't say a word. It starts with a T, it ends with a ranny. I don't say it anymore. It was the wild, wild west back in the 90s. We said whatever we want. But in that moment that I learned that I could not say this word, I felt, it's the one and only time I ever felt this feeling. I felt like an old, rich, southern white woman. Learning she couldn't say colored for the first time. What you mean they're not colored? They've been colored all my life. They will be colored till the day I die. But I respect people. So I took it out of my vocabulary, you know? Still waiting for it to happen with the N-word. Any day now. Can we talk about that real quick? Let's do it. All right. I feel like we, as black people, we don't have anything that daggers as hard as the N-word does, you know? Our options, lame and limited. Let's review. We have cracker. That's a tasty snack. Okay. Great with cheese and grapes. Charcuterie board, if you will, you know? We have redneck. but that's a badge of honor. You know, they love that. It's like their government name. The only thing that we have, and we have to dig so deep in the bag for this one, is look here, Whitey. And do you know how mad you have to be to pull out a look here, Whitey? And you have to say it just like that in order for it to be effective. With the hand, with the leg, with the voice, like you just came out of a black exploitation film. Look here, Whitey! And then what's the sentence that comes after that? I don't know. Could you picture me at Dunkin' Donuts and the guy behind the counter gets my order wrong? And I'm like, look here, Whitey! You got my latte wrong. Nobody believes that. Because that guy would be Indian. White people run on Dunkin', but they don't work at Dunkin'. Okay. I'm Dara Jamaat. You guys have been great. Thank you.
Please give it up once again for our comedian Dara Jamaat. Yes. Now, if you know me, you know that I love to ask questions. Where people come from and how they see the world is everything to me. Please enjoy this 20 to 1.
Hey guys, so 20 to 1 is a Q&A thing I do with some very cool people I know. We're basically going to chop it up, and then I'm going to ask a series of 20 questions that they answer in a minute. Actually 2 minutes. I don't like to rush people. So here we go. You look beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You guys, Marina Franklin is like the consummate comedian. She's amazing. She, okay, let me just couple. You may know her from the Stephen Colbert Late Show. You may remember her from Comedy Central's Dave Chappelle Show. She was in the hit movie Trainwreck. You may have seen her in one of her comedy specials. She's on Amazon. She's amazing. And she also has a really incredible podcast, Friends Like Us, that is Oprah Winfrey approved. I've been on it 3 times. You guys, Marina Franklin. I give you Marina Franklin. Like,
aw,
yes.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
You are amazing. So I want to talk about Hysterical because I've been like seeing promos and stuff on it. I'm really excited. Like, what's up with it? What's going on?
So Hysterical is a documentary that Jessica Curson is executive producer of, which is amazing. When you have a comedian friend who approaches you and says, hey, I want you to be a part of this amazing documentary featuring women in stand-up comedy. It talks about, you know, like what we go through as female comics, and in a way, you know, we have been gaslit for years, and it's finally this time when we can talk about this. Yes. And feel good and empowered about talking about it.
Okay, girl, 20 to 1. There's 20 questions. We'll answer it. It's supposed to be a minute. It's really going to be like 2 minutes.
What time were you born?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know, but I was born on Christmas Day.
That's pretty special. Okay, have you ever helped someone in mortal danger?
Ooh, mortal danger. But I was incorrect. No, someone was asking for a homeless shelter, but I thought they were talking about the club.
Oh my God. They're like, I need shelter. And you're like, boom, 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 boom.
My friend was like, Marina, they're trying to get to the shelter.
Oh. Right. Would you rather be too hot or too cold?
Oof. As a woman going through hot flashes.
Okay.
I would say maybe too cold.
What is your least favorite Halloween candy?
Oh, that orange thing.
Candy corn.
Candy corn is disgusting. And the fact that they put that, like when they used to put that in your bag, it's like, do you not like me? Like, what is that about?
If you could live 300 years, at what age would you freeze your body?
Yeah, 45 was the best. Look at me telling my age.
You were the hot 45.
Look at me saying how much older I am.
Hey.
45 was a good body year.
Oh, all right now. All right. Have you ever gotten jacked up by an animal?
My cat used to always jack me up when it would sit on my lap. He was like, it would turn from love to hate real fast.
Okay. Do you always wear underwear?
Always.
Would you rather eat fish food or dog food?
Oh, well, fish food looks like I could tolerate it probably a little bit more. Yeah.
I think fish food is tastier. I tried it, but this is back in the 70s, so I don't know. Have you ever been to a shitty wedding?
Yes.
How old were you when your first kiss?
My first kiss was at like 11.
And this is the last question. What cartoon character would you date?
Archie.
Archie.
Is that considered a cartoon character?
Yeah, like Archie, Jughead, Betty, Veronica. Yeah.
Yeah.
Archie, well, I mean, he was built kind of nice. I mean, if you want to bring that up, you know.
Well, he never really dated a black girl. He was always between Betty and Veronica, and I was into that as a kid. I was like into this battle between Betty and Veronica. I would love to throw some brown sugar up in that mix.
Hey, what's next for you? What is next for you? I'm excited.
So, you know, now it's just everything's opening up. So I'm going back to doing stand-up. I'm fully vaccinated. So I'll be going back to the Comedy Cellar. And just more of, you know, everything from Hysterical. That documentary is so wonderful. And maybe some sketches coming soon. And also my wonderful podcast, as you've been on.
Oh my God.
Holly, you've been amazing on my podcast.
Every time I'm on your podcast, I'm like, I'm on Marina's podcast. Yes. So thank you. Thank you so much for doing 20 to 1 with me and Hella Late. Your fans are going to be like, Marina. And I'm just awesome to see everything you do in the future. I'm such a fan. Marina Franklin fan. Thank you so much, Marina.
Thank you.
So much.
Best person in the world.
I'm not a perfect mom, but I love poring over cosplay. It's a staple of Blur culture. So please enjoy a perfect mom who loves it way more than me.
Hi, I'm Malaika, and welcome to MBS This Morning's new segment, The Perfect Mom. We've got some really great moms for you to check out, and here is our first one. Hello, Charlotte, and welcome to Perfect Mom Studios. I see someone really likes cosplay.
Yes, because cosplay is life! And I am Charlotte, Charlotte, Charlotte.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I did ace spelling in the 3rd grade.
Ooh, I love aces and clubs and diamonds and spades and hearts. My girls and I, we have dressed up as all of them. And the Queen's crown, what? Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, wow. So tell me, why do you think that you were nominated as a Perfect Mom candidate for MBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
Oh my God, it's so exciting. I guess it's because cosplay is life. Like I said, dressing up, exploring characters helps you see who you are and who you are not. And I do that for my girls.
You make your girls dress up too?
That is so mean.
Whoa.
I am dressed as Black Sadness. Not because I'm black, but because sadness is sadness, and I just happen to be Black Sadness.
Charlotte.
I'm back.
Hi, Wonder Woman?
No, I'm actually dressed as Nubia. You know, Wonder Woman's half-sister DC Comics forgot to put in the movie.
True.
Yeah, and just to jump back, my girls love dressing up, okay? Like, we like to move through different time periods each week.
Really?
Yeah, like last week, we were all Rosa Parks, and then they were all fighting for the front seat of the car, and then 2 of them had to sit in the back, and, oh, wait, oh no. Oh.
Well, that kind of blew up, didn't it? Well, who got to sit in the front?
Surprise.
Who?
My daughter, surprise. She got the front seat. But then Halloween and 3 o'clock were so pissed.
Wait. Hold on. No. So tell me, do you have any normal clothes?
Define normal.
You know, pants, shirts.
Oh yeah, normcore. It is so bad for the soul, and I get sad just talking about it. Normcore is death. This is how I feel in the world of normcore. This is how I feel in the world with no costumes.
But you're wearing a costume.
The girl dressed as Black Sadness can't hear you.
What is happening?
Did you guys enjoy my show? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Well, listen, thank you so much for watching the very first episode of Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV. The second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Right here on BRIC TV.
I seen him at a church one time DJing. He got to make that money. He started off all right, you know what I'm saying? He was like DJ G Money. Hallelujah. This is the day. This is the day. The pop, baby. The pop, I will read your. I will read. Baby. This is the day you. This is the day with the purple gas. But this when he started getting confusing. Amazing grace.
So anyway, I was an usher. The only problem, look, now this gonna mess you up, birthday girl, cause look, this what happened. This where the problem came in at. Tell me why I thought the ushers was getting paid, right? Like I thought that was a job. Y'all ain't never seen them working and be like, okay, I know somebody getting a check somewhere for this. You didn't never, well, it was me. And they had me messed up, cause I was there early. The first day, 6:30, white shirt, black pants, the shoes, and I had the gloves on my first day. They didn't even give me none. I bought my own. And had my grandma sew something on the inside and glitter. So when you walk through the door, I open my hands and say, praise them. You know what I'm saying? On the inside of on the inside of the glove. Like, look, I'm thinking human resources watching me, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to expand in the company. So I'm like, I'm gonna be the best usher they got. So I'm doing my thing, you know what I'm saying? So it was going good. But I got reprimanded, because this is what happened. I ain't go to orientation. So look. So when the people was handing me the offer envelopes, I thought them was tips, you know what I'm saying? Cause I had been working so hard, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, God, it's so good, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Won't he do it, sister? Won't he do it? God, oh man, he's still in the blessing business, ain't he? So I done racked up, you know what I'm saying? So I was straight until they caught me in the break room talking to my friends. I'm bragging like, boy, you need to come up here and work at the church, boy. I'm trying to tell you, I just made 901 service, yes. Oh, he's so good, man, I'm trying to tell you.
Listen, the last time I was here, I went to Thug Life Missionary Baptist. Is that church still open? Thug Life Mission, it's still open? Yeah, it was really a nice church. It was like youth day, and the kids were singing, but they were singing like secular music. But they really wasn't singing secular music. They was like changing it to Jesus songs. You know what I'm saying? Like the one little song was like, you know, it was like Jesus, Jesus. Little boy was doing the solo. He came out like Jesus, 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 Jesus. And little boy was like, Satan scared, Satan scared, Satan acting like a punk. He scared. I was like, I'm scared. Then this little girl came out, she was so cute, y'all, but she was singing Rihanna. She was like, church, 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 church. You need to go to church, 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 church. You need to be in church, 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 church. You better be in church, 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 church. Serve him, he deserve it. You better figure out your purpose. You better know that God is worth it. You better stop hanging with them serpents. I was like, what? Then another little ass girl came out, she was like, now watch me whip. Now watch me pray, pray. Now watch me whip, whip. Watch me pray, pray. Won't he do it? I was like, oh my God!
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day? How much? 75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
All right, y'all, we starting, y'all.
You're gonna love her, she's a garden shade.
And thank you for coming to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, adding a little bit of color and curves to late night TV. I have a great episode in store for you today called The Mom Squad, because there are 43 million moms in this country. That's a lot of wine, okay? And I just happen to be one of them. I have a teenage daughter and I have a cutie pie son. And my husband and I are always trying to tell the kids how different the world was when we were growing up, okay? And it became really clear to me one day when we were in Family Dollar, okay? We were in Family Dollar because we're wealthy, okay? That's what wealthy people do. They furnished their homes with Family Dollar. Those placemats are cute though, seriously. But we were in Family Dollar and my daughter is about 7 and she came up to me and she handed me something and she's like, Mama, what is this? And I looked at it and I was like, that's an ashtray. And then it hit me, she doesn't know what it is because children have no connection to smoking anymore, okay? Because you can't really smoke on Earth, all right? Like you gotta step outside Earth to have a cigarette. But like I'm from the generation that we made ashtrays for our parents, okay? Who out there made an ashtray for the parent? Somebody did. Thank you, I can't be the only one. And remember, it was like a ceramic thing. It was ceramic. It was always like some clay thing. It was an arts and crafts project. You sunk your hand into it. That was the pit, all right? And then you wrote on it like, I love you, mama. Don't die, okay? And then you glazed it. You had to glaze it. And I remember I brought my ashtray home. I brought my ashtray home to my mom. I handed it to her, and she was like, oh, that's so pretty, baby. That is so pretty. Now, why don't you go on to the store and buy me a pack of cigarettes? And like off my little behind went in the world to buy her a pack of cigarettes, and nobody thought anything of it because their kids make their drinks, okay? Those little fingers make great stirrers, all right? That is the world I grew up in. I grew up in love and neglect, all right? Love and neglect. So listen, we are gonna have a great episode with the Mom Squad because everybody has a mama out there that just loves your dirty bathwater. She loves everything about you. So it is time to celebrate her. So you guys ready for this show? Thank you. I know I am. Now listen, I have a friend named Heather, and she has lots of questions. So we're gonna visit Heather on the street.
Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper. Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. What was your mom, or what is your mom's favorite curse word?
Can I say it here? Oh yeah. Yeah. Was it her favorite? It's a diverse, versatile word. So.
Like what context would she say it?
You get out of bed. It's time you did. Love you. All the good options. Yeah.
Were you spanked growing up?
Yes, extension cords and stuff like that.
Ooh, moms. Are you a mom?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a favorite curse word? Do you curse?
Once in a while.
Okay, what is your favorite curse word?
S-H-I-T.
This is As the World at Atlantic Terminal Turns. All right. Black love. Okay.
Yes.
I'm a mom filmmaker, so like my films are my babies.
Because you look rested. I was like, she's not a mom. She's rested. She still has that happiness inside. I could feel it. Mm-hmm. You're a mom. Do you spank? Do you spank?
I whip.
You whip? All right. Now, okay, so that question was like, so you whip, but it was a hand, a belt, a brush, a switch, or a sandal?
A belt and a switch.
A belt and a switch. All right now. So we're asking people if they're comfortable answering. Was it spanked by a hand, a brush, a belt, a switch, or a sandal?
Is there therapy after this interview? Like, I feel like you're digging up some traumatic experiences. Are we gonna hold space afterward to talk?
Heather had questions and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
Some people say women aren't funny. That just means they didn't have a funny mom. But my mom is. Please enjoy Holly Harper.
my boo's birthday and I'm trying to show him love. Not the kind he's thinking of, cause my back hurts so fast. So I'm really searching for the thing that floats his boat and gives me status as the goat. My wife game is half-assed. Last year I forgot his birthday. He was so mad we were in therapy. This year it almost slipped away. It's tomorrow. I got it. Shrink shows you care when chicken just won't do. Last year he almost divorced you when you forgot. Shrink shows you care. He will think your love is real. He knows you deveined and peeled. Get naked and serve shrimp. Shrimp, it's a magic that stirs up emotion. Steak of the ocean. You could break wind, but them hand him a po' boy. He would feel the whole joy, rub on you like corduroy. Baby girl, don't fret, go win the Love Olympics. Butt naked shrimp dish. That's not in my voice. Shrimp shows you care.
That's not me either.
Shh, don't tell.
When I first started doing stand-up, I became aware of a woman who toughed out the comedy scene when no one was really putting Black female comedians on. She has stamina and beauty to match, and it is my honor to present this queen, Rhonda Handsome.
Oh. Thank you for that applause. It makes me feel all dark and lovely. Oh, it is so exciting being back in Brooklyn. Oh, I'm from Bed-Stuy, do or die. Mostly die. But I got gentrified out. Oh, yeah. I knew the neighborhood was changing when I saw all of these blondes and redheads jogging in their little shorts and walking their little dogs, and that was just the men. Gosh, egos. Whoa. Oh, talking about egos, can you believe the losing candidate, refusing to concede, demanding endless recounts? And that was just Kanye. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a woman on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Oh, yeah. I'll admit it. I went crazy in a movie theater. It was at Black Panther. It was opening night, and the place was packed, and I was holding a seat for my son who was going to meet me after work. And the movie is about to begin, and every minute someone's coming up to me going, "Is this seat saved? Is this seat safe?" And finally I just snapped. Is this seat saved? This seat is washed in the blood of the Lamb. This seat is held holy by all of United Artists and Paramount. Is this gum-encrusted red velour seat saved? Why, yes, this seat is saved. Let me hear you say, "Ah, hallelujah." No one sat next to me. Not even my son. That's my time. My name is Rhonda Handsome. Thank you.
Please give it up once again for our comedian, Rhonda Handsome. Yes! Now, as with Heather, I love to ask questions, and there's nothing I love more than moms and the women who love and support them. Please enjoy 20 to 1.
Hey guys, 20 to 1 is a Q&A thing I do with some very cool people. So basically we're gonna chop it up and then I'm gonna ask them a series of 20 questions and they give their answers in a minute or two. I don't really like to rush these things. So here we go. Everybody, we have Evita Robinson with us. Yes!
Thank you.
Oh yes, Evita, who I call the leader of the Black travel movement. Hi, Evita.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Oh my God. People, if you don't know, Evita Robinson in September 2011, if I'm correct, she created No Madness Travel Tribe, okay? It's an online social community primarily for Black travelers, and she like started a whole movement. Like,
yeah, we taking over the world, boo.
I need to join you too. I need to get away from these kids. I'll be joining you sometime.
Listen, I'm down.
Yes, but yes, Miss Evita has been everywhere. Japan, Jamaica, Panama, the UK, France, the Netherlands, Germany, Cambodia, India, Thailand, Hong Kong, Dominican Republic. I could go on and on.
Yeah, I think I'm tapping like just under 40 now.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. So 20 to 1. It's a series of Q&A questions. They're fun. I'm not gonna be like, okay, what was the darkest moment? That's not for me because I can't help nobody. I can make you laugh. All right, so here we go. Okay, if you could live 300 years, what age would you freeze your body at?
I'm gonna say 37, which is nuts because I'm turning 37. So I'm gonna go a little bit in the future because right now I'm in some of the best shape I've ever been in my life. And I know that as I keep going, that between 37 and 38 is gonna be fire.
Have you ever gotten jacked up by an animal?
Oh shit. Now I'm taking it back to when I lived in the Bronx for 10 years before I moved out to Jersey. Flying cockroaches ain't no fucking joke. Because this is the thing, all they have to do is be themselves authentically, and you gonna knock yourself out.
Would you rather eat fish food or dog food?
Fish food.
Holla. All right. Have you ever had a crush on a teacher?
Yes.
Oh, all right now. All right. Have you ever been to a shitty wedding?
Yes, I can't say whose. I can't say whose, yes.
Yeah. What is the most amount of money you ever found?
I think probably $50. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How old were you when your first kiss?
Oh, Akil Warfield, Arlington Middle School, outside by the track. He said my tongue tastes like black cherry.
Bro, that sounds like
I'll never forget
sounds like
this
an
shit.
80s rock song. What cartoon character would you date?
Gosh. Oh my gosh. Damn, I feel like I need some options. What cartoon character would I date? Serious relationship or just for entertainment?
Entertainment, either or.
Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck. His ass was massive. Howard the Duck. Do you remember Howard the Duck?
I do remember Howard the Duck. But before we go, I really just want to let everybody know what's up next for you, or what do you have doing, what's going on right now, and what's up next?
Yeah, so we have so much. Yeah, obviously with everything that's going on in the world, we had to pivot, but we have our Audacity Festival, which is a festival for travelers of color and our allies. We're going on our 5th digital iteration in a year. Child, we've been shelling these things out every 3 or 4 months. And so our next one is on May 1st, but we are actually bringing and going back to the in-person festival for 2022. So there's more info coming on that. And we're just really out here in the BIPOC data world, anything that you need about Black travelers, advocacy and advocates for Black and Brown, particularly women in the travel industry. I'm your girl. And if anybody wants any information, they can check out our website, nomadnesstraveltribe.com.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody, Evita Robinson. Listen, everybody, this has been a joy with Miss Evita Robinson. Look her up. We're going to have all her socials up on here. But thank you so much. Thank you, Evita.
Living a natural life with a healthy dose of activism has its benefits. I'm not very natural, but I get the activism. Some of it. Please meet a perfect mom.
Alex, welcome to Perfect Mom Studios. Thank you so much for coming. It's lovely to have you.
Thank you. She, her, hers. Hello,
Malaika.
Malikwa.
Malaika.
Malashis.
Just Malaika.
And it's very nice. It's very low key. It's very apropos of the quiet lion energy that you put forth into our shared earth.
Yeah. So tell me, why do you think that you were chosen as the perfect mom for NBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
As a woman, a mother, a womb warrior, the most sacred position a spirit can ensconce. I gift you with a tool that will free you from the capitalistic, commercial, land-raping tradition and give you this family cloth.
I don't follow.
Okay, one does not need toilet paper, roll after roll, tree after tree, generation after generation of earth murder to wipe one's butt. This family cloth that you use and you wash is all you need to free you from toilet paper's greedy infinite grasp so you can move forward consciously. My sister, it's only gently used. Okay, you're not ready to receive that.
Thank you. So tell me, again, why do you think that you are a candidate for the Perfect Mom competition?
What is a competition but a shaming tool of capitalism? Our foremothers through history did not have time for mom petitions. I think I could say without fear or contradiction that they bonded through the struggle of climbing the hill of misogyny. Just like the walls of our womb ripped open by forceps, our place in society has been forced, hidden, and discredited.
Are your kids excited?
Competition, the inherently destructive tool of exclusion based on the nefarious idea that one can only succeed if others fail, is just as violent as the idea within society that we must follow a set of rules crafted by white men that are no longer alive, that are never ever relevant or in our best interest. There go bullshit.
But I was just
rules and laws only existing to beat us into submission. We must resist every form of oppression, just as we resist GMOs, as we resist eating animals that are our friends, slaughtering them for cheap, unearned snacks. We must stare this all in the face and say, no, enough, you must stop.
But
All that? I'm sorry, I get excited. Oh. No, wait.
So, you eat pork rinds?
No, those are not mine.
But they fell out of your bag.
Okay, you know what? I don't like this. I want this whole thing shut down. I want all of this shut down right now.
What?
Bitch, I will sue you! I have to go to the bathroom. Excuse me. Thank you for coming to Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night.
Hey, what's up, Brooklyn? I'm Edwin Pang, chef and owner of Hunger Pang Restaurant in Prospect Park South in the heart of Flatbush. Here we are at the Brooklyn Fair to pick up the 5 secret ingredients that you guys have picked for us for this episode of Chef Roulette. Let's go shopping. Hunger Pang came about and the name was just fitting. Food has always just been a really special part of my life. So let's see what the 5 secret ingredients are. What do we got? We got purple asparagus, loose tea, baby cauliflower, pork chops, and grapefruit. Grapefruit? Grapefruit. Okay, let's go get some stuff. So here's our beautiful baby orange cauliflower, which is one of our 5 secret ingredients today. When I pick cauliflower, I really look for nice, firm stems, not too mushy, no dark spots, smell, of course, and color. So that's 1 out of 5. Let's go get some more. Grapefruit, you like to be firm, definitely smell through the skin, and color. I'm gonna go with these guys. So our next ingredient was purple asparagus, but we don't have any purple asparagus here. So I'm gonna do what chefs do and just improvise. So here's some gorgeous baby broccolini. What I like about this, not only the colors and the flavors, but unlike fully matured broccoli, you can eat this whole thing. It doesn't have the fibrous stem that you do from a full-grown broccoli. Hello. Hi, can you tell me where I can find some loose teas, please? Sure. Oh, awesome. Thank you. So Brooklyn Fare has an amazing selection of everything, including their teas as well. It looks like we have about over a dozen to choose from. So I'm gonna go with some organic oolong, all right? So the last of the 5 secret ingredients was a pork chop. Here we are at the meat counter where you can see they have beautiful prime dry-aged meats. Thank you, man, appreciate it. Have a good one. All right, we got our pork chops, let's go cook. I still don't even know what I'm putting out for you guys. Ha! So here we are, we're in the kitchen of Hunger Pang. We just got back from Brooklyn Fare with our 5 secret ingredients. They are the Berkshire pork chops, organic oolong tea, broccolini, baby orange cauliflower, and ruby red grapefruits. Let's get cooking. One of the challenges that people have with pork is that it tends to dry out when it's cooked. Brining is really easy to do, and not only does it help your meat come out nice and juicy, but you can also add a lot of flavor into it. We start with a sugar and salt mixture. We have juniper berries, allspice, mustard powder, and star anise. So all you do is just bring this up to a boil. So you want to let your brine steep for as long as you can to pull out as much flavor of your spices as possible. A good 15 minutes will do the job. Let it steep, and then you want to strain it and cool it before you add it to your protein. So now your brine's cool, and you just add your pork right into your brine. So through the magic of television, our pork chop is brined for 12 hours already, okay? So for the next step, we're gonna dry off the pork chop because with the oolong tea that we had got from the market, we're going to smoke it to add another layer of flavor. So there's the smoke. Just cover this, and in about 20 minutes, you'll have a nice smoky flavor in your pork chops. You want to start off in a hot pan. So while our pork is searing, we're going to break down the rest of our veg. We're going to start with this beautiful baby orange cauliflower. Being that it's so small and delicate, my choice of weapon are scissors. And we're just going to cut off these florets. Just take a couple of seconds. So because our cauliflower is so small, I'm gonna break down the broccolini to kind of match the size of that so that it's consistent and uniform. I got into cooking from my father. He had a couple of restaurants in Ireland before my family moved to the country, and then when we moved here, we lived just a couple of blocks away from where we are now. So food was a big part of our growing up, and it was something that I related to. Now we got a nice hard sear on one side, we're gonna flip it over. So you basically take the fat that's been infused with the thyme and the garlic, and you baste your meat, and that puts more flavor into it. I got it going at about 400 degrees. It should probably take about 15 minutes or so. And now for the final ingredient, the grapefruit. We're gonna call it 5 secret ingredient pork chop, okay? As it was coming together, it kind of just made sense to me because it reinforces all of my training. First, we're gonna zest it, okay? I use a microplane zester. You don't wanna go too deep. You just wanna get the skin. You don't wanna get any of the pith because the pith is it's really bitter, okay? So there's our zest. So to make your supremes, you would just cut in between the membranes because it is pretty fibrous. And all you get is the flesh of the fruit. There's still a lot of flesh that's left in here, and from that we're gonna draw out the rest of the juice. So Just basically just put it in your hands and squeeze it. That's part of the fun of cooking and why I got into it and love it as much as I do. So our pork chop should be just about ready. Let's take a look. So we want to let this rest so that the meat redistributes throughout the chop. So we'll just set this aside. So like I said, we're going to be making a gastrique. A gastrique, it's caramelized sugar and some kind of acid. So we're taking brown sugar here. Just going to let this cook a little bit and caramelize. Let the sugar caramelizes a little bit. You can see the pan, the liquid getting a little bit dark. We're just going to add our acid to it. Okay. The acid is cooked off a little bit. We're going to add some our chicken jus we have in house. We're going to set this aside and we'll finish that in a second. While our pork is resting, let's hook up our veg. That should about do it. So here we have our broccolini florets, our broccoli stems, and our baby orange cauliflower. It's gorgeous. We'll just make a little mound of it here. Use our bone for garnish. So we have our grapefruit zest that we took off the skin. This will just go into the sauce to fortify it again. All right. And a little Thai bird chili just for a little bit of heat. Yeah, don't need too much, these things are spicy. We'll just spoon our sauce over our meat. Have our grapefruit segments. To remind people again what's in our dish. There you have it, our 5 secret ingredient pork chop, huh?
Well, you can really taste the smokiness in the pork. The sauce is really sweet and the tea really comes through. And the grapefruit adds a really nice freshness and acidity to the dish as well.
Okay, so now we're gonna make the second dish of the day. We have on our menu a tea smoked duck breast salad. We brine it for 3 days. And then we smoke it. The only thing that needs to be done here is we just need to crisp the skin. So I'm just gonna add a little bit more pepper. It's got plenty of salt from the brine already. So we're just going to add a little bit of pepper and get this in a pan, yeah? Put that down. And while that skin renders out, we'll start the rest of our salad. We've got some beautiful organic tomatoes here. We sprout our own lentils in-house, and then we also do pickled red onions, which we have here. We do just fresh sliced shiitake mushrooms. We marinate and dehydrate shiitakes here in-house as well. Let's start assembling the plate. So the dressings for the plate are orange ginger honey dressing, and then we finish it off with a balsamic tamari reduction. Just dress our greens here, add a little bit of our lentils, some of our pickled red onions, our fresh sliced shiitakes, tomatoes, and then we have a shredded cabbage carrot mixture for color, also for texture. When you use beautiful ingredients like this, you don't want to overdress it because the lettuce has great flavor in itself, so you want that to come through as well. And again, with any meat that comes out of a pan, you want to let it rest. It doesn't matter what it is. So while the duck is resting, we're going to build this plate, yeah? Lovely, no? This is going on the plate, just as is. Voila. And then we finish it with a little seasoned toasted pumpkin seeds. And then all we do is just take our balsamic tamari reduction, a little drizzle, 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 drizzle. There you have it. Tea smoked duck breast salad. How you doing, dude? Dude, I made this just for you.
Awesome, it looks amazing.
Right. Hopefully it is, man. Enjoy, huh?
Looks great. I'll tell you what, the duck is really succulent. It's really, really juicy. What I like about it, it's a very, very, very light dish. It's amazing.
sad without her. I wasn't sure what the plan was.
Yeah, there wasn't really a plan. There was a flurry of text messages late last night. We didn't know if we should come in or not come in or whatever.
Yeah, some of us were like, let's not forget about the sexy bad bitch that was at the funeral yesterday saying that she's taking over the diner.
Mick, you know her? Yeah, Louisa. She went to college with Inga in the early 2000s, and I had a fling with her about 10 years ago. It's a summer fling.
She's a bad bitch. Is she taking interns? I want to be her intern. I want her to be my new mother.
I mean, Mick, what are we doing? Should we start dismantling the diner? I mean, I'm trying to go through her stuff, but is that woman gonna take over?
No.
Can't we rent it from her and just run it like the four of us?
Am I one of the four?
I will handle it. I'll sort it all out.
We haven't found anything helpful yet, but we did find Inga's memoirs.
Definitely a first draft, though. It's not good.
Scandal.
But I'll read it. The year was 1989, and I was making my way through the islands of Greece. When I say making my way, I mean I was sleeping my way through. Then she crosses this part out, but you know I'm gonna read it. I was sampling the grape leaves, the color cathode, this...
Yeah, nailed it.
Never mind.
Don't hurt yourself.
And lots and lots of pussy. Pussy!
I've never heard her say the word pussy.
I would love to hear her say the word pussy right now.
Me too.
Oh, no.
Hey.
Hey, how's your cornea?
Still scratched.
How long does a cornea stay scratched?
Just sash like that, we scratched for a long time.
Don't listen to them. I actually like this whole pirate look that you're doing. I feel like you could lean even more into it. Maybe just get like a little pipe, whatever you want to do, like a ruffled collar. Live your life.
Thank you. But it's not a look that I'm doing. I need it because my cornea is still scratched.
Okay.
Hey, last night was fun.
What? Why are you saying it like that?
Like what? What did you guys get into? I mean, I can't really see you two going at it.
Nope.
Nothing. Doesn't sound like nothing. Well, it was something. Mick took me for a ride on a motorbike.
A motorbike?
I want to go. So fun and so PG-13. I love it.
And very 1980.
It was.
It was like we were two hot Italian butchies out on the town. Anyway, what's a guy got to do to get a cup of coffee around here, huh?
Order it.
Like every other time. May I have a cup of coffee, pretty please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just don't order any food. Hook's been too sad to make anything that doesn't taste like tears.
So. Okay, who's gonna take the lead on the financials?
I'm already taking the lead on Inga's memoirs. I cannot possibly handle any more.
I can do it. I majored in mathematics at the community college.
Mathematics?
Yeah, that's the long version of the word math.
Oh my God, she's here.
Okay. Nobody panic. I have a plan.
What is it?
I'm gonna play it smooth. Hi, Louisa.
That wasn't smooth.
Hi, Rick.
I need to talk to you in private.
Better.
Is there somewhere we can talk?
Yes, in this storage room.
The storage room's locked, remember?
Shit. Everybody out.
Out!
I'll freeze my balls off.
Going outside.
It's out there. I am too pretty to be cold.
Okay. Everybody get in the kitchen.
I haven't seen the new location.
Well, this is it.
She certainly loved Kit.
What does that mean?
I mean, she loved stuff. She was a collector, a little bit of a hoarder.
Okay, what? You're calling her a hoarder? Yeah, she liked stuff. She liked nice stuff. She liked shitty stuff. She even collected packaging.
Yeah, that's the definition of a hoarder.
Yeah. All right. I guess you're right.
by the light of the moon. I tied her to the bedpost, and then I dripped hot wax all the way down her leg. Okay, wow, I can't read any more of that, because that shit is making me horny. Whew, damn.
Hi. Hi. It's kind of weird being here. You and me. Little familiar.
Yeah.
It was quite a summer.
Yes.
I can't believe it was a decade ago. How is that possible? How is she gone?
Yeah. Look, I feel like I was trying to start a fight just now. I'm sorry. I know you're hurting too. I mean, it's just that you've engaged a lawyer already.
I didn't have a choice. I don't live here. I needed help handling this place.
Okay. We're gonna talk business? Hold on.
You're actually the one who brought up the lawyer, but
I'm gonna get comfortable if we're gonna be talking business.
I gotta get.
It's a lot of buttons.
I can see that. Are you trying to seduce me or?
No.
Okay. Comfortable?
Yeah.
Great.
Are you?
What's going on?
Mick took her shirt off.
What?
Yeah, she's wearing a white tank top like she's Fredo from The Godfather.
Ooh, that sounds like a real power move. And she says she's never seen The Godfather.
So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna sell the place or what? You have to tell me what you're gonna do with the place, honestly.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna sell the building.
What gives you the right?
I own it. Inga was renting it from me.
This place is important to an entire community.
I'm sure there are other lesbian hangouts.
Not really. I mean, there's a Chinese restaurant, but it's small. It's a to-go spot. You can meet a friend there if it's cold or something and get your food to go, or you can, go there on a date and pick up some hot and sour soup to go, but there's no, you can't really hang out. It's like, it's not
I get
eating,
that it's
a
to go.
Right.
What's happening?
Mick is talking a lot.
She seems nervous.
What's the bad bitch doing?
She looks
sexy, right?
She really does. You know, I've never been allowed in the kitchen before, and I just gotta say, I'm having a blast being back here with you guys.
This is my second home. No. You know what? It's my first home. That place where I pay rent, where I sleep, it's technically my apartment. That's my second home. I can't let go of this place. You know, my dad died. He kept these water bottles. You know, if the apocalypse hit, if there's a blackout or something. And you know, I've held on to the bottles. You know, I'd shuttle them from place to place whenever I got an apartment. And recently, one of the bottles sprung a leak. It's a water bottle, and there's water everywhere. So now I'm down a bottle. I have 4 bottles. And, you know, things go away, and people die, and I'm not okay with that.
Can you smell that? What is it? Frankincense? No. Myrrh? I'm getting burning flesh. Lucille, that is a bit dramatic. That's what it smells like. Oh my God. Why don't you go and talk to the nuns? Because I don't know what they're doing here. Come with me, come with me. I'm not coming with you. I have to go and meet this immigrant. You go, you'll be fine. Go, you'll be fine. I'll meet you after. Go with God, my child.
Is this making any sense? Are you hearing me? I don't... Are you trying to seduce me?
No, I'm not.
Kind of looks like it. I don't mean to. Oh dear. What? Is there something I can do?
I'm having trouble breathing. I'm like sweating and I feel disgusting.
All right, I'm sorry.
Don't give me that look. I'm stressed.
I don't know what to
I can't keep this place.
I'm sorry.
I'm not here. I don't live here. And my best friend for the last 30 years is gone. And I'm a little stressed out because I need to close this chapter in my life. Just give me some space, okay?
You need to breathe.
Oh, fuck you. I hate it when people tell me I have to breathe. It's the worst thing you can tell someone who's having a panic attack, because clearly I can't breathe, and my breathing just becomes more shallow when you tell me to breathe. And it's like saying relax. I can't relax right now. I can't.
Don't breathe. Okay. Over here. You know what I like to do when I'm having a panic attack? I think about sex. Think about sex. No? Okay. How about this? You said please, so I'm gonna. Do you remember this?
Wait, there's been a strange turn.
Mika's dancing? Dancing? Was that her plan? What kind of dancing?
Like...
Oy vey.
That's her interpretation of sexy dancing.
I know you like this. Still got that panic attack?
What? You don't?
It's gone?
Bam!
Cocaine?
Baking soda.
What a crazy maniac she was.
She believed in its healing powers.
I know.
I'm still shorter than you.
We're doing this.
But it's still hot.
Okay. Oh my God. I'm really dizzy. You have to hold on to me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Could you slow?
You're never gonna believe this. Now they're dancing together.
I gotta see this with my own one eye. Get it? Because I only have one good eye.
I feel like Inga would be happy if she saw this. Maybe. Or really angry.
Just laughing.
Well, this took a turn.
One could say this took a turn. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Hello? Hello. Hey.
Hi.
Hi. I'm Nora.
Hi, Jamal.
Hi. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I heard you were here. I just said I'd say hi and show some support, whatever.
Yeah.
I got snacks.
Oh, thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I should genuflect.
No, that's no one's here.
I was like, I bet they're feeding that poor man gruel.
Yeah. It's been mostly gruel and spinach. Oh, M&Ms.
I tend to eat treats when I'm stressed.
Mm-hmm.
You must be stressed.
A little bit, yeah.
So enjoy the sugar. Truthfully, I eat treats even when I'm not stressed. I had half of those peanut M&Ms.
In the bag?
Yeah.
You've already had
missing.
some.
Some are missing, yeah.
Some are missing. That's understandable.
Thank you.
Must have been a long trip.
It was 15 minutes. Sorry.
That's cool.
But and it's just you and you have your little roommate.
Oh, he's very nice.
I heard he's a real mama's boy. So how long have you been here in the church?
17 weeks.
You sound so American.
Yeah. Well, I've been here since I was 13.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been here for 9 years now. Wow, I just realized that.
Wait, how old are you?
22.
I did not think you were that young.
Really?
Yeah.
This whole situation has aged me.
No, I didn't mean that you look wrecked or old or anything. You actually have beautiful skin. Jamal.
Thank you. Thanks.
Beautiful.
Thanks so much.
You're glowing.
Okay. Thanks.
And then what do you do all the time?
Well, I mean, it's actually quite active here in the church. I do yoga.
Do you?
A few times a week. I've learned to crochet. Yeah. Which is something I never thought I would do, but here we are.
Turning into a nun.
I am. I am now the sister from Syria, I think.
What's the most difficult thing that you didn't expect being in here?
Never leaving. It feels impossibly suffocating to be stuck inside.
Do you feel frightened? Do you feel scared? Maybe the ice will come in or something?
No. ICE, no. Because it's a sanctuary church, so I'm not afraid they'll come inside, but I cannot leave.
Right.
Because they could be outside. They aren't in plain sight. They haven't been yet, at least, but they could be out there, just out of view, waiting for me to come out, so.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
But you obviously want to go outside.
Of course I do. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's, it feels almost like I can't breathe in here.
Okay.
You know, not fully. Like I can't ever take a full breath. I would like to breathe the air outside, even just for 5 minutes. It's something you take for granted when you're free. You know, you can just go down to the corner store and it's normal. No one's...
Excuse me. Oh, hi. My name's Lucille. I'm with the Brooklyn Seagull. I was hoping to interview you about being a sanctuary church for the paper, if that's okay.
Oh, that is so cool. She wants to do an interview with us for her school paper.
Oh, no, it's actually not a school paper. It's a paper. We write articles with clickbaity headlines, I guess, like find out why Hollywood won't work with The Rock, even though obviously Hollywood loves The Rock, so that's a bad example.
Who's The Rock?
Oh, he is an actor who used to be a wrestler, you know, like John Cena. No, Steve Austin. Stone Cold Steve Austin. I don't know why I'm only thinking of actors who used to be wrestlers.
Oh, we love Andre the Giant.
Oh, who doesn't? Anybody want a peanut? That's very cute.
Yes, that is one of our favorite movies.
Amazing. So is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Oh, sure.
I'll keep it very short. So you're a sanctuary church and you're currently housing an immigrant, Jamal Amari, and I'm wondering how that makes you feel. Are you feeling hopeless at the moment?
Oh, well, can I speak candidly?
Of course.
I mean, on the one hand, we are very happy to be of service, right? But the fact that someone, a human, is being forced to take sanctuary in our church, I mean, that's fucked up, right? And our country, it's separating families, treating them like animals, worse than animals, really. I mean, come on, that's fucked up. And the pain that's being caused because of it, it's gonna ripple out. It's gonna infect our entire society for generations to come. So yeah, it is easy to feel hopeless, but we keep the faith. Yeah? We believe in the ultimate kindness of humans. Yeah, that's what keeps us going. Hope in humanity.
You said it, sister.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, this is no longer a sexy memoir. It's just a food diary. No, we had lemons in Sicily. Okay. We had a lobster over the bay in Cape Cod. Big deal. Nobody cares. I had a fancy seltzer on Arthur Avenue. Now it's just a list. It's not even a diary. Like.
Oh. Wait, what is this? What is this?
It's a contract between Louisa and Inga. And it says in the event of death, Louisa has to wait 180 days before she can sell the building.
180 days?
She can't sell it yet.
What's 180 days?
Well, there's 7 days in a week, about 28 to 31 days in a month. How many in a fortnight?
Well, it doesn't say anything about a fortnight, but this is great.
We have to tell Mick.
I probably did it.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Read this.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
This buys us 180 days.
Yeah.
How long is that?
Nobody knows, but we'll figure it out. All right! Yes!
Yeah.
Woo!
I know.
Nora's calling me.
Congrats.
You want a medal?
Well, what do I do? She never calls me.
You pick up the phone, you put it to your ear, and you say, Jack speaking.
Jake speaking. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they'll love to help. I told you, they're really cool. Okay. All right, I'll get cracking. Well, folks, old Jackie's been called into the fray. Time to lace up my boots and get in the fight. Coach is putting me in. By the way, guys, I gotta tell you something about the eye patch. It's just a costume. It's part of my initiation for the secret society.
No kidding.
You had us fooled.
You mean you don't have a scratched cornea?
Thank God, right? Those are dangerous. All right, I gotta text the gang and tell them we're needed.
Oh, I totally forgot about this. Buys us some time. 180 days.
Yeah. I gotta get my baton, too. Oh, I think I left it at home.
You gonna be okay? Holding on to the place?
I'll be fine. I'll figure it out.
So you'll tell your lawyer to hold off for 180 days, however long that is.
6 months.
Oh, smart girl. I gotta go tell them.
With a soft yet scintillating voice that's accompanied by some stellar cello playing, Gabriel Royal is able to conjure up a downright astounding amount of romanticism with his timeless tunes. And he's about to busk for us tonight, just as he's done on many a New York City subway platform on this subterranean episode of B-Side. Are you ready for this underground ride? I'm your host, the one and only Johnny Polygon, and I'm gonna need you to keep it locked on B-Side, or you're gonna be dead meat. Let's do this.
in my life when I was important, but right now ain't one of them times. There were times in my life when I wanted more than, but right now I'm feeling just fine. It was easier said than it's done. We were running away just for fun. It was hard to believe in plans for the evening when I am the only one. You can laugh, you can cry, and tell me you love me, but that's not exactly true. You can smile, even hide, and pass the flowers, but there's one thing I'd like to do. There were times in my life when I was amazing, but right now ain't one of them days. There were times in my life when I went quite crazy, but hopefully it's just a phase. It was easier said than it's done. We were running away towards the sun. It was hard to believe in plans for our future when I am the only one. You can laugh, you can cry, and tell me you love me, but that's not exactly true. You can smile, even hide, and pass the flowers, but there's one thing I'd like to do. Thank you.
So yeah, for transparency, I do know Gabriel from
He's lying.
from Oklahoma.
Nice.
Music brought us together in high school. We both ended up in New York as adults. So what inspired you to move from Oklahoma to New York? The two places are...
Well, you've been to Oklahoma, but if the rest of you haven't, leave. No, I love Oklahoma. I got a lot of great friends there, but music was a lot more in the mix out here. Like, you know, if you live in Oklahoma and you're playing on a weekly basis, you're playing towards like to the same 30 or 40 people, 10 people, 15 people, maybe 12 people.
Okay.
So for me, it was a lot more exciting out here. I got family out here. Like my brother's somewhere. He's somewhere here in New York. So I have family out here. I had a lot of friends. And I remember making an album with you, actually, in Green Lantern. Remember that dude?
Yeah.
Remember that dude?
I
so
do.
I flew out here like 5 times in 1 year. And they were like, hey, you know we could pay you if we weren't paying for your ticket. So why don't you move here? So I was here like 6 months later.
Nice.
Yeah.
Why cello?
Because my brother played violin. My brother,
Older brother?
Yeah, my older brother played violin, and I wanted to harmonize with him. So at the ripe young age of 12, I was like, let me choose something so that we're not in competition. And so I wanted to actually play songs with him. So,
Okay, so you chose it yourself.
So I chose the sexier, more well-rounded,
right,
a lot more versatility instrument.
Easier to carry.
Yeah,
right.
You know, than he did. So
yeah.
So that's why, yeah, and you know it's pretty. I like.
Yeah. What got you started writing original music for the cello?
For the cello?
Yeah.
Because I wrote music for, since I was like 3 years old, singing to the trees in Muskogee, Oklahoma. That's a real story. I wrote my first song. I was like, la, 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 la. And then a car drove by, and I remember being old enough to be embarrassed that I was in my underwear, so I ran back inside. Is this too much? I thought I was burying my. This is a comfort tree. I'm sharing.
Yes, trust bubble.
A trust bubble.
Yes.
So that was the first song I ever wrote. But writing for cello, I didn't write my first song until I moved here to New York, and I was busking in the subway. And I was playing Bach cello suites down there. And if anybody plays music, you know how stressful it is if you learn in a classical or a jazz. Well, like, there's a way to do it. There's a certain, like, I was learning Bach, I was learning Beethoven, I was learning Mozart, and it's like, so anytime I played cello for, like, if a rock band asked me to do something or a hip-hop act asked me to do something, I'd get extremely nervous. And so playing in the subway, I was like, I need to learn my cello. I need to, like, breathe through this guy. Like, this is me. Like, I was worried about my bow arm, I was worried about bow speed, bow pressure, and all this just different stuff. So I was like, let me write a piece that's just my own.
Nice.
To where nobody can tell me whether I'm doing it right or wrong. It's just to get comfortable with my bow arm and, like, so you guys are gonna hear that piece tonight, actually.
Okay, cool. You have another song for us?
I do. Would you guys like another song? Because I got one. This one actually requires a bit of crowd participation. Just snaps. We're talking boom, boom, yeah, boom, 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 just like that.
You say we're forever, but you know that is a lie. Baby, you say I'm too clever, and I know you're not that shy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Baby, you can say it's right. Ooh, ooh, ooh. When we both know it's wrong, maybe you can stay the night. Ooh, ooh, ooh. 'Cause I don't wanna be alone. No. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You say that I'm easy, yeah. Just like Sunday morning love. Baby, when you try and please me, yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. No, I can never get enough, no, no, no. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Baby, you can say it's right, yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. When we both know it's wrong, maybe you can stay the night, yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. 'Cause I don't wanna be alone. You say we're for always, yes. But that's the day that never comes. No, it don't happen very often. But no, we won't stop till we're done. No, no, no. Oh, 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 oh. Baby, you can say it's right. Yeah. Ooh, ooh, oh. When we both know it's wrong, maybe you can stay the night. Yeah. Ooh, 'cause I don't wanna be alone. Thank you.
All right.
Hey.
All right.
That's my single that's out right now. If anybody wants to look it up on YouTube, it's called Say It's Right. My name is Gabriel Royal.
You have a music video to it, right?
Spotify. You know,
Okay.
I've never been able to say that before. Give it up for my manager out here in the crowd right now. This is the dude. Can I just tell a quick story real quick? No quick
Okay,
story?
sure,
All
yeah,
right, thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
This dude found me in the subway, like, hey man, did you write that song? The first one I played you, Past the Flowers, that's the one he heard.
Yeah.
And he was like, yo, you got any more? And I was like, yeah, buddy, I got like 100 of them. Blah, 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 blah.
Are you tipping?
Yeah, so like a month later after he was like trying to get me to actually take him serious, I give him another like lie. I was like, man, I got meetings tonight after we had set up a meeting. I was like, I've got other meetings. Meanwhile, I was at home like playing video games, just like staring out the window. And I ran into him at a bar with my girlfriend at the time, and he looks over at me from the bar. He's like, this is what you're doing? Like, really? 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 So you don't have a meeting? So next day, we went hang out, and he was like, I've got a song that I've written for you. And I was like, oh, man, this guy's just trying to get on the album. Oh, man, just let me be. Let me live. Sorry, didn't mean to hit that. But the song that he wrote for me was beautiful. Next day I went over, so I was like, okay, you have my attention. Now, like a year and a half later, 2 years, got an album out. I've been to Brazil, going to Amsterdam, Rotterdam, possibly Italy in November. So my dude Beto, give it up for my dude Beto. Like, I'm not responsible enough to like make this happen.
Yes.
So I needed someone to cradle me up, carry me across the finish line.
Yes.
Not that we done yet, but.
It's a very flattering story for Beto.
Yeah.
It's kind of embarrassing. But speaking of Brazil, what was it like bringing your music to a different country?
It was the first time I had been off the North American continent.
Oh.
And I was real nervous. I was like, because I went down there with a cello, and like, I don't know, I had a certain stereotype of Brazilian culture. I just thought they liked, you know, to dance and like get down, and here I come with a cello and a soft voice. So I was intimidated, and I kept asking Beto, I was like, yo man, like, are you sure this is cool? Because we were supposed to have a full band, then the band fell through, and I was like, man, like, maybe I should just go home. Like, maybe you should like put me on a plane first thing in the morning. Like, I don't know if I can do this. And he was like, no, just be cool. Just be cool, they're gonna love it. And so, like, it was like 900 people in the crowd, and you could hear a pin drop.
Wow.
Like, everybody, and people actually were singing my lyrics. That's never happened to me before.
Wow.
Like, they had listened to my album before I got there, and people were like, play Past the Flowers. And I was like, you know Past the Flowers? A lot of things make me cry. I don't know if you guys got that general thing. Just watching school.
Crying and singing at the same time is difficult. But
that's what I do on the cello. That's my genre.
Beautiful.
Have you ever heard like that cry genre?
That dry cry.
That dry cry.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Got another song? Yes?
Yeah, man.
Nice.
You know I do, buddy.
Pretend I'm Beto. Do you have another?
Okay. This is actually one that I auditioned for the Tiny Desk competition.
Okay. Tiny,
you know, like
tiny desk.
Minuscule.
Yes.
Tiniest of desks.
She keeps making me wait again. Yeah, she's making me wait again. Girl, I know it's for sure. So say so, and I'll go. But she keeps making me wait Yeah, she's making me wait again. Girl is making me wait again. So now I'm making me wait again. And I'll say, anyway, could you please stay? Yeah, just for today. But she keeps making me wait again. Yeah, she's making me wait again. Girl is making me wait again. So now I'm making me wait again. But she keeps making me wait again. Yeah, she's making me wait again. Girl is making me wait.
What was that song called?
Called Making Me Wait Again.
Nice. Nice.
Much like, the hook had
Mysterious.
said. Yeah.
I like it. Very cryptic. Very cryptic. So.
I leave a lot of things left.
You're black.
Oh! Yo.
It's crazy. It's crazy. How do you feel about, are there a lot of African American string players? How do you feel about the diversity in the string community?
Well, it's 5 of us worldwide. So, and I know the other 4.
Right, group chat.
One name is Cremain. No, don't laugh. His name is Cremain Booker, and he's amazing.
No.
This is a real person. Okay. Shout out to Cremain, if you Facebook. I like being unique. Do I want more diversity? Sure. But I like being one of 5 people. It's more than 5. That was just a joke number. A little over 5. But
6.
I've never found I feel like musicians are kind of open-minded liberal people.
Yeah.
So I've never run into black cello problems. You're not gonna be in our orchestra. You're too black. It's they're
Hashtag.
all my professors have been very
Yeah.
open, amazing people who actually put me on this path. Shout out to Mr. Kurtz from Booker T in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
He's one of the people that made me take music serious.
Wow.
And I'm talking about a 5'3" German dude.
Okay.
So he had all the chance to be unwelcoming,
supportive,
non-supportive. You know what I'm saying? He
Yeah.
could have not supported me.
Yes.
But he did, and it got me into. I got a scholarship. That's another thing. I got a scholarship from all white people.
Nice.
At the University.
Those are the people who give scholarships, right?
Yeah, right. Well, at the University of Tulsa, it was a private school.
Yeah.
So I'm saying in that world, I haven't faced any. It's just been based about skill. So
Yeah.
if you can play the piece, if you got
right.
if you got enough of, the cellos are expensive. Maybe that's a slight class issue. You got to invest to get a cello.
Yeah.
But nowadays, eBay exists and Craigslist. So you got this cello right here. I don't even want to tell you how expensive it was. It was cheap.
You're a teacher too, as well.
I'm a teacher. Yeah.
In your daylight time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a question?
Yeah. What do you teach?
I'm a teacher.
Yeah. What do you teach?
Music. I teach music. No, I teach
One-word answers. That's the goal for these interviews.
I teach music. I teach at a couple of schools. I teach in the Bronx right now, and that's the current class I'm teaching is a hip hop recording studio class. So like kids are writing their own rhymes and stuff. Like friends can never depend. Right now it's hard to defend. It's like everybody's on this trap rhythm too.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of fun. But I usually teach a pop choir class. So I have a lot of freedom to tour, travel, and still keep a solid check.
Do you have any words of advice for young kids thinking of picking up an instrument?
Do it now, immediately.
Yeah.
The sooner you pick it up. Like if I had started before 6th grade, I'd probably. This is the loaded answer.
Okay.
Because if I was more technically proficient at the cello, I would probably be in an orchestra, but that's less creative work, I would say. Like the fact that I have an album out that has like my own tunes on it, that's not so normal for classical musicians. And I'm not taking anything away from the classical world, because it takes a lot of technique, takes a lot of training, like hard-fought dedication. But one of the things, they don't really practice creativity. And that's one of the things that I've gotten because I came up in the pop music world and the classical world. So I was listening to Biggie and Tupac and Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, Burt Bacharach. So I was listening to, did y'all hear that? Did anybody notice how weird that? Burt Bacharach. Let's go backwards. Burt Bacharach, Stevie Wonder, Tupac.
Aggressive, really aggressive.
So I had like my father was a musician, and he had a very like vast CD tape collection.
Yeah.
Back when I was a boy, we used to listen to cassette tapes.
Cassette tapes.
So his library gave me like I was listening to Black Sabbath, to like Earth, Wind and Fire, to Led Zeppelin, to Richie.
Your dad listened to
Richie,
Black Sabbath?
My brother brought Black Sabbath in the. My brother brought Black Sabbath into the house along with Lenny Kravitz. Like my brother was like a huge rocker.
Cool.
So what were we talking about?
The next song.
Awesomely played. Well played, Johnny.
What's the next song called?
This next one's called When You Came Around.
Okay.
And it's about waking up.
Yes, we watched the sun come up, and we watched the moon, it fell down, 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 and I watched my love erupt when you came around. We don't like these type of things, no, no, 'cause of all the joy it brings, yeah. Baby, don't be mad at me, 'cause it happened easily, yeah, yeah. Yes, we watched the sun come up, and we watched the moon, it fell down, 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 and I watched my love erupt when you came around. We don't like these type of days, no, no. It's so fresh and so amazing, yeah. Baby, don't be mad at me, 'cause it happened easily, yeah, yeah. Yes, we watched the sun come up, and we watched the moon, it fell down. Oh, and I watched my love erupt when you came around, and it hardly matters to me, 'cause I'm right here at home. Tell me that we're better off being alone, 'cause I'm gonna take the time to, yeah, we'll watch the sunrise come back, 'cause I'm gonna be here, baby, I'm gonna be here, yes, to watch the sun come up. And we watched the moon, it fell down, down, down. And I watched my love erupt when you came around. Ooh,
That was when you came. Which one was that?
When you came around.
When you came around. Mm-hmm. Nice, nice.
It's about waking up.
Yeah.
After doing it.
Oh.
Oh,
nice.
hey, you know.
Beautiful, beautiful. I had my own meaning to it, but.
Oh, well, that works too.
I'm gonna ask you some personal questions now, if you're ready.
Oh man.
Okay, we're gonna get to know you a little bit. You're stranded on Karaoke Island.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
You have 3 songs.
Ooh.
To carry with you. To
3?
3 to your end of days.
Because I got the first one. I don't know about the next 2.
Give me the first one.
My mind's telling me no, but my body telling me yes. R. Kelly? Roar Kelly?
Oh, R. Kelly. Okay.
R. Kelly.
Gotcha.
Bump and Grind. R. Kelly Bump and Grind, if you are unfamiliar with the song.
Gotcha.
It's a masterpiece.
Yes.
Number 2. Now, if I got to go number 2, okay. I don't have to go number 2, but y'all know what I'm saying.
You set that up yourself.
I'm going to go Whitney Houston. I have nothing if I don't have you.
Do you know the names of any of these songs? Or
It's called I Have Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Whitney
Gotcha.
Houston. Come on, it's in the title,
Okay,
man. Come on.
Right. And third one?
Ooh, now that's a problem. I mean, I'll tell you the one I go to most, like the first one that popped in my head, Weezer. Say it ain't so, my love is a heartbreaker.
Great.
You asked me about karaoke, I get deep. If anybody, can I tell you a quick story about karaoke?
That's why I asked.
Okay, because you knew I was going to take it. So I played South by Southwest this March. Another amazing thing my manager Beto did yet again. And so the night before, he was like, hey, bro, take it easy. It's like, don't go out. It's like, you're going to have a good night, okay? We're going to wake up early. We can do some push-ups, sit-ups. We're going to go jogging. He didn't say that, but we never do that. But he was like, just be easy. So I was like, okay, great. I'm not going to do any crazy things. Not going to go to any wild parties. So my friends were like, yo, let's just go do some karaoke. So I was like, perfect, a family activity. We're able to bring a bottle, have some drinks. I sang for 3 hours straight. And I literally, that night I started out with I Have Nothing from Whitney Houston. I was like, I have nothing. So I woke up the next day with absolutely no voice.
Wow.
And when I wake up after partying and I know I have a show, the first thing I do is I go, ooh, ooh. If I can hit those notes, I know I'm like, okay, I can maybe have a drink or something and fix it out. But I woke up and I was like, ooh. He called me, and I didn't pick up. I was like, I cannot like talk to him about it. My voice didn't come back to 30 minutes before I got on stage, and that was 11:30 p.m. So like I avoided this dude. So
how was the show?
I killed,
crushed it,
murdered. Like it was great. It was a great show, but I was sweating bullets because when he got there, he was like, "How you doing, brother? It's time for the show." Oh, and I was like, "Man, I'm not doing good." But a mixture of black tea, whiskey, and a 65-year-old grandmother rubbing me on the back, like, it's gonna be okay, baby.
Where'd she come from?
She was back. She was like in the back room, like just making sure everybody was good. And she just looked at me like one look. She was like,
he needs some backup.
He needs help. This dude is not okay. So she was like, okay, so where are you coming from? She's like, I'm gonna get you some tea. I had the whiskey. She got me the tea. And with all these motherly and whiskey powers combined, I somehow made the show. Karaoke, don't do it before an important gig. That's a warning to all the musicians out there. Like, karaoke is a variable that you do not need in your world.
This guy loves karaoke.
I do. If anybody wants to go karaoke after this, I am so down.
Even though you have other things to do.
Yeah.
But
go on.
Yeah. So another thing you're really passionate about is food. Specifically the consumption of it. I've known this guy for a long time. His memories are kind of in the form of meals and food.
You just gonna put my business all out here like this, Johnny?
I want them to know you how I know you. That's all. That's all. Do you have a favorite? Let's wrap it into music. I'm done.
Okay. Sorry.
Do you have a favorite meal that was accompanied with a tour or a show, and that you could tie in together?
You set me up. Well, when we went on tour together in 2013, my most memorable meal from that tour, you say it at the same time. 3, 2, 1. Chicken wings.
13 herbs and spices. Okay. No.
We had some jerk chicken wings.
Oh, that's right.
In
Chicago.
In Chicago.
Yeah.
You remember? You was there. Shelly was there. And like each day, like we stayed there for like 3 days because we had the RV, and like every time it was time to eat, like I don't know if I've ever eaten vitamin chicken wing 3 days consecutively, where it's like, you know what? And breakfast, I'm probably gonna eat these leftover cold chicken wings, and then like dinner, I'm probably gonna get some hot warm chicken wings, and then I'm probably gonna set those out, let those just marinate till morning for breakfast. I ate like about 50 chicken wings. And this is not an exaggeration because they had 20. Remember they had the box of 20 for like $10. Anyway,
no,
we're going too deep. Maybe it's getting too personal. But I do love chicken wings. That's probably. But we toured. I'm spitting. We toured the whole country, and they started calling me steak money. Because I had a little savings. I don't have steak money, but on this tour, like everywhere we went, like if it was like a $15 steak, I was like, I got this. Give me your best ribeye, bone out.
$15 steak, that's a cheap steak.
It was in Kansas City. I remember exactly. I remember exactly where it was. I do remember things in food. Like I don't remember who played the last Super Bowl, but I remember that I made mac and cheese and wings.
Yeah.
Otherwise, things don't.
It's a beautiful thing. It's like music, food, kind of.
Well, I'm trying to do this like the skinny dudes food critic website. Because I eat a lot. But I'm a snacker. Get into snacking. Guys, get into snacking. If you're not into snacking, just like get into snacking.
It's horrible advice for anyone with a slow metabolism.
But the more you snack,
Oh, you build up that metabolism by snacking?
If you eat little portions, it speeds up your metabolism. If you only eat one big meal a day, you hold on to it. Somebody back me up on this. Do I have any nutritionists, or am I lying? I might be lying. Okay.
Next song?
Hey,
all right.
What a segue.
I'm working on my transitions, all right? What's the next song called? Vitamin Chicken Wing?
I should write a song for her.
Vitamin Jerk.
Chicken wing. Okay. I'm gonna skip the one that was on this playlist because I got one that I think is a little.
Let me check with the control room, see if that's okay.
Is that okay?
I was joking. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. This is called G major suite. But just before I get started, every song has been in G major, and a suite is usually a collection of tunes that go into one key. So actually, you guys have listened to the G major suite, but this is like the lead song on my album. So if you want to hear the beginning of the G major suite, this be that tune, my G's, my G majors. Sweet. It's been a long time to find you. Now that I got you right here, tell me you love me like I do. Let's just make one thing this clear. It's been a long time to see you. Now that I got you this close, say that you love me like I do. Tell me you need me the most. Oh, what a time to be young. In the days when the spring is sprung. For these are the times of our life. Behold, with a seeing eye, oh, oh, oh. Oh, what a time to be glad. In spite of the feelings we had. For these are the days of our youth. Afraid when we see the truth. Ooh.
So, where can we catch you next in New York? We want to see you perform live. Is there something happening soon? Or?
The Bowery Electric tonight, right after this. What are you guys doing after this? Let's go to the Bowery Electric.
Yeah, it's 1 hour. Let's
No,
carpool.
really, like the Bowery Electric, like at 10 o'clock. So.
Okay.
So if you
Anything
guys-
after that?
After that, I'm playing August 5th at the Blue Note. So if anybody wants to see some fancy, see me in a fancier situation, I might have a tie on.
Ooh. What?
I might have showered. But yeah, that's a really big gig for me.
Nice, nice.
So anybody that wants to come support is midnight 30
Okay.
on August 5th.
Where can people keep up with you on the internet?
On the interwebs, you can find me on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, SoundCloud.
Saul Gabriel Royal.
All Gabriel Royal, and Spotify is, if you want to listen to the album, that's like the major place to go. Spotify, iTunes, but I like Spotify. Shout outs to Spotify.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's a mixed crowd about what people think about Spotify, but they've only shown me love, and like, you know, I'm getting like a little side check, a little passive income every once in a while, when those pennies add up. So
You like them because they're paying you.
I like them because they're paying me, and I like their little
logo.
Yeah, I like
Nice.
the logo.
Specifically, yeah.
Thumbnail.
What was it like creating your album? This is your first album, right?
You guys have my picture up. I drew that picture. My album covers. I drew that.
Oh, okay. Was there anyone that just encouraged you, say, I don't know, since the 90s or something, to create an album? Close friend or anything
I've
like
had
that?
friends that influenced me to make albums. I can't think of any of them at
In
present.
particular? Oh.
Why are you asking, John?
I'm just looking at the notes.
No, guys, Johnny bothered me for years.
Yeah.
This guy right here, aside from Beto, he was long before you. Like, man, why don't you have any? Because this dude has like 1 million albums out, and
It's
they're
not
all
about me,
They're
but-
all amazing. No,
True,
no. Let's
true.
just
Check me out online, Johnny
give your host a little
Polygon.
give your host a little credit. He's got like a lot of amazing stuff. Johnny Polygon online, and we didn't even plan this. We hate giving each other compliments. So the fact that he's interviewing me right now, I feel very awkward. It's
pretty strange.
I feel this is very strange to hear you saying so many amazing things about me. No,
I didn't write this stuff, so.
Thank you, Shelley. But no, really, he encouraged me for years. It's like, make an album. Like, we need it. People want it. Like, everybody asked me, why doesn't Gabe have an album out? So I also, put you right up there. Thanks.
Was it as painful?
Thanks for shaming me into making an album.
Sometimes you got to do it as a bro. You know what I mean? You got to shame your homies into being great.
That's exactly what happened. I felt stupid coming around him without an album. So then when I finally got it, I was like, I got an album now, Johnny.
I was like, awesome.
Let me take you out to dinner
Yeah.
to celebrate my album.
So awkward dinner as well.
Yeah.
Not used to
Looking
you
at each
paying for
other.
things. He's like, you want another bottle of wine? I'm like, am I paying for this wine or what? But yeah, was it an interesting process taking? Because it's mostly songs that you've been playing in the subways, correct? On your
I
record.
wrote so Pass the Flowers, the first tune that you guys heard. I had never sang and played cello at the same time, and so like one day I was just like, this is when I'm about to play the next track I'm about to play for you guys is the first one I wrote, but out of that one came I was just like plucking around and everything. And I was like, ooh, that's pretty. I was like, I wonder if I can sing to that. So I was like, so I didn't even have the lyrics to it. It was I write melodically as opposed to lyrical based. So I'll come up with a melody and then I'll add words to that. Everybody writes differently, but for me, particularly, I write 3 different ways. Sometimes it's a concept, sometimes it's a melody, and sometimes it's I'll have the chords first, and then I'll write to the chords.
Okay.
And Pass the Flowers was definitely the chord progression first. Then I wrote a melody to that, and then I fit the lyrics into that.
Nice.
So the whole album, it was pretty much written in the subway. because I was just down there practicing and playing every day, and I had time to like just make stuff up and come up with, you know.
Including the next song?
Okay, so this next song, the story behind this, it's called On Again, Off Again, Friend. And this was the song that I was like, I gotta just like stop thinking about where my shoulders should be and how long my bow and my bow pressure, bow speed. I was like, let me just get that out of my mind and just like jam out on something. So I came up with this theme that was like, that was it. That was the first thing I did. And like I would just like jam that for hours, and then I added a little bit more to it, a little bit more, a little bit more. Next thing you know, it was a song, and it literally, it changed my playing technique. Cause like if I got nervous, like you could hear it in my bow arm.
Ooh.
And I'm like, I don't even want to do that right now because it'll give me muscle memory and I was getting nervous. But let's forget that. But so I did a part, then added a part, and next thing you know, it was a full song, and I would use that to warm up with any gig, and it would relax me. And that was the first thing that I did, and then the rest of like the whole album has come since then.
Beautiful. Let's hear it. What's it called again?
On Again, Off Again, Friend.
So I give a call and she lets it just ring. Yes, we've been caught up by such trivial things. Tell me you love me so that I can pretend. She's my on again, off again friend. Yes, we had a love unlike any other. She's my on again, off again friend. Yes, we had a love that we've yet to discover. That's my on again, off again friend. So I listen closely to all of the lies. If she really needs me, then why won't she try? Say that you want me so that I can pretend. In my on again, off again friend. Yes, we had a love unlike any other. That's my on again, off again guess we had a love that we've yet to discover. That's my on again, off again friend. So I come on over and knock on her door. She says she loves me but wants so much more. Say that she needs me so that I can depend on my on again, off again friend. Yeah, that's my on again, off again friend.
Favorite thing about playing in the subway?
Ooh, the smell.
Least favorite thing?
Ooh, the people.
Would you play for Trump? Ooh, ooh.
Yeah, I'd play for Trump. What of it? Come at me, bro. Come at me.
We were doing so well.
I mean, well, look. I mean, do I think he's a despicable person? Yes. Okay. Do I think a lot of people are despicable that I've performed for? I don't know. He's just more out there than most of the people. I mean, I played at Oklahoma weddings, bro. Like,
you love weddings.
Love weddings.
Book
love
this guy for your wedding. He's great at
Anybody
them.
getting married, holler at your boy, you know, because I say I will swoon the both of you for a
You don't do
minimal
background
price.
checks or anything. You'll
Yeah.
play for Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean, like, look, I find that's a hard thing. Like, maybe my soft, melodious tones might soften his hard, raisinish, calcified heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like anybody deserves.
Raisinish. Yeah.
Just visualize it. His heart looks like a brain, is what I'm saying. So I would never not play for anybody unless, well, that's oh man, this is deep. I mean, how much time do we have? Because I could.
We're actually out of time.
Really? Really?
Well, now we see what singing and playing music for your entire life affords you. And that's an undeniable amount of talent. I hope you enjoyed the smooth croons of Gabriel Royal, but as a result, please don't get all overly emo out here in these streets, and keep your composure, people. And if you want to keep hearing more B-side, that is, check out our YouTube channel, #BsideBK, and our podcast on soundcloud.com/BsidePodcast. I'm your host, Johnny Polygon, and this has been a decent pleasure.
I've had the time of my life.
We have one more song, Gabriel. This is for you, 20 seconds.
Oh.
We got one more, 15 seconds.
A 15-second song?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
My sister told me be careful when falling in love. And just like a child, I went and bit off just a little too much. No, I don't remember us falling in love, but I'm sure that it happened. No, I don't remember us falling in love. So the thing is old-fashioned. I know this, I know, I don't know. No, I don't know this, I know. told me be careful, take only your needs. But just like a man, I went and treaded into waters too deep. It goes over and over.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like a customer, it's like a family to me now.
Day you travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
There's going to be a health crisis and there's going to be a food crisis. Who's going to fix it? You look to your left, you look to your right. That came down to us.
All right. These are my good people. We'll be starting in a few minutes.
Before the COVID-19 pandemic, an estimated 1 million New Yorkers went without food. From March to May, that number more than doubled. Some estimate that 40% more New York City residents will face food insecurity this year as a direct result of the economic fallout.
So, Chef, what happens on the corner of Belmont and Watkins on Thursdays?
And we prepared 2,000 cooked meals Monday through Thursday, but on Thursdays we have our fresh produce boxes where we distribute to the community.
Come on, you gotta get another wheel, girl. Yeah, we're gonna fix that for you.
Chef Rodney and his business partner LaToya Metters are co-founders of Collective Fare, a culinary training and catering business. When COVID-19 hit New York, they knew they needed to transform.
We are located in Brownsville. It is an under-marginalized community. It's considered a food desert. When COVID struck, my partner, he said, what happens with a community that's in crisis is put into an additional crisis. So we acted immediately and we launched Meals for All BK on March 12th. We were able to scale from the 400 people we were feeding at that time to an additional 8, to an additional 1,000.
We got potatoes, corn, carrots, peppers, sometimes onions to it. And said, no, these are also cooked meals that we offer through Collective Fare. These are ready-to-eat meals. They could heat them up when they get home. People always hear the negativity about Brownsville as far as the high murder rates, the drug activity, but there's still a good amount of people in Brownsville that's committed to make their community better.
even when we started in 2016, we thought the issues were telling people how to eat healthy, teaching them how to cook healthy, and finding them jobs. And we thought that would solve a problem. We have since changed. We realized that we need to be that access point. Without people like us on the ground fighting for food justice, things are not going to change in these communities. In Brownsville, you don't get to choose. You only get what is handed to you. And these are the things we need to start to fix.
Getting to choose has always been a key element of increasing food security in Brownsville, where even pre-pandemic, some experts describe the neighborhood as a food swamp, an area with limited access to healthy food and an overabundance of unhealthy options like fast food chains. Systemic inequalities like disproportionately high rates of unemployment, families below the poverty line, and extreme housing burden also make obtaining whatever fresh food is available even more difficult. Local growing is one way to turn short-term aid into long-term food security. And in Brownsville, I met a woman who's been doing the work long before COVID.
I'm Brenda Thompson Duchesne. We're at Green Valley Garden, 93 New Lots Avenue in Brownsville, Brooklyn. We have 5 community gardens, 4 in Brownsville, 1 in East New York. We started in 2000 to grow for the community, 100% nutrient value, fresh and locally grown. Dirt under my nails is my tranquility. Gardening is so peaceful, it has a serenity.
Ms. Brenda founded Isabalia Ladies of Elegance Foundation 2 decades ago as part of her mission to increase access to healthy food in Brownsville.
I want your family to taste the difference between the supermarket and what is really fresh. People like, that grow in Brooklyn, in Brownsville? Are you crazy? We have a high rate of childhood diabetes, obesity, hypertension, cholesterol, because we're not eating properly. If we don't eat healthy, we will not be able to deal with whatever come our way. COVID come, and look how much of us have passed because our immune system was weak.
Diabetes, hypertension, and obesity have all been shown to increase the risk of COVID-19. Ms. Brenda wants her neighbors to know they have other options.
The nearest farmers market was in East New York. A lot of people could not have traveled to East New York Farm, so they settled for the supermarket. Once we started doing this, it was more convenient because it's in your backyard.
It just looks like a pale raspberry.
Why do we have to wait till it's gentrified in order to get the best? Yes, we need housing, but just as much as they're taking the land to do housing, you need to do locally grown. We got another year or so of COVID. COVID ain't going nowhere. If you look at the food lines, it's people will have never thought they'll have to come in line. So if we can't get the food to import it, how are we going to survive? Why are we not encouraging and teaching our community? Come to the garden, get a plot, grow your own.
We need to start to be our own food czars and our own food advocates in our communities. The only other way that's going to keep me out of business is by learning how to create healthy access to foods within our communities. Then someone like me won't be doing anything really special because everyone will be eating healthy.
What the Lord placed on my heart is to help the community. I can't help everybody, but as much people as I can help, as long as He leave me here and have me here on the earth, then I have accomplished my goal.
community, first and foremost, they survived and they're resilient because these things have happened before. It may not have been a pandemic, but they've experienced things before that kind of made them ready and prepared for this.
America has suffered upwards of 220,000 deaths due to COVID-19, more than 23,000 of them in New York City. In Brownsville, Brooklyn, more than 2,200 cases have been reported, and many of those people have sought treatment at Brookdale University Hospital and Medical Center. Brookdale, like the neighborhood around it, has been fighting the pandemic on two fronts: the disease itself and the emotional and psychological damage from the loss of loved ones, the loss of work and wages, and the loss of freedom to just live life normally. But a lot of this stress goes way back.
Intergenerational trauma, where the parents had trauma themselves, the grandparents had trauma, and we're really in the first generation where people are getting a reasonable amount of mental health supports.
Dr. Camille Archer, a child and adolescent psychologist at Brookdale, says a lot of people may not realize that during the height of the pandemic, many of her young patients were waiting at home, uneasy.
This community, I think, has a high percentage of essential workers. And one of the things that I saw a lot with the children here is that they would worry that their parents have to go out to work. And that caused a lot of anxiety and, they fear that their parents are going to get it, that their parents are going to get sick and bring it home to them.
Other reactions to the pandemic varied, depending on how old her patients were.
A lot of conflicts with adolescents and their parents were about, they want to hang out with their friends, they're leaving the house, they can't stay here, this is horrible. But then there's a real subset of children who are anxious, who are being teased or bullied in school, and those kids are so happy they don't have to go to school.
In the spring, Dr. Archer was treating most of her patients remotely. At the same time, Brookdale's emergency room was under intense pressure, according to its chair of emergency medicine, Dr. Sandra Scott.
No one really expected what we experienced. So once it became evident that COVID-19 was on its way to New York City and on its way to America, we started to prepare in the best way that we knew how. So we started to think about surge space. We started to think about what additional equipment we would need. So for example, the oxygen demand went up considerably. So we went from an emergency department that maybe had an exchange of 10 oxygen tanks per day to an emergency department that needed 250 oxygen tanks per day.
But it was far more than a question of beds and equipment. Dr. Scott agrees with people who say this was akin to going to war.
So I feel like my employees were soldiers in a war against this pandemic, and they showed up. And they supported each other. And that's what kept people coming to work every day. That's what kept me coming to work every day. Even though we saw unbelievable, unimaginable tragedy on a daily basis, the drive to provide care and to help and to try and save as many lives as possible is what got people up in the morning and helped them to perform the selfless act of taking care of others.
I'm wondering how many of those folks were presenting with pre-existing conditions that sort of exacerbated the condition that they were in with relation to COVID, and how that may have made things more difficult for a place that serves a community like Brownsville.
I think what this pandemic has done is it's a big, gigantic spotlight. So for some of us, we already knew intimately what we were dealing with, and we weren't terribly surprised that the pandemic had a much more negative impact on this population. I think the culmination of the Black Lives Matter movement and the pandemic highlights how the outcomes that we see are really outcomes of racism and slavery.
There's a direct line from centuries of barriers for Black and brown people to the deep healthcare discrepancies Dr. Scott sees in Brownsville today.
the neighborhood with the lowest life expectancy in all of New York City. But she also sees some specific, affordable solutions that should be nurtured.
We learned that telehealth was super, super effective. And, we have the technology to provide telehealth to all kinds of communities, right? You don't need to be in a wealthy community to see your doctor on your smartphone. We should have been doing that a while ago, right? We should have had that access to telehealth for all communities should have been readily available, and it should be readily available today, because that's a very effective, reasonable, relatively low tech in this day and time way to bring healthcare into the household of people who are not able to get out of their household easily to access healthcare.
And even if you can get to the ER, no one wants to sit around with a deadly virus in the air.
We opened a new process in our emergency department so that patients can actually call ahead and speak to a nurse, and the nurse can give them guidance about checking into their visit from home so that they really are, having their weight at home. But let's say that you weren't able to get your diabetes medicine refilled, you can't get in touch with your doctor, you have one more day of medication left, you're feeling reasonably well. That's a situation where you can say, hey, I feel like I need to come in. And we can say, all right, come in, we're ready for you at 10 o'clock. And you leave your home, you come in, and we see you right away and we get you right out.
Meanwhile, Dr. Archer says the healthcare system hasn't done enough to treat the psychological impact of COVID.
No, I'm not satisfied at all. I don't think there is much mention of mental health in terms of this pandemic. And there are a lot of mental health issues that have been exacerbated or unroofed because of the pandemic. For example, there are a lot of people who have become more isolated, and now it's gotten worse because they're so isolated, because they're not around their family, they're not around a lot of people.
Dwight is an outpatient at Brookdale, diagnosed with schizophrenia. He lives with his father and doesn't work outside the home. For him, the pandemic has meant long stretches of cabin fever.
The cabin fever in my house is more walking around the house trying to find things to do. And when everything is done, as you see, to the refrigerator, on the couch, to the refrigerator, on the couch, and then you might lie down and take a little sleep or something like that. Then you wake up and you say to yourself, I can't live like that.
Dwight started hearing voices at around 20 and says he and his father used to be at war. But since he's had consistent treatment, things are much easier between them.
You and your dad worked it out now. You guys got to a good place, the war is over. But if you had to describe what schizophrenia is to someone who has no idea, what would you tell them? Schizophrenia is an illness where you hear voices and voices telling you to do things. Your feelings does be up and down most of the time. You have sad days and you have happy days, but most of the time you're sad because I thought that I was dealing with something mystical, and some mystical being or something did something to me, and now I'm walking around with a bag of noise in my head and people talking to me. Do you think it's harder for someone who might have schizophrenia or another mental health issue to deal with this pandemic and what's happening now? Yeah. With mental illness, it could be harder on them because, as I say, they blame themselves for everything. If the corona don't have nothing to deal with them, it's just a disease which they find in China, and they seem to get a crazy mind off it, and it's hard on them, you know what I mean?
We have to acknowledge that another wave of something is coming. So I think that's the first thing, is to be realistic and to say, listen, we have a problem. So it needs to be you and me and others, not necessarily Black and brown people having this conversation, not necessarily women having these conversations, right? It needs to be multi-generational, multidisciplinary, multicultural, multi-ethnicity, having the conversation and then collectively creating the solutions.
We understand that everyone's having difficulties. Our goal, even pre-pandemic, was never to evict someone. We're always willing to work things out because life happens.
A month before COVID-19 put New York City on pause, a study from the Institute for Children, Poverty, and Homelessness identified Brownsville as the fourth most severely rent-burdened neighborhood in New York City, which means close to 2 in 5 households spends 50% or more of their income on rent. Brownsville's rental vacancy rate is 4%. And pre-pandemic, 8.5 in every 1,000 of the neighborhood's households entered the shelter system. That's more than twice as high as the averages across Brooklyn and New York City, with evictions reported as the primary reason for entering shelter. As of October 1st, the state's eviction moratorium is over, meaning the clock is unstopped for all pre-pandemic eviction proceedings.
We have a tenant pre-pandemic that hasn't paid me since February of 2019. And I recently saw her in a newly acquired luxury vehicle. I can't kick her out. I would like to, because she's occupying a home that someone who appreciates it more can be living in. Even with the worst tenant, when you get to that point where you're at their door, your heart always sinks because you know you're affecting someone's life. It's their home, but I'm also running a business, and I'm responsible to the other residents in the building. So a lot of times it's not, and it's usually not just because they're not paying rent. There's usually behavioral problems with the tenants and or their children. They're making living in the building difficult for the others. So it's my responsibility to keep the building as safe as I can for everyone else. But it's never a good feeling to put someone out of their home. But you know, it's part of the job.
Part of the job Sharon Redhead has done for 20 years, managing the 19-unit apartment building her parents bought in 1987. And her young sister Kim has been sharing the day-to-day responsibilities for the past decade. It's a family business in every sense.
My memories have always been going with my parents to the building to do the maintenance. You know, Dad used to take me around and we would be in the basement. He would be gathering his tools because he had to do something. And I was always the one carrying, can I carry the hammer? Those are my memories. So those are the things that I remember as a child coming up and handling some of the paperwork. I used to have to draw the lines for Daddy's bill balance book. Those are the things I remember, you know, and that's my memory. So when I get, or I read in the paper, or I see the approach of the ugly landlord, you know, that's not my family. It's a family business, and that's how we treat it.
My name is Alban Redhead. My wife and I purchased this building in 1987. It was closed up for a long period. I was told about 14 years. There were no tenants in the building, and most of the area was in a very desolate situation, but we decided to take the chance.
By most measures, it was a good gamble. But after more than 30 years in the property management game, he can't help but feel a little nostalgic.
My tenants and I were like neighbors, brothers and sisters, but since the politician got involved, everything split. The tenants were never hostile to the landlord before, never, until the politicians got involved.
In June 2019, the New York State Legislature approved the most stringent rent laws in the country on behalf of New York City's 5.4 million renters. From killing the dreaded broker's fee to making unlawful evictions a misdemeanor. And in June of this year, the Rent Guidelines Board voted to freeze rents on New York City's rent-regulated apartments because of the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's good news for some, but not nearly enough for others. The call to #CancelRent has been ringing out from the streets of our city all the way to the halls of power.
I think the cancel rent movement has played an important role in getting people to understand the gravity of the crisis, the breadth of this crisis. Passed the strongest tenant protection legislation in America last year for millions of tenants throughout the state. But we still have a lot of work to do. And the issue now is to ensure that we prevent anyone from losing their home in the short term by making sure people are not evicted, and then figure out how to cover the cost of the rent.
Brian Kavanaugh is the chair of the New York State Senate's Housing, Construction, and Community Development Committee.
And it's critical that we make sure that this crisis does not become an eviction crisis. No landlord has a right now to push anybody out of their homes. We know that tenants, when they get eviction notices, they're legitimately concerned. We have legislation that would prevent not only evictions from happening, but the cases from proceeding, even cases from beginning and notices of eviction being filed on people. Right now, the courts are processing these things in a limited way, but we are committed, many of us are committed to making sure that nobody loses their home because of COVID-19 or because of the economic shutdowns, which were necessary, but were ordered by the government in many cases. So, this is not a problem that low-income New Yorkers created. It's not a problem that landlords created either. It's a problem that we all have accepted as our means of dealing with the public health crisis.
Small landlords are facing the economic and public health crisis head-on, while simultaneously fighting a public relations battle.
I hear the politicians shout some of this rhetoric. I think it's irresponsible because you don't ask any other service provider to do that. You're not telling the supermarket units provide free food. You're not telling the utilities stop collecting your monthly bill. So why would you take this kind of initiative with this particular service provider? It's a service we're providing because not only are we providing a home, but we're providing heat, we're providing hot water, we're providing electricity. All of those mediums come through us. So I think it's highly irresponsible and for people to expect that you can get all those services for free.
I wish those politicians who are supporting that idea would agree to forego their salary to help those tenants pay rent and buy food. Put your money where your mouth is.
So when you hear cancel rent, what's the first thing you think of?
It's like a gut punch. Because as I said before,
it's not realistic.
It's not realistic, and we're all in this together. And this economy is cyclical. You take one spoke out of the wheel, and it no longer works.
That's it.
So when we collect rent, it doesn't go in my pocket. I have to pay the super, I have to pay the plumber, the electrician, I pay the water bill, the gas bill, the light bill. Heating season is a couple days away.
Yes.
And then big hunk goes to the city for taxes. And so if they don't pay me, all those people
don't get paid.
And those are also families. The plumber has a family, the electrician has a family, the super has his family to take care of.
Would you consider yourself a business owner or an essential worker?
Both. We are both business owners, and people don't like to discuss that when it comes to housing, but it is. For us, it is a business. But we're also essential workers because
we're providing homes for
people,
several families,
for many families,
right.
And it's our responsibility to make sure that those homes are well maintained and it's a safe environment. So even when our tenants stayed home, I had to leave my home to make sure that things were okay in the building and was being kept clean.
And they do it while collecting an average rent of about $900 a month in an area where an affordable housing lottery for a one-bedroom apartment for an individual making 50% of the area median income of $33,000 a year rents for $862 a month and draws thousands of applicants.
How many millions of renters in New York? They're not all in a building owned by these conglomerates. On this block alone, there are multi-family houses that, are same situation as us. First generation, second, sometimes third generation, and they're renters in them. So they have to value that because without us, these relationships are gone.
And affordable housing is gone.
And affordable housing is gone. To get what the mayor says, affordable housing comes from us.
Like you said, our rents are under 9.
Right, and
that is affordable
housing in this community and the new developments are
it's not
are double what our tenants are paying. So
double.
So affordable housing comes from small property owners all across the city.
The impulse to draw the line between landlords and tenants is understandable, but it's a truly interdependent relationship, one that calls for more than angry demands from either side, and deserves the respect of uncompromising action from government leaders before, during, and long after the pandemic.
It feels sometimes going to work, no matter how great the community is, it's the outside forces that can make the work that much more difficult.
Days before what was to be the first day of class for New York City's 1.1 million public school students, Dr. Arabelle Pembroke, principal of the Riverdale Avenue Middle School in Brownsville, shared her excitement and concerns about the upcoming school year in District 23. With her rookie season as principal under her belt, Dr. Pembroke was ready to slay another school year. Then came COVID.
On paper, my day ends at 4 o'clock. It doesn't. I'm on 24/7, right? On paper, I've got a list of responsibilities. In reality, I'm everything. I'm HR. I'm a social worker. I'm an instructional expert. I'm a disciplinarian. I'm a liaison. I'm a facilitator. I'm a trainer. And it's a lot of demands on one person.
And on top of that, you add a global pandemic.
Yeah. Where now I had to become a doctor. Right? And a press conference like liaison, communicate information to staff that I just got 5 minutes ago that I'm trying to process or unpack myself.
Are you ready? Like, do you feel like it's safe to be back?
No, I don't have a nurse. I don't have a nurse. Yeah. And it's my understanding that the school hasn't had a dedicated, permanently assigned nurse for a few years now, and I've only been here a year.
Being under-resourced with overwhelming demands, Dr. Pembroke is choosing to accentuate the positive, focusing on the new instructional opportunities remote learning presents.
It's forcing principals to just be innovative, right? Teachers too. My teachers, my Riverdale Avenue Middle School teachers, flourished with their approaches to engaging students online during live instruction, with their approaches to really tailoring an activity or a lesson or an assessment to really get to the root of or to the point of the standard that they're trying to measure the student's progress.
Screen to screen.
Screen to screen.
But the idea of reimagining the school day presents its own set of challenges in Brownsville.
Yes, outside learning makes sense, but not every school can. I would love to have outdoor classes here with my students. I don't know how realistic that is, given the neighborhood that the school is in. And, you know, some of the real challenges that are happening here. I would not take that risk. Gun violence, gang activity. I wouldn't take that risk with my students. Absolutely not. I wonder if there was any thought to how complex the problem is, so it wouldn't be a one-size-fits-all answer or solution. It just can't. COVID highlighted some of the disparities that folks knew for a long time. what people love to say and what looks good on paper is a strong leader will like turn a school around. There's truth in that. I could turn a school around if I've got strong community partnerships. Strong community partnerships look like community leaders that are in alignment with what my vision is for my school and in alignment with what their vision is for their community. What that should look like is job opportunities, continuing out adult education programs that are local, financial literacy programs, things that when you have too much of a deficit in, now start to climb up the priority ladder and take away from the day-to-day business of a school. The Brownsville average for students that are in temporary housing, the ratio is 1 to 4. My school alone is 1 to 3.
Temporary housing.
Yeah, students that are either in shelters or displaced for whatever reason and then living with a family member.
91% of students in District 23 are considered economically disadvantaged. 29% have some form of disability. 15% are homeless.
So I've got students traveling from the Bronx to come to school every day. So when they show up to school at 9 o'clock or 9:10, you really think I'm gonna start like really harassing them about why they haven't gotten here on time? It is still my job though as the leader to motivate my kids to come to school, right? To meet with my families that are in temporary housing, to get them to, make every effort to send their children to school. But if that family's priority for right now, for that day is something else, and on their value judgment, like ladder, school is here and finding a job is here, I'm still gonna do my job.
Brownsville's unique challenges highlight the need for additional support in order to help families prioritize school in a post-COVID educational system. But through it all, Dr. Pembroke keeps families, students, and her own well-being at the center of the conversation.
What advice would you have for a parent of a kid who's in your school?
Health and safety trumps everything. If you're putting your child in, an environment, in a position that could potentially, be fatal, I think the answer is pretty clear. What's keeping me awake at night? What if I contract the virus, test positive, I go home, my 2-year-old now is sick? That's what keeps me up at night.
You're on the front lines, man.
Yeah. And that's the job. It's the job. Scary. But I'm taking every precaution. My team will. And I just stay prayed up.
I go where there's real problems at, where people are getting killed. I can get killed. I don't got a bulletproof vest. I don't carry a gun, but I still go in these places 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. You know why? Because the sick, the elderly, the kids, and everybody else need help.
It has been a violent weekend in New York City. More than a dozen people were shot. 8 shootings in 4 boroughs.
14 shootings just yesterday with 18 victims.
7 people were injured in 3 separate shootings, all within 4 minutes of one another.
The shooting broke out just before 1 a.m. at the corner of Livonia and Watkins in Brownsville, Brooklyn.
A shooting in Brownsville, Brooklyn.
3 people have been shot in Brownsville, Brooklyn this morning.
Crime in New York City has been on the decline for decades. But in early summer, as the city cautiously emerged from months of COVID-19 lockdown, a surge in gun violence began.
According to the NYPD, as of November, there have been 1,331 shootings in 2020. In 2019, that number was 685. The number of shooting victims has gone up as well. So far, there have been 1,635 victims of gun violence, as compared to 812 in 2019. In Brownsville, one of the neighborhoods hit hardest by the pandemic, murders and shootings are more than double of 2019. So what's going on in Brownsville? And is the situation as bad as they say it is? I asked entrepreneur, community board member, and Brownsville born and raised Anita Pierce.
When you read the newspapers, you would think that Brownsville is hot all the time in terms of violence. Okay, so let's be real, it does happen. It's not like we're sitting in the middle of a war zone, right? Where, we can't go outside, where we can't experience life. Those things do exist, but it's not every day. And it's frustrating to me, when people are constantly, making a statement to say, Brownsville is this. There are pockets of stuff, right? But I promise you it's not every day.
Brownsville's 73rd Precinct reported that violent shootings went up from 30 in 2019 to 85 as of November 2020. The number of shooting victims has gone up from 48 to 105. That's a 183% increase in shooting incidents and almost 119% increase in shooting victims.
Do you think that Brownsville actually does have a higher level of gun violence than other communities around Brooklyn?
The data says we do. We absolutely do. But we're the last to get the resources, right? So let's talk about it. When you're scrambling for resources, you will have more violence.
Brownsville native Kamara Jackson is the founder and CEO of Elite Learners, a youth empowerment and anti-violence community organization. She believes that the economic hardships caused by COVID-19 in a community that was already struggling could be a major cause of the rise in gun violence.
When the pandemic initially hit, violence numbers dropped because individuals were inside, right? We were quarantined. They weren't really out on the street. But as we started to open up, our violence numbers started to hit the highest that they've ever been. And that was just as a result of the temperament that people are on as a result of the pandemic. So we had people that could not get on unemployment, people that lost their jobs. We have individuals that were released from prison with no resources, right? So here we are, we're saying, okay, we're going to let you out because of a pandemic, but we're going to provide very little support for you to become successful. All that creates chaos. Chaos in families lead to chaos in communities. A hungry person can become a violent person.
Lost jobs, lack of resources, hunger. On top of these, criminologists also attribute the rise in shootings to pandemic-induced cabin fever and the advent of summer, traditionally high crime season. The New York Police Department, however, has blamed a recent bail reform law, which limits a judge's ability to keep people in jail pre-trial. They also connect the rise in gun violence to the emergency release of